Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto have memories of others? Part 2. Hope you love first part. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 31. A Genin's Support. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji, please come down. Hate said, and Neji stepped towards the stairs. Proctor, I forfeit. Hinata called, and Nei froze. My cousin is more skilled than I am and has served Konoha longer. He deserves the chance to become Chunin. I still need more experience before I can even consider myself to be ready for the extra responsibilities being a Chunin brings. I choose to let Neji progress. Very well. Hate said after exchanging glances with the Hokage. Hyuga Neji wins by forfeit. The next match has been chosen. Would Abirami, Shino, and Kankuro of? Hell no! Kankuro shouted. I'm out. No way am I going up against an Abirame. I've read the histories and a normal Abirame genin can destroy a Chunin puppeteer. I want to keep my puppets intact, thank you very much. Shino stood motionless, yet somehow radiated a sense of aggrieved triumph. 2 forfeits. I hope this doesn't become a pattern. Naruto smiled at Hinata and gave her a reassuring hug. Next time, you'll blast them away. He whispered, unless either Gaara of the desert or Akatsuki Yoroi wished to forfeit. Hate snarked and both named genin glanced at each other before descending to the main floor. Gaara has a great deal of chakra surrounding him, like a suit of armor over his skin, more than he had in the first stage. Hinata mused, then she stiffened. That gourd he's carrying is full of chakra. In 2 different colors. 2 colors? Naruto repeated distractedly as he looked round in an attempt to spot where Orochimaru could be hiding. Who has 2 different colors of chakra? You do, like he does. Hinata whispered and Naruto froze. Shit. Jiraiya said that he was that would explain it. Interesting. Kakashi mused. If I remember the histories correctly, the first Hokage handed the tailed beasts to various countries to try and keep the peace. Suna received the one tail, which would make Gaara the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. He is probably one of the most dangerous genin in the room. We may need to prepare for a rapid evacuation. Should we try to warn Yoroi? Naruto asked as the 2 genin squared off against each other, then Yoroi lunged forwards. I'll drain you dry of chakra. Yoroi snarled as his hands slammed against Gaara's shoulders. Fascinating, Kakashi said, slightly lifting his headband. Yoroi seems to be draining chakra from Gaara at quite a rate. He'd be able to drain a genin in a matter of seconds and a Chunin within half a minute. But Gaara has more chakra than almost anyone else in the room, even me. How fast is he draining him? Naruto asked, and Kakashi shook his head. Not fast enough, and his coils will overload if he keeps this up. Oh, Gaara smirked, then the cork of his gourd popped out, followed by a cloud of sand which flowed to surround the 2 of them. Not good, Naruto commented as he stood up. Yora! He's got too much chakra for you. Get clear, shut up, I can do this. Yora yelled, then he glanced at his hands. Huh! What's with all the sand? With a sudden surge, the sand formed into a rising spike between Yoroi and Gaara, the impact flinging the Konoha genin backwards, then the spike turned into a wave of sand that engulfed Yoroi, cutting off his yell of shock. Sabaki-Q. Gaara intoned, lifting one hand, then he clenched it with a sudden bloodthirsty grin. Sabaku-Soso. The pile of sand encasing Yoroi compacted to a quarter of its previous size, sending a fountain of blood and gore arcing halfway to the ceiling. Several of the genin watching began throwing up, and Naruto caught Hinata in a comforting embrace. Winner. Gaara. Hate finally managed. You can go back to your team now. The sand rippled and flowed back into the gourd, pulling the cork back into place as Gaara turned to make his way back to the stairs, uncaring of the smear of blood and liquidized flesh remaining. Hate motioned and an Anbu appeared, unleashing a Suiton jutsu that washed the gore into one of the drains set into the floor at the edges of the hall. Well, the next match is Momochi, Haku, and Tobio. Naruto concentrated on hugging Hinata, gently rubbing her back as she shuddered. You don't have to stay, Naruto whispered. Kiba and Shino have both had their fights. I'll be okay, Hinata mumbled. It just came as a shock. I know, Naruto agreed. That boy's a psycho. I wouldn't want to fight him. Heck, as soon as I find out who's going up against him in the finals, I'm going to warn them. They need to know. Begin! Hate commanded, and Naruto shifted slightly to get a view of what was happening. Below, Tobio unleashed a wave of shuriken that curved around to slash at Haku from a dozen different directions, only for them to be blasted away by a wind technique. Damn! Tobio grumbled. I thought futon users were supposed to be rare? Oh well. Sprinting forwards, Tobio slashed with a kunai, only for Haku to counter with a trio of saban, blocking the strike. For a moment, Tobio strained against the block, then he dropped and kicked at Haku's knee, only to roll back with a yelp of pain as the saban embedded itself into his thigh. Shit! He hissed, hurling the kunai at Haku, only for Haku to catch it by thrusting a saban through the pommel ring in a startling display of speed and accuracy. I would advise you to surrender, Haku commented as he flicked his wrist, sending the kunai screaming across the room, embedding itself in the stone tiles less than an inch away from Tobio's groin. Hell no! Tobio snarled. I'm not giving in that easy herc. Tobio started to reach for the pair of sabans sprouting from his neck, then he collapsed in a boneless heap. Tobio! Sakura screamed as hate darted forwards, but Haku was there first, gently extracting the saban. I placed him in a false death state, Haku explained. He will recover, but I would advise having him rest for a week at the very least. Hate looked at the approaching medics, and the lead medic nodded to show that he had overheard what Haku had said. Winner by knockout, Haku. Hate confirmed as the medics placed Tobio on a stretcher and carried him to the medical room, one of them already using a healing jutsu on his neck. The next contestants cough are Uchiha Sasuke and Kinyuta Dosu. Naruto grinned as Saki started down the stairs. Good luck, team, he called, and Sasuke shook his head. I don't need luck, I've got skill. Dobe. He shot back before continuing down, leaving Naruto grinning as Hinata looked between the two genin in confusion. Naruto? Meh, he's hired me as a sparring partner a few times to test new moves on. Naruto shrugged. Area effect ones, distance ones, that sort of thing. Being able to pump out Kage Bunshin all day comes in handy. Oh, huh, and I thought that it was my teaching that led to him improving so much. Kakashi mocked, causing Naruto to roll his eyes. Yeah? How many techniques have you let him copy, by the way? Only a few. Kakashi shrugged. I've been working on building up his speed and chakra levels. Knowing 1,000 jutsu doesn't do much good if the other person can do it faster than you, after all. Don't think I didn't see him slip off his weights before heading down. Naruto smirked, nodding to where Sasuke's armbands lay on the ground, along with a second set of bands that had appeared to be part of his sandals. That dude's in for a shock if he thinks duck but will go down easy. He hates that nickname, Kakashi pointed out. Then he should style his hair differently. Naruto shot back. Whoop, they're starting. Below, Dosu flipped his right sleeve back to reveal that his arm was encased in a metal contraption studded with holes. My melody gauntlet, he said, his single visible eye narrow. Let's see if your fancy eyes can match this. Drawing a kunai, Dosu struck the gauntlet, causing the world to seem to flex and distort for a moment. Naruto grabbed onto the railing as his inner ear rebelled before settling, while below, Sasuke dropped to one knee, his eyes turning red. You're helpless against my techniques. Dosu gloated, and Sasuke shook his head, then fired a small spray of fireballs at Dosu, forcing him to dodge. That's new, Kiba noted. Before Dosu could recover, Sasuke blurred forwards, his kunai clashing against the frantically interposed gauntlet, and Sasuke staggered backwards, shaking his head. Ha! The closer you are, the greater the effect. Dosu taunted, and Sasuke growled, firing another spray of fireballs, but with less precision. Dosu responded by throwing a punch which somehow knocked Sasuke back, despite the distance between them being almost 24 feet. How? Naruto asked as Hinata deactivated her Byakugan. He's using his gauntlet to create chakra-enhanced attacks, she said. But it's not like any futon technique I've ever seen before. Sasuke rolled to one side as Dosu swung his fist again, then threw a dozen smoke bombs to engulf the area in shifting eddies of darkness. That won't help, Dosu sneered. I can still hear you. Arg. The smoke seemed to be illuminated from within even as a barrage of incredibly loud cracks and bangs echoed, causing everyone to clutch at their ears. Then Dosu was propelled upwards out of the smoke, bent double, and with Sasuke launching himself into the air after him. At the top of their arc, Sasuke grabbed Dosu's foot and used it to slam his feet into Dosu's stomach before pushing off and spinning round to deliver an axe kick to the back of Dosu's head. The sound Nin fell back into the dissipating smoke, landing with an audible thud, and Sasuke landed lightly next to him, pulling out a kunai and resting it on Dosu's neck. Winner, Sasuke, Hate announced, and Sasuke straightened up, returning the kunai to his pouch before almost strutting up the stairs, a triumphant smirk on his face. Not bad, team, Naruto called out. Glad you think so, Dobe. Sasuke shot back as he rejoined his team, picking up his weights and reattaching them to his arms and legs. Could Temari and Tsurugi Misumi please come down? Hate called, and Naruto's gaze darted to the kunoichi from Suna. What's that on her back? He wondered. I'll look forwards to getting close to you. Misumi sneered, and Temari unslung the weapon that she was carrying. What, you think a club will help? I'm a taijutsu specialist. I could easily get past a weapon that clumsy. No, you won't. Temari stated as she spun the weapon, unfolding it to reveal that it was a giant fan. Going to do a fan dance? Misumi chuckled as Hate took a step back. Begin! Temari leapt backwards, spinning round to build up momentum and sent a blast of air at Misumi, picking him up and ramming him headfirst into the wall. The genin slumped to the ground and for a long moment, no one moved. Winner. Temari. Hate finally said, and Kiba groaned. Man, that has to have been the lamest fight ever. That dude's a disgrace to Konoha. I've heard of a couple of other one-hit fights. Kakashi supplied as the final two genin started down towards the arena floor. One where someone trash-talked the other and ended up knocked out with a broken jaw, while the other was knocked out by a kick that was meant as a means to buy a couple of seconds to prepare for the expected counterattack. Still lame. Kiba shrugged, looking down at the two genin. A swordsman versus a weapons mistress. Kakashi mused. This could be interesting. Below them, Chojuro unslung his sword, holding by both handles and letting the bandages wrapped round it drop to the ground, while Tenten reached behind her to unseal a chikuto from a storage seal inscribed on the back of her belt. Huh, they're both going for kenjutsu. Kakashi noted. I wonder how skilled she is. Guy is primarily a taijutsu specialist, which is why I asked the youthful Yugao to help fan Tenten's flames of youth with the ways of the sword. Guy said from behind Kakashi, startling everyone except the silver-haired jonin. Then this will be very interesting. Kakashi said as the two genin squared off against each other. Final match. Hate declared. Begin. Chapter 32. A genin's plans. Tenten shifted her feet slightly, sinking into a low stance as her eyes measured up her opponent. His larger sword would allow him to deliver blows too powerful to block, but its size would limit how fast he could swing it, allowing her to intercept and redirect it. The odd two-handle design would aid with slashes and blade twists, but would cut down on precision. Of course, with the sword being one of the famous 7 swords of the mist, precision was probably not that high on the list of required attributes for wielding it. Final match. Hate declared. Begin. Chojuro sprinted forwards, spinning to build up momentum, and the Hiramaikarai slashed through the air on a path that would have bisected Tenten, had she not countered with a rising slash that deflected the larger blade just enough to let her roll underneath it, rising to slash at Chojuro's flank. The blade missed as Chojuro used the momentum of his sword to help him leap sideways, opening the distance between them again. Tenten seems to be enjoying this. Naruto commented. She doesn't have much chance to practice her kenjutsu. It's normally shuriken jutsu at the training sessions that I've attended. The clashing of metal versus metal interrupted him as Tenten pressed home the attack while Chojuro shifted his grip, releasing one handle in order to place his hand against the flat of the blade, allowing him to use it like a shield. After several seconds, Tenten disengaged in a whirling flurry of steel that denied him the chance to counterattack. His blade is full of chakra. Hinata murmured as below them, Chojuro shifted his grip again, then his sword was suddenly surrounded by a chakra aura. What the? Tenten began, but she was interrupted by Chojuro as he swung the Hiramaikarai. Hiramaikarai Kaiho. The chakra suddenly extended outwards, tripling the length of the blade, and Tenten launched herself into an aerial somersault to avoid the unexpected slash, barely dodging the chakra blade before landing in a 3-point crouch. Right. She growled, then she paused as something hit the ground beside her. All eyes moved to look at the shredded ribbon, then Tenten slowly reached up to touch the ragged ends that had once been her left hair bob. You bastard! She shouted, stabbing her chikuto into the ground and somehow filling her hands with multiple kunai and shuriken. Do you have any idea how long it took me to find a hairstyle that let me have long hair without it holding me back? Chojuro didn't answer, being too busy trying to shield himself against the veritable horizontal rainstorm of metal that Tenten was sending his way. I couldn't even wear it loose, because I'd look like Neji. Tenten ranted as her hands blurred. Sure, he's a dish, but I'd rather not look as if I'm his sister. From how he treats his cousin, I know he doesn't have that fetish, so I can't use that to get him into my bed. Neji turned bright red while Hinata sought refuge in Naruto's arms, biting her lip to stop herself laughing. Now I'll need a haircut to get it looking even again. Tenten continued unabated. And if Guy-sensei or Lee even think about suggesting a bowl cut, I'll use my rising dragons on them. Both males in question seemed to shrink back without actually moving. I'm sorry! Chojuro shouted, and the barrage of bladed weapons suddenly stopped. Carefully, he peeked out from behind the shield of his sword, only to get sent flying backwards as a kunai's pommel ring slammed into his forehead. Bastard! Tenten grumped. Winner, Tenten. Hate confirmed while trying to hide an amused smirk. If the winners could all cough, please come down and form a line? Naruto noted with amusement that the still blushing Neji made certain that he was on the end of the rapidly forming line that was furthest away from his teammate. Naruto! Tenten called up. Once this is done, can I borrow a dozen clones? Naruto bit down on a laugh as Tenten indicated the drifts of metal that would need to be collected, sorted, and resealed. Sure thing, he called back. However, I think Anko-san wants your attention. Tenten jolted back to face front and stared at Anko, before realizing that the elder Kunoichi was holding a box. With a sheepish smile, she reached in and extracted a small ball. Okay, if you can let me see the numbers? Hate asked, then he scribbled the names of the winners down onto his clipboard before turning it round. In 1 month, you will participate in the final exam, he said before breaking off to cough. Anko filched his clipboard while he was fumbling for a handkerchief and took over. The first match will be Uchiha Sasuke vs Higurashi Tenten. The second will be Haruno Sakura against Inuzuka Kiba. The third is Temari against Tsuchikin, while the fourth will be Hyuga Neji against Yuki Haku. The fifth will be Gaara of the Desert against Aburame's Shino. The winner of match 1 will fight the winner of match 2. Same thing for 3 and 4. The winner of match 6 will fight the winner of match 5, with the victor going up against whoever won match 7. Sheets showing the matchups will be given to your Jonin senseis by the end of the day. Stage 2 is now finished. You will be escorted to the boats and given a ride out of the forest of death unless you have alternate transportation already arranged. Dismissed. I really need to talk to Shino. Naruto mused, then he turned slightly. Kurenai, any word on what happened to the other teams? I haven't heard anything about most of them, but I spoke to Asumake. Asuma-san just before coming here, and he mentioned that his team sought medical attention for Choji on the second day, but they're all fine now, thank goodness. Naruto sighed, then he frowned. I wonder what happened to them. Ino's getting very good with her trapping skills. You can get the story later. Kurenai shrugged as Shino and Kiba rejoined them. A meal, Naruto suggested. Somewhere where we can talk. All the teams? I think it's probably time they found out. Hinata looked at him, then hugged him as tightly as she could. Interesting. Shino mused. I surmise that the meal will be educational. I know a good restaurant. Kurenai supplied. It's run by a former ninja who knows all about the need for privacy. I'll ask him for one of the back rooms. Thanks. Naruto smiled as Teams 7 and 9 moved to join them. Alright, let's find a room to use and I'll whisk everyone to one of the training fields. Which one's the most private? I recommend my team's ground, Guy suggested. The tag is in an area shielded from casual observers. Sounds good, Naruto said, summoning a quintet of clones who ran out of the hall. I'll see if I can get Ino or Shikamaru to meet us there. Find out what happened to them. Then what's the fifth clone for? Kurenai asked. I needed to inform Gigi about a certain person. Naruto. Shikamaru yawned as soon as everyone had appeared in the training ground. Shika, Naruto replied. You didn't make it to the tower. What happened? Exploding squirrels, which until then, I thought were just a silly rumor. Shikamaru supplied, causing Tenten, Neji, and a still groggy Lee to nod in recognition. We were setting up an ambush ahead of one of the other teams when one triggered the trap early. Choji got hit by several of the Senban, then the squirrel detonated and knocked him over, landing on Ino's kit. We decided to get help rather than risk the various poisons interacting badly. A wise decision. Guy smiled. The health of your comrades is of paramount importance. How is Choji? Sakura asked, and Shikamaru smiled. Almost completely recovered. He'll be out of hospital by the end of the day. Tomorrow? Naruto asked Kurenai, who nodded. Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Shikamaru queried. Hayashi-sama. Neji bowed and Hayashi looked up from the paperwork that he was perusing. Neji, Hayashi replied. I heard that you have made it into the final exam. You have something on your mind? Have you heard how I qualified? Neji asked and Hayashi cocked an eyebrow. No, only that you did. I admit that I had assumed that it was your prowess in our fighting art that secured your victory. Am I mistaken? Neji paused for a long moment. No, but you are not correct either. The elimination match was between Hinata-san and myself, as I half expected. Hayashi nodded. It is an open secret amongst those who have attained the rank of Jonin that the names chosen are only partially randomized. The matchups are occasionally adjusted to either eliminate repetition that would cause the audience of the final stage to become bored, or to give a genin an easier path through if they have a reputation that would lead to Konoha's international standing being reduced should they fail. Since genin from the other hidden villages are not well known enough to be used in the matches in question, the selections tend to pit the Konoha genin that should advance against one who is nowhere near strong enough to be allowed to advance. Neji stared at his uncle for a moment, his sense of betrayal obvious, before he managed to get his expression back under control. So, I was to be sacrificed for my cousin to advance? I believe it was meant to be the other way around. Hayashi gently corrected him. My daughter would not use the one move that would have granted her victory. Her heart is too gentle for that. As he spoke, Hayashi's hand briefly formed the seal that would let him activate the caged bird seal on Neji's forehead, then he dropped his hand back onto the desk, knowing that Neji had caught his meaning. So, how did you win? Hinata declared that she was not yet skilled and experienced enough to seek the rank of Chunin, so she forfeited in order to allow me to continue. Neji replied, my daughter is wiser than she knows. Hayashi mused. Naruto has truly been good for her. Neji cocked his head questioningly as Hayashi refocused on him. What are your feelings on her actions? I do not know. Neji admitted. Finding out that the fight between us was manipulated rather than fated. That I advanced because of her choice. That she thought I would make a better Chunin than her. I just don't know. Hayashi nodded approvingly. It is when we admit that we do not know everything that we can truly start to grow. I started learning that after the first few times my team went up against Naruto-sama. Neji admitted. I found that he could use against me everything I didn't know. Hayashi stared at him, then nodded as if he had made a decision. I will train you personally in the full ways of the Juken, he declared, causing Neji to stare at him in shock. There are still things you do not know. And not all of them relate to our art. Neji looked at him, then frowned as a new thought occurred. Wait, if the matches are adjusted, how did Uchiha Sasuke end up facing a foreign ninja? Should he not have faced a Konoha shinobi weaker than him? That is a puzzling question. Hayashi allowed. Just here, Lord Hokage. The Technin said, pointing to a small device embedded in the computer. It looks like a one-shot unit. Use it once before it burns out, but it lets someone change one of the settings. Interesting. Hiruzen mused, crouching to get a better look. Of course, the question was, who was it aimed at? Did someone want to stop Sasuke from proceeding to the final stage? Did they want the Sound Nin to fail? Did they think the Sound Nin could stop Sasuke, or were they counting on him failing? And who? The Technin added. Oto is the obvious candidate, but, indeed, Sarutobi said as he straightened up, suppressing a wince as his back twinged. New village with several strong shinobi that no one's ever heard of before, accepting Nukenin into its ranks. An easy choice for a victim to frame if you wish to distract someone. No, they're too obvious, but that leaves only Suna and Mizu, unless it is a plan by someone who believes that they should be the Hokage and are seeking to set up a series of events to discredit me. See if you can find out anything else about that device. The Technin nodded and carefully prized the half-melted piece of technology away from the circuit board that it had been attached to. Chapter 33. A Genin's Revelations. The sliding door closed behind the departing waiter and Naruto took the opportunity to look around. Several of the other genin had been confused by the fact that their Jonin senseis had insisted that Naruto sat at the head of the table, even though it was oval, despite the fact that as an independent genin rather than an elite genin, he was technically the lowest ranked of them all. Hinata was sat by Naruto's left with Shino, Akamaru, Kiba and Kurenai beyond her. To his right were Neji, who was occasionally glancing across as if to check that Naruto wasn't taking liberties with Hinata, or vice versa, Tenten, Lee and Guy. Kakashi was sat beside Guy, occasionally throwing a teasing comment at him while ignoring Guy's half-joking complaints about his unyouthful behavior, and his team was lined up beyond him, while the final quarter was taken up by Team 10 with their Jonin sensei Asuma sat smiling next to Kurenai. That was an amazing meal. Kiba sighed, looking at the spot where his plate had been until the waiter had removed it. There's still pudding to go, right? Choji asked, and several chuckles sounded. There is, but before pudding, there's some business to take care of. Asuma noted. Naruto? Naruto nodded as everyone looked at him, the Jonin in support and the Genin with curiosity. Before we begin, does anyone know what the word Jinchuriki refers to? Naruto asked. The Genin exchanged confused glances, except for Hinata who snuggled against his side. Power. Of human sacrifice? Shikamaru offered and Naruto nodded. That's the translation of it, yes. There can only be a maximum of 9 Jinchuriki at any given time. Asuma. Suna has 1, as does Taki. Asuma supplied. Mizu, Kumo, and Iwa all have 2 each. That's only 8. Shikamaru noted. I'll get to that in a moment. Naruto replied. A Jinchuriki is a shinobi who has had one of the 9 biju sealed into them, usually during infancy. This is intended to allow them to use the biju's chakra as if it was their own, as well as the biju's special abilities. For instance, the Ichibi can control sand. Judging from your comment, I would postulate a high probability of Gaara being a Jinchuriki. Shino said. You'd be right, he is. Naruto confirmed. I don't know if it's his normal personality, or if there was something done wrong with the seal, but he's a psychopath who loves killing. Taking him down will be very hard. He's got more chakra than the Hokage and uses a layer of sand over his skin to protect himself from harm. I may need to seriously rethink my tactics. Shino admitted. You have my gratitude for the information you have provided. Yeah. Point is, though, he isn't the Ichibi, he's the container for it. Kinda like if you seal a kunai into a scroll, the scroll doesn't become the kunai. Well said. Tenten noted. Many people don't see it that way. Naruto continued. One particularly nasty myth is that sealing the biju into a child kills the child and the biju wears the body like a glove. That's not true, but if you don't know anything about sealing, you might believe it. That's a nasty rumor. Ino shivered. Just enough yuck in it to appeal to the meaner type of gossipers. I can confirm it's not true. Naruto supplied and Shikamaru gave him a long look. I had suspected something like that. You had suspected something like what? Ino asked. Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who gave him a nod. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. You're kidding! Ino laughed. He can't be the... Wait. He is? I am. Naruto agreed. Like my mother before me was, and her aunt before her. You may have heard of them, Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, better known as Senju Mito. The entire room was silent with both Ino and Sakura staring at him wide-eyed. On the day of my birth, something happened and the Kyuubi escaped from its seal. Naruto continued. My father led the fight against it, and my parents sacrificed their own lives to seal it away. Wait. Sakura protested. Your father led the fight against the Kyuubi? But all the histories I've read about it said that the Yondaime Hokage. Oh. My. Camus, I see you've worked it out. Naruto chuckled as Sakura's eyes widened so much that she could have been mistaken for Lee's sister. My parents were the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato and the red-hot habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. Then why are you an Uzumaki rather than? Shikamaru began before he paused and face-palmed. IWA. Asuma agreed. Dad decided that he'd let Naruto keep one of his parents' names, but calling him Namikaze was just begging for assassins to flood the village. As for the civilians disliking me. Remember the rumor I mentioned earlier? And not many shinobi study Fuinjutsu for more than sealing scrolls and explosive tags. Shikamaru commented. So quite a few shinobi disliked me as well. Naruto agreed. As a kid, I sought attention because no one really gave me any. That's why I became such a loudmouth. Even if people were scowling at me and telling me to shut up, they were still paying attention, and any attention was better than none at all. No one taught him how to read, or make friends, or anything like that. Hinata said sadly, and Naruto gave her a one-armed hug. It was only after I graduated that I found someone willing to actually teach me the basics. Naruto continued, giving Hinata a grateful glance. Hinataheim is why I got so much better. Or at least less dreadful. Between graduation and team assignments. After I learned how to read, I almost devoured the civilian and shinobi libraries. The genin portion of the library, anyway. I even found a copy of Uchiha Madara's treatise on traps. Most of the genin briefly winced in painful memory while Ino growled. I also got the few scrolls my parents had left me and that had survived the Kyuubi. Between the scrolls and several teachers that Gigi found for me, I learned how to do the Rasengan and a version of the Hiraishin. Kiba and Shino both nodded, as did Neji, Tenten and Lee. Before we continue, Asuma interjected, I must point out that Naruto's burden and heritage are S-class secrets. Only he and my father can speak of them without suffering severe penalties. Thanks, Asuma-san. Naruto smiled. Question. Tobio raised his hand. Did Hinata already know? I told her a while back. Naruto admitted while Hinata smiled. She took it far better than I feared. She glomped him. Kurenai giggled. Hayashi told me. He was almost smiling. Anyway, Naruto said quellingly, pausing as he realized just who it was he had tried to quell. The Kyuubi is the great secret that your parents weren't allowed to tell you, as well as the reason that many of the adults warned their children away from me. Does explain why you smell of fox. Kiba mused, then he grinned. So, Hinata loves snuggling her foxy boy, huh? Naruto opened his mouth, then paused as he glanced down to see Hinata's vacant, happy gaze. Damn it, Kiba, he grumbled. Now I'll have to come up with a new henge. What? Sakura asked, completely lost by the sudden turn of conversation. Can we have pudding now? Choji asked. Father, I will need assistance in formulating new tactics. Aburaim Shibi looked at his son, one eyebrow raised just enough to show above his sunglasses. Elucidate. I have been informed that my primary adversary in the final stage is the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, who is gifted with the ability to manipulate sand to such a degree that he utilizes it as a protective exoskeleton of his own. This is in addition to his ability to wield large quantities of it in both lethal offense and powerful defense. Then the obvious solution is to prevent him from using his sand. Shibi mused. A thought occurs to me, but we shall need to examine the stadium to determine its validity. You may also be required to learn water walking, if you have not done so already. That was fast. Sasuke gasped, staring at the low, round house in front of him. Naruto helped, and we had a lot of building material and wave that he helped send over. Tazuna shrugged. Once the foundations were ninged into place, building the actual house was easy. Can I show you around? Sasuke followed Tazuna through the front door and into a large room that seemed to take up half the total floor space. This is the general area for guests, and so on. Tazuna explained. Those stairs lead to the balcony. That door is a small bathroom with a toilet and sink, while over there is a general kitchen area for making snacks and so on. There's a corridor that goes round from that door to that one, but we're going this way. Sasuke followed Tazuna down a corridor to the junction. Kitchen/dining room on that side, general room on that one. Tazuna pointed. Staircase at the back leads up and down. There's a basement below for storage and so on, but we're going up. Sasuke glanced down into the basement before following Tazuna up the stairs and through another, shorter, corridor. 4 bedrooms of equal size, 1 bathroom with shower and a windowed area for whatever you need it for. Tazuna said, then he led Sasuke out through a central door. And the roof balcony. The house seems to be based on the Uchiha fan. Sasuke noted and Tazuna nodded. That's right, I like it. Inoki stared at the man standing in front of him. Akatsuki's team. Failed? I'm afraid so, Inoki-sama. Kage replied. He sent me ahead to tell you that he's confirmed that Naruto is indeed the son of Uzumaki Kushina and Namake's Minato, as well as having knowledge of both of his father's techniques. Fuck. Inoki swore. This is not good. Inoki glowered at the far wall, then looked at Kage curiously. Is there something else? On my way back, I made contact with an injured shinobi, Kage said, pulling out a prisoner's scroll. When he realized how fast I could move, he asked if I could use one of his scrolls to carry him. As he spoke, Kage unrolled the scroll and applied some chakra to it, causing a figurito appear in a cloud of chakra smoke, and Inoki's eyes widened in shock. Kitsuchi, your son-in-law, on his way back from his mission. Kage confirmed. Apparently it was a success, Lord Sasuke. Kitsuchi managed to whisper, and Inoki looked down at him. Stay quiet, he commanded. Report later. For now, I think you need to recover. And don't fake your death again without informing me first. Damn it, sorry. Pops. Kitsuchi managed, then his eyes closed. Medic. What a day. Naruto sighed as he closed his door, then he paused as a flash of golden light from outside reflected off the walls. Turning, he reopened the door just in time to see the 3 men who had taught him the Hiraishin vanish, leaving Hinata standing alone. Hinata? Hello, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled as she walked up to him and gave him a quick hug. I told my dad about what you did today, and he agreed with my suggestion. Naruto shook his head in confusion. I'm sorry, what suggestion? You just told 11 people your deepest secret, Hinata said, gently pushing Naruto backwards so that she could enter his house. After a day like that, you need some serious snuggle time, right? For a long moment, Naruto simply stared at her, then he grinned and caught her up in a huge hug, causing the bag that she had been carrying to drop onto the ground. You were right, Kiba said, lowering his binoculars. Just as you predicted. Beside him, Shino nodded, lowering his own binoculars with an air of satisfaction. I believe that we should leave them be, he said, and Kiba nodded. Yep. I've got to get some sleep. Mom's going to teach me a new move tomorrow. I shall look forwards to seeing it in the finals, Shino said as the duo slithered backwards over the ridge of the valley, making certain that they were completely concealed before standing up. See you at the next team meeting, Kiba said, and Shino nodded. Neither of them saw the amused expression of their sensei, watching them from behind a genjutsu while sitting on a tree branch above their heads. As they departed, her gaze moved to the circular window where Hinata was laying out both her pajamas and Naruto's. Sleep well, Kurenai whispered with a soft smile. I am so proud of you, Hinata. So proud. Chapter 34. Discussions and Decisions. Sensei. Sakura began, and Kakashi gave her a quizzical look as he pocketed his book. About yesterday. It's safe to talk about it, Kakashi said, motioning for the other 2 genin to join him at the 3 stumps. The law says that one who knows about Naruto's burden may not speak of it to anyone who doesn't know. What did you want to know? I thought he covered it pretty well yesterday. Sakura looked slightly embarrassed, but plunged ahead. After we had the bell test, I overheard someone say that it was Naruto you asked for. Was it because of his father? It was, Kakashi confirmed. I thought that by being around him, I could try to make up for not being there when he was younger. But he really looks like Sensei, but he thinks almost like Kushina did. So you'd have been happy to train him instead? Tobio asked as he rubbed at the bandages on his neck, and Kakashi hummed in thought. I'm not sure I'd have taught him well, he finally admitted. I only really looked at what I had become because he chose to walk away. If I hadn't done that, I'm not sure how much of a teacher I'd have been. All of the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi have been from the Uzumaki clan, Sasuke stated, and Kakashi nodded. The Uzumaki clan were renowned for their longevity, endurance, fuinjutsu skills, and their powerful chakra reserves. Only an Uzumaki could survive having the Kyuubi sealed into them. Sasuke nodded slowly. I see. Naruto was the only choice, and he suffered because of it. Kakashi sighed. Shunned, virtually abandoned. Despised by those who couldn't tell the difference between the prison and the prisoner. I still don't know how he didn't go psychotic. Maybe a full round of tests might tell us, but I don't think Naruto'd sit still that long. Tobio and Sasuke snorted at the thought of Naruto trying to sit through the first stage of the Chunin exam. So, Kakashi chirped, clapping his hands. Moving on, training for the finals. Sakura, Anko's expressed an interest in taking time off her TNI duties in order to devote all of her time to your training. Since you still need help with taijutsu and battle tactics, I told her that I'd pass her offer on. If you choose to try elsewhere, I'll do my best to find you another tutor. Since Sasuke's finally managed to develop his third tomo in his Sharingan and I have a Sharingan, I need to help him finish adjusting, but I'll make sure to check in with you at least twice a week. Sakura nodded. Thanks, sensei. Tell Anko-sensei I accept. Tobio, you may want to do more than simply train, so I've contacted a Tokubetsu Jonin called Ebisu who's agreed to take you, Rock Lee and Hyuga Hinata as a temporary team from tomorrow until after the finals. It'll only be for 1 day and 3 since he has quite a few other commitments he needs to attend to, but he'll also oversee your training on those days as well. For the other 2 days, Asuma has offered to take you under his wing alongside Team 10. Thanks, sensei. Tobio smiled. Anything for my students. Kakashi said with his standard eye smile. Good morning. Kurenai smiled to her trio of students. Hinata, I hope you slept well. To Kurenai's amusement, Hinata blushed bright red while both Shino and Kiba tried to conceal their own smiles. Shino, Kiba, congratulations on your victories. Kurenai continued. However, this does make the month ahead a bit more complex. All 3 genin were looking at her with Hinata no longer blushing. Kiba, Shino, since you will both need to train further in your family styles, I would suggest that we only train as a team once every 3 days. For each of the other 2 days, I will help one of you two to improve in whichever field you think you need most. Ano. And me? Hinata asked quietly. Since Tobio and Rock Lee didn't make it to the finals, I would like you to join them as part of a temporary team under Special Jonin Ebisu. Kurenai said with a gentle smile. It will help you learn how to work with others, although it will only be for 1 day in 3. So I have 1 day in 3 to do whatever I want? Hinata asked and Kurenai nodded. Yes, you can spend it with Naruto. She half-teased, causing Hinata to blush again. Hey, Hinata, Kiba said, causing the girl to turn to look at him. During one of your days off, can I spar with you? I need to get better at fighting a Juken user if I'm gonna kick your cousin's ass. Although I believe that it shall be myself in that position, your idea has much to recommend it. Shino said, earning a growl from Kiba. I also would appreciate the occasional spar. We can arrange it all once we get the schedule settled. Kurenai interjected. Now, let's talk about yesterday and the revelation. I'm cool with it. Kiba shrugged. Naruto's still Naruto. Explains his scent, but other than that, nothing's changed. That position is one that I find myself aligned with. Shino said in agreement, causing Hinata to smile in gratitude at her teammates. Sensei. Ino smiled even as she continued to dip Saban in a small bottle, placing the treated Saban in a special holder. Sensei. Choji nodded, quickly finishing off his bag of crisps. Shikamaru merely waved from the slight rise where he was cloud watching. So, Asuma said, you've had all night to consider what you've learned yesterday. I said it before and I'll say it again, Naruto is still Naruto, we know. Shikamaru yawned. We were discussing it before you came, as well as what it means for Naruto. He'll be a target. Ino stated, glancing up from her work. His parents, the Kyuubi. That reminds me. Is he rich? Did he inherit the entire fortune of Uzushi-Ogakure? No, because there wasn't one. Asuma stated as he pulled out his packet of cigarettes and flicked it using a precise burst of chakra to shift one cigarette enough that it extended out of the box, easy to grab. Kushina came here before Yuzu fell. The attackers took everything that they could, but most of Yuzu's treasures were destroyed. Shikamaru frowned. Scrolls. Information. Techniques. Correct. Asuma confirmed. The Uzumaki clan, the leaders that Yuzu officially didn't have, were masters of fuinjutsu. The things that they could do with it was incredible. Some claim that the Uzumaki clan's 7 greatest fuinjutsu masters were the true creators of the 7 swords of the mist, and it was their skill that caused the other villages to unite and destroy them. Shikamaru concluded. If their message had got through, then the hidden villages would now consist of Suna, Konoha, and Yuzu. Asuma said, his gaze fixed on something that no one else could see. IWA, Kumo and Mizu united to attack Yuzushigakure in the hope of weakening Konoha, ready for them to invade and destroy. However, Yuzu did not go down easily. Jiraiya managed to piece together what happened. Yuzu was betrayed. The other villages sent diplomats who were actually saboteurs. They disabled the outer defenses and killed many of the senior shinobi just as the main forces attacked. The villages expected a slaughter and they got one, but not how they expected. The actual records are sealed, but for each Yuzu shinobi who fell, 7 attackers died. Even the Yuzu genin were taking on jonin and holding their own. When they ran out of swords and kunai, they used stones and sticks. When they ran out of those, they used their teeth and bare hands. They never ran out of courage, but in the end, they ran out of time. Yuzu was destroyed. What the fighting didn't demolish, the trap jutsus did. The skyscrapers tumbled, the foundations cracked, and the island became uninhabitable. And Konoha's forces arrived 3 days too late, just in time to see the enemy ships sail away, carrying only a tithe of the army that had assaulted the swirling tide. The genin all stared at him. Did you ever wonder why Konoha won the last shinobi war when Suna effectively sat it out, and the others allied against us? Asuma asked. Sure, quite a bit of it was the yondaime, but even he wouldn't have been able to turn the tide had Yuzu not inflicted so many casualties on the armies that attacked it. And Naruto is an Uzumaki. Shikamaru breathed. No wonder he can be so troublesome. Speaking of troublesome, Asuma interjected, we're getting a temporary member from Team 7. Sasuke. Ino squealed and Asuma shook his head. Nope. Tobio, makes sense. Shikamaru muttered just loud enough for the others to hear him. Like us, he didn't make it through, but Sakura and Sasuke did. Asuma confirmed. He's not going to be here every day since he's also on another part-time team, but he will be doing some of the missions with us. Good morning, my youthful students. Meito Gai declaimed as he somersaulted into the training ground. Good morning, Gai-sensei. Lee shouted back, almost drowning out the greetings of the other two. Gai motioned for them to approach as he sat down. Before we get started for the day, may I say once again how proud I am of all of you. Gai stated with none of his usual bombastic personality in evidence. Neji, you made it through without having to reveal the depth of your skills, a fact which will help you during the finals as your opponents will not know what to expect. Tenten, your opponent will be able to match any jutsu you use and will have a perception advantage. But I believe that you can defeat him and I will gladly give both of you whatever help I can. Lee, it is unfortunate that you went up against a kunoichi who was strong in the art of genjutsu. I have spoken to Tokubetsu Jonin Ebisu about that, and he has promised to cover genjutsu, and how to fight them in more depth than I did. I failed you, Lee, and for that I apologize. You did not fail me, Gai-sensei. Lee protested. Without your help and example, I would never have become a ninja, let alone one who has completed as many missions as I have. Before this goes mushy, Tenten interjected, what are we doing about training? I mean, Neji has his entire clan to help him. Neji nodded in agreement. But I don't have a shinobi clan to help me learn new things. I will be your primary tutor, aiding you in improving your skills. Gai said. I made a study of how to fight a user of the Sharingan when I was younger, and since Uchiha Sasuke will be your first match, I will gladly teach you all that I discovered regarding it. Why would you do that? Neji wondered. Was it Itachi? It was my eternal rival. Gai corrected. When Kakashi lost his teammate but gained the Sharingan, I began studying for the matches I would have against him. That actually makes sense. Tenten mused. Ibiki frowned at the sound of cackling echoing through the base. Filing away the report on the failed capture of the now fugitive Genin Ryanin Yakushi Kabuto, he rose from behind his desk and stalked out of his office, his trenchcoat flaring dramatically behind him. It had taken a very expensive tailor to achieve that effect, but it was generally worth it. Striding down the subterranean corridor, he came to a halt by another door and rapped once on it, causing the cackling to halt as if a switch had been thrown. A few seconds later, the door was flung open. Wah. Oh. Hi, Ibiki. Need me for another job? Actually, no. Ibiki rumbled. However, you have piqued my curiosity. Anko went blank for a moment. What? You were cackling. Ibiki explained. I actually cannot remember the last time that I heard you cackling. What happened? Oh, it's awesome. Anko snickered. Not only have I seen Kakashi without his mask, I'm about to go and get my sort of apprentice full-time to train up for the finals. Ibiki blinked, unable to decide which of the two facts were more important. Kakashi showed you his face? He finally asked, and Anko bounced up and down with excitement. Yes. Ebisu owes me a bottle of sake. He's not buck-toothed. Chapter 35. A Genin's Training. This seems almost boring, Hinata admitted as she and Naruto slowly walked along the top of the wall surrounding Konoha. Boring is good, Naruto countered, his eyes scanning the treetops as he used the quote that Kosuke had used on him months before. It's when things get exciting that you know it's gone bad. I never really thought that walking the wall would be like this, Hinata commented. I suppose that it's a fallback mission for those genin who aren't on a team or have non-shinobi jobs. Naruto nodded. So, who is Kurenai training today? Shino today, Kiba tomorrow, Hinata replied. We're only doing one full team training day a week and one team mission, although both Kiba and Shino have asked me to spar with each once a week so that they can work out ways to beat the Jukin. They both seem quite confident. Naruto laughed, earning a confused look. The way the matches are set up, they'll have to face each other first, and then the winner is the one who'll have a chance to face Neji in the final match. Hinata nodded in agreement. So, once we've walked the wall, what then? Jiraiya was saying something about teaching me to summon, Naruto stated while Hinata activated her Byakugan to scan the nearby woods. I'm afraid that the summon clan in question is known to only take one person per generation. Jiraiya, Dad, and now, hopefully, me. Can I attend? Hinata asked hopefully. I don't really have anything planned for the rest of the day. Sure. Naruto shrugged, then he frowned. Summoning takes a lot of chakra. Even if they accept you as a potential summoner, you might not be able to actually summon them for ages. I know, Hinata said with a shrug of her own. But someday I will go up against a shinobi who can use summons, so learning all I can about them beforehand is just common sense. What's that? Naruto paused as he looked out, his gaze coming to rest on the bird that had erupted from the tree canopy. Not certain, he said, palming a kunai, then reversing his grip on it so that he could use it to tap out a generic warning notification. Is it within your visual range yet? Not ye. Wait. One shinobi, moving towards us at high speed. Pursued by 3 more, Naruto summoned a horde of Kage Bunshin which promptly flooded down the wall and into the woods. He's been hit. Hinata gasped as Naruto tossed the kunai to a clone who took over relaying the message even as he summoned a second wave of clones. They're closing in on him and… Yes. Your clones are there. A flash of light lanced up through the trees even as Maste and Biu started appearing beside the 2 genin. They're retreating now that they've lost their target, Hinata reported. Moving fast and they've got out of my range. Sorry, don't be. One of the ANBU said as the others launched themselves into the woods. Good work with the alert. What happened to the runner? I sent him straight to the special cell in Tianai with a clone to explain things to them, Naruto said, looking slightly embarrassed. I didn't recognize him, so will we ever find out what this was all about? Hinata asked, and Naruto shook his head. Highly unlikely. You're an elite genin with a Jonin sensei, so you haven't really discovered just how much of what normal shinobi get caught up in is classified as need to know. If you don't need to know. Naruto trailed off with a shrug and Hinata made a face, then she frowned in thought. Do you know what happened to that ninja who bowed out? What was his name? Kabuto? Officially, no. Naruto sighed. Unofficially, judging from the rumors I've overheard, he's vanished. Not Ainbyu vanished, but vanished. Hinata blinked. He's just vanished? His sensei doesn't know where he went. Naruto confirmed. I don't know any more than that at the moment. Need to know, right? Hinata sighed and Naruto nodded. Need to know. Ah, the lovebirds have arrived. Jiraiya smirked as Naruto and Hinata appeared in a flash of light. Naruto turned to face his sensei even as his clone moved into the house to begin making lunch. Jiraiya-sama. Hinata said politely as Jiraiya put his notebook away. Hyuga-sama. Jiraiya returned. Naruto sent a clone ahead to inform me that you would be here as an observer. Hey brat. I heard you let in the other rookies on the secret of your burden. Sure that was wise? Given what's already been revealed about me, it was only a matter of time. Naruto sighed. Better to control it, rather than have them get part of the truth and a ton of lies. True. Jiraiya agreed. At least you had a good reason. I assume you had backup, just in case things went wrong? Hinata and the 4 Jonin senseis. Naruto supplied and Jiraiya smiled at him approvingly. Excellent. In most circumstances, you can never have too much backup. Most circumstances? Hinata queried. Covert infiltration. Jiraiya replied. The more backup you have, the more likely it is that someone will slip up and blow the whole thing, or your backup will be discovered and things will get freaking difficult to escape from. Nice correction. Naruto smirked and Jiraiya gave him an amused glare. Be nice, brat, or I might decide to wait until you're a Chunin for this. You wouldn't do that to my fiancé, would you, Jiraiya-sama? Naruto took a moment to admire how Hinata had managed to pull off the perfect kawaii no jutsu, widening her eyes, summoning just a hint of tears in the corners, while her posture had changed from competent kunoichi to totally cute and innocent mo. Arg! Damn it! Jiraiya shouted, raising his hands to cover his eyes. Stop her! She's too damned cute. I'll teach you anything, just stop her before she destroys my defenses. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, Hinata said, ending the technique. Jiraiya peeped between his fingers, sighed in relief, and then took his previous stance as if nothing had happened. So summoning, Jiraiya said. All summoned tribes have different strengths and weaknesses. Some are stealthy, some are used mainly for transport, some are used in combat, but they all have the same thing in common, they all need the same summoning technique. But simply doing a summon is a bad move, as if you don't have a signed contract, you'll be reverse summoned to the summons tribe that best matches your personality, and most of them don't actually like humans. Some of them live in places that would kill a person instantly, so unless you've signed a summons scroll, don't even think of trying it. Both genin nodded at the sheer sincerity in Jiraiya's warning. And speaking of scrolls, Jiraiya added, unslinging the giant scroll he was carrying across his back. Here we go, the Toad summoning contract. Naruto looked at the long scroll, then his eyes moved to the last two names exposed on it. Who's Erasure? What? Jiraiya stared at Naruto. Erasure? It's the name just there, Erasure. Jiraiya looked at it, then he shook his head. No, that says Minato. It looks like Erasure. Hinata mused as she followed Naruto's gaze. Jiraiya humphed as he pointed at the first empty space. Okay, Naruto, before we go any further, you need to sign there, in blood. Blood is very important for things like this, so. Good. Naruto plunged the kunai into the ground to clean it even as he used his right hand to sign his name. Good calligraphy. Hinata said approvingly as she used the mystical palm technique on Naruto's left hand, closing and healing the cut across the ball of his thumb. Excellent. Jiraiya smiled. Now, these are the seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, blood and hand on ground. Naruto slowly ran through the seals. How much chakra do I need? And how does it need to be released? As much as you can. Jiraiya replied. Half and half. Half through the seals, the rest when you've drawn blood and put your hand on the ground. I'd suggest biting your thumb for the blood. Naruto nodded, then frowned. As much chakra as possible, right? Jiraiya nodded, then blinked in confusion as Hinata quickly stepped back. Kaimon! Kumon! Simon! Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock as a chakra aura roared into life around Naruto and his skin turned red. Then Naruto blurred through the 5 hand seals, bit the tip of his thumb and slammed his hand down. Kuchio's no jutsu. A cloud of smoke briefly blotted Naruto from sight, then a new voice spoke. Jiraiya? We were just about to eat. Oh, hush, I'm sure that he has a good reason for summoning us. Ma? Pa? Jiraiya gaped as the cloud dissipated to reveal a pair of ancient toads looking up at him. The male toad mused. Come to think of it, that didn't quite feel like Jiraiya summoning us. We've got a new summoner? The female toad asked. Well, it's about time. We were starting to think you'd never get over the death of your apprentice. Hinata looked up from where she was supporting Naruto, who had half collapsed against her, but was watching the two toads with fascination even as his skin slowly lost its reddish hue. You knew the Yoname? We were about to teach him the art of toad senjutsu, but he went up against the Kyuubi and died. Pa Toad said, turning to look at the two genin. Oh look, young love. Ma Toad gushed as she peered round Pa Toad and caught sight of the duo. I remember when we used to cuddle like that. We don't cuddle like that much these days, To-chan. I miss the cuddles. The male toad sighed, then turned to face Jiraiya. Hey, Jiraiya! Stop trying to catch flies and introduce us. Jiraiya shook his head in an attempt to refocus. Introductions. Right. Naruto, Hinata, let me introduce the two great sage toads, Fukasaku of Mount Mayaboku and his wife Shima. Ma-pa, may I introduce the new toad summoner Uzumaki Naruto, son of the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, as well as his fiancée, Hyuga Hinata. It is a great honor to meet you. Hinata bowed, managing to support Naruto at the same time. I haven't heard of any of the others getting summoned. First time? Fukasaku asked, and Naruto nodded. I used 3 gates to make sure I had enough chakra. Fukasaku moved closer to Naruto and squinted at him before nodding. Interesting. You have potential. Once you get old enough, you'll do well as a sage. First of all, we need to get him confirmed as a summoner. Jiraiya interjected and Fukasaku waved him off. Go perv at some bathing women or something and leave this to me. While he's doing that, Shima said as she hopped to where Hinata was watching Fukasaku leading Naruto to one side. Will you tell me about yourself? It's not often we get a summoner who has family, and family is very important. I'm not quite family yet. Hinata managed and Shima waved her hand dismissively. Nonsense, you're his fiancé and from how I saw you hugging him, you two are very much in love. I can smell your love for him, you know. We toads are good at things like that. Hinata looked at the elderly toad, then across to where Fukasaku was talking to Naruto in a low but intense voice. Don't worry. He's safe with Tachan. Ah no. I'm Hyuga Hinata, former heir to the Hyuga clan. Hinata began. So, how did it go? Hiruzen asked without bothering to look up from his paperwork, and Jiraiya chuckled from where he was sprawled on the windowsill. Kid not only managed it first time, he did something that caught me by surprise. He summoned Gamabunta? That was the second time. Jiraiya smirked. The first time, he summoned Ma and Pa. For a long moment, the apparently innocuous comment didn't register, then the brush fell from Hiruzen's hand. What? Brat used 3 gates to make sure he had enough chakra. Jiraiya laughed. Overshot considerably and summoned Ma and Pa. Pa took it on himself to teach Naruto how to summon more efficiently, faster seals, slight adjustments to chakra flow, things like that, while Ma and Hinata were sat to one side swapping gossip about their respective clans. You almost had to have been there. It sounds like it. Hiruzen agreed, leaning back in his chair and pulling his pipe out. So, are you going to teach him more tomorrow? We did a test. Jiraiya shrugged. Did you know that if you put a Hiraishin tag in the summons realm, you can use it to get there by yourself? We had Pa Toad take back a kunai, then Naruto sent a clone through to test. He even got the memories back. Wait. Hiruzen said, his hands frozen in the middle of refilling his pipe. You mean, yep. Jiraiya replied. He's going to head over there tomorrow to meet all of the toads and get their permission to summon them. Amazing. Hiruzen breathed. Amazing, ain't it just? Jiraiya agreed, then he frowned. I'll need to tell him what sort of things to take, though. Maybe tag along. Chapter 36. A genin amongst the toads. A flash of golden light briefly illuminated the room, and when it died down, 3 blondes were standing in a circle around a larger, white-haired figure. For a long moment, no one moved, then 2 of the blondes vanished in clouds of smoke. Well, Pervy Sage, you now know beyond all doubt that it works. I can transport others between realms, not just myself. Pervy Sage? A large voice chuckled and Jiraiya frowned at his younger companion. Damn it, brat. Now Gamabunta's going to be calling me that every time I summon him. What? Naruto shrugged. I've been calling you it almost since we first met. He's got you pegged. Pervy Sage. Gamabunta chuckled and Jiraiya sighed. So, what are you going to teach him? Kid, hop on. Gamabunta commanded and Naruto jumped onto the proffered webbed hand without any hesitation. Jiraiya, Pa wanted to talk to you about trying to deal with your weakness regarding Sage Mode. In the meantime, I'm taking the brat to meet the Great Toad Sage. Holy! Jiraiya yelped. You're taking him to meet Gamamaru? Kid, be respectful. Jiraiya! Where have you been? Fukakasa shouted as he seemed to appear from nowhere, holding a large stick. We have training to do, not the stick. Jiraiya winced. Please, there must be another way. There isn't and you know it. Fukakasa said, jumping onto Jiraiya's shoulder. Now, to the sacred oil fountain. Naruto watched from Gamabunta's hand as Jiraiya reluctantly set off. Do I want to know what all that is about? Give it 5 years or so and it'll be your turn. Gamabunta shrugged, raising Naruto up to the top of his head. Now hold on tight and prepare for a ride. Why don't I like the sound of that? Naruto whispered to himself as he grabbed the collar of Gamabunta's kimono as tightly as he could, then used the tree-walking exercise he had so painstakingly learned under Hinata's guidance to anchor himself at every point of contact. And here we go! Gamabunta declared as he leaped high into the air. Eawa waga! Uff! Naruto turned his landing into a roll that finished with him spread-eagled on his back, gazing blankly at the sky, until it was eclipsed by Gamabunta's head. Get up! Gamabunta commanded, although his tone was amused rather than stern. The Great Toad Sage is waiting. Naruto slowly sat up, checking that the world had stopped spinning, then clambered to his feet and turned to face the large building. Go on. Naruto turned and bowed to Gamabunta, who snorted in amusement, then carefully stepped through the doorway and into the columned room. As his eyes adjusted, Naruto realized that contrary to his first impression, the walls of the room weren't created from pillars but what he had mistaken for columns were in fact giant scrolls placed around the edge of the giant room. In the middle of the room, a huge, brownish toad the size of Gamabunta but far older watched him, an amused smile on his face. Come in, come in. It's nice to have visitors, the toad said, waving for Naruto to approach. Let me see you. These old eyes of mine don't see all that well. But they still let me see enough. Naruto walked forwards, glancing round. Several of the scrolls, each at least 3 times longer than he was tall, lay on the ground with a couple of them partially unrolled and positioned so that the toad in the middle of the room could read them. The toad himself was sat in what appeared to be a raised, stone pool with a small banner hanging from the front, one with the kanji for sage on it. So, I am the great toad sage Gamamaru, and you would be. Who are you again? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto supplied, uncertain as to whether Gamamaru was indeed absent-minded or was testing him. I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato, also known as the Yellow Flash, and his wife Uzumaki Kushina, also known as the Red Hot Habanero. I am the third Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the student of Jiraiya of the Sannin. Ah, I remember now! Gamamaru exclaimed. The mischievous blue-eyed boy. Naruto blinked in confusion. I've calmed down quite a bit. I only really prank people as part of training now. A snore was his answer, and Naruto stared in shock at Gamamaru. Wake up! Shima shouted from just behind Naruto, and Gamamaru jolted, causing a small wave of water to spill over the lip of his pond. You wanted to talk to this boy, great sage. What boy? Oh, that boy. Step closer so I can see you. Naruto gave Shima a confused look, and she shrugged back before waving him forwards. Yes. Yes, I see. You shall meet a creature with octopus tentacles and fight one with powerful eyes. Yes. Yeesus. Naruto stared at Gamamaru and Shima sighed. He's fallen asleep again. Come on. It's time to introduce you to the other toads. Naruto followed Shima out of the room, but paused in the doorway, looking back at the slumbering sage. Will he be alright? Shima paused, looking back at the elder toad. Oh, he'll be fine. He often naps like that, not surprising really. You know that he fought alongside the sage of the Six Paths and his brother when he was younger? The sage was real? Naruto asked in near shock. I've heard several of the Hyuga claim that they were descended from him. I never met Otsutsuki Hagoromo or Otsutsuki Hamura, but I've heard the tales Shima mused. The Hyuga, you say? If I remember the stories Gamamaru told us correctly, I think it was Hamura who had the Byakugan while Hagoromo had the Rinnegan. Or was it the other way around? I'll have to check the archives to see what happened to them, though. I think I remember the moon being involved somehow. Naruto followed the diminutive female as she muttered about her memory not being what it once was. Naruto? Naruto gave Gamakichi, who was orange. What an awesome color, an apologetic shrug as he turned towards the speaker. May I help you, Fukasaku-san? You may as well just call me Pa, like Jiraiya does and your father did. The elderly toad smiled. I've left Jiraiya practicing under Ma's eye and now it's time for your training. Sorry, Kichi. Naruto apologized and the young toad smiled at him. Hey, training from Great Gramps is more important than shooting the breeze. Gamakichi shrugged. I'll see you around and remember, have some sweets ready when you summon me. Sure thing. Naruto laughed as he rose to his feet, then turned to face the elderly sage. What training are we doing? Fukasaku prodded Naruto's stomach. We're going to contact the Kyuubi and start you learning how to use its chakra. Learning how to use chakra that isn't yours but flows through your coils will be a good training exercise for when you finally learn Sage Mode. It'll also help you to stay alive, since it'll give you another weapon to use against those who want to hurt you. Naruto looked down at his stomach as if he could see the complex seal that his father had placed on him, despite the t-shirt and haori that he was wearing. Can't I just ignore it? Fukasaku gave him a look and Naruto sighed. Okay. Fine, I'll be in there with you. Fukasaku offered and Naruto gave him a look of gratitude. Now come on, I've had a special area created just for this sort of thing. What is this place? Naruto asked as he looked round the clearing and the trees that surrounded it, trees grown and shaped so that their branches entwined and twisted in patterns somehow similar to some of the Fuinjutsu that he had seen. This is where we shall enter your mindscape. Fukasaku stated as he clambered onto one of the two flat-topped stones positioned almost in the center of the clearing. Now sit down and get ready. Naruto carefully sat on the second stone, crossing his legs and placing the backs of his hands on his knees. I was almost afraid that you didn't know how to meditate, Fukasaku said, his voice filled with approval. Gai-sensei taught me, Naruto replied. He explained that there are several different types of meditation and they can be used to help improve control over your body and your chakra. I prefer to use the katos of the gentle breeze style to meditate, but Gai-sensei insisted I be familiar with all the better-known ways of meditating. Gai, Fukasaku mused. Would that be Mado Gai? You know him? Naruto asked and Fukasaku shook his head. Know him, no. Know of him, yes. He's the current holder of the tortoise contract. Although it should actually be called the tortoise and turtle contract. I've heard Ningen moaning that Gai doesn't summon him nearly enough. I'll pass that message on to Gai, Naruto said, marveling at the surreal turn the conversation had taken. Anyway, Fukasaku stated, that's not why we're here. The Kyuubi. You ready to meditate? I am. Then start meditating and I'll join you in your mindscape. Naruto half closed his eyes and concentrated on controlling his breathing, inhaling through his nose and breathing out through his mouth. As he did so, the trees around them started to glow, shocking him out of his near trance. What's with the trees? They're glowing. It's fading. They're meant to do that. Fukasaku explained. It's how I'll be able to enter your mindscape. Now try again. Naruto fully closed his eyes in order to avoid being distracted by the oddly luminescent trees. Once again, he began his breathing exercises, then he moved on to controlling his heart rate and calming his thoughts. Excellent. We're here. Naruto opened his eyes, then looked around in confusion. This is my mindscape? Yes and no. Fukasaku shrugged. It's the prison that holds the Kyuubi, but formed from your experiences. It's a sewer. Naruto protested. My mind is a sewer. If Ino or Kiba find out about this, I'll never live it down. Fukasaku snorted with laughter, then sniffed several times. I smell the fox. This way. Naruto followed Fukasaku as they splashed through the shallow water flowing from the direction that they were headed. Ahead of them, bars glinted in the darkness, bars that stretched from the ground to the ceiling. As they drew closer, it became apparent that the bars were actually a pair of gates with the hinges deeply embedded in the side of the tunnel, while the gates were held closed by a slightly tattered piece of paper with the kanji for seal inscribed on it. This is the seal that Dad used to trap the Kyuubi? Naruto asked rhetorically. And where is the Kyuubi? So, my jailer finally deigns to meet me. A deep voice rumbled and a pair of glowing red eyes opened slowly, their malevolent gaze fixed on Naruto. Odd. Fukasaku muttered as he moved closer to the bars. I sense an echo, a trace of a dojutsu, a genjutsu. Control? In the past, but the echoes still remain. What are you babbling about, frog? The deep voice growled and Naruto swallowed as he saw giant fangs glinting in the shadows. I suppose that it's a mystery for another time. Fukasaku allowed. Gamamaru said that you were less than you were, but would be whole once again in time. The great toad sage said that? Naruto blinked as the threatening voice suddenly changed to one that was less vengeful and more hopeful. Your father's friend did indeed. Fukasaku said, and Naruto felt his mouth go dry as the Kyuubi appeared from the darkness, looming above them both. Tell me more. Well, Fukasaku said as they opened their eyes and found themselves back in the glade. While that could have gone better, it could very easily have gone worse. Thanks for adjusting the seal like that, Naruto remarked as he stretched. Being stuck in the dark like that isn't my idea of fun. I have no clue how the Kyuubi didn't go mad in there. Probably slept a lot. Fukasaku replied as he levered himself back onto his feet. Just remember, you control the link, for now. The Kyuubi's voice seemed to echo. I'll have to go through all those damned exercises again to get used to the new flow. Naruto griped as he tried to form a Rasengan, only for it to destabilize and evaporate. Damn it, that'll take weeks at the very least. Chapter 37, A Genin's Retraining. Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto half turned to look at the one who had asked the question. Hey, Hinata. Well, long story short, during my day with the toads, they taught me how to speak to my tenant. Bad news, my chakra got a boost from it, and as a result, my control's almost back to when we first met. Hinata activated her Byakugan, and winced slightly. There's more red chakra in your system than before. Yeah. Naruto sighed as he summoned several dozen clones who promptly started trying to water walk and tree walk. I'm going to be spending the next week or two just doing chakra control exercises. This is going to be a pain, especially since I don't want to risk cloning you until I get my control back up. Risk? Hinata asked, then her expression showed sudden understanding. Your tenant's chakra. You don't know how it'll react with your control problems. A loud crack interrupted her, and she stared at the toppling tree. Then her gaze switched to the embarrassed-looking clone sitting at the base of the newly formed stump. You need help, she concluded. I'll ask Dad if I can teach you a couple of the clan's exercises. The more exercises you know, the faster you can get your control back. Jiraiya, Hiruzen said as his student lounged on the windowsill. Sensei, Jiraiya replied, rubbing his shoulder and earning a quizzical eyebrow. Training with Pa and Ma Toad to improve my senjutsu. On the plus side, I only need one of them in order to go Sage in battle and my nose doesn't change as much. Heck, I can use Sage mode independently but only for about 3 minutes at the moment. Negative side, I still ache all over. Damned stick. Shame the monkeys don't have sages, not since Sun Wu vanished. Hiruzen mused. How soon before you're back to full ability? Well, before the finals, if that's what you're asking. Jiraiya replied. I won't really be able to teach Naruto for a while. Kid needs to get his chakra control back after learning how to talk to the fox. What? Yeah. I forgot to mention, Jiraiya said with an embarrassed shrug. Pa Toad took him to somewhere, and when they came back, he could talk to his tenant, and was getting chakra from it. And you didn't mention this before. Because? Hiruzen grumped, slowly lowering himself back down into his seat. Jiraiya shrugged again. Well, it's not like he's using the pure chakra of the fox, it's still mixing into his own system via the seal, hence his need to regain his chakra control. Hiruzen gave his student a long glare, then sighed. It's always something new with him, isn't it? Shikamaru paused, ignoring the frantic yowls of the demonic feline caught in his shadow. The sight that had caught his attention was a veritable sea of orange flowing around and up various trees, and either getting blasted off with explosions of chakra or slipping down as if the tree was suddenly made of ice. Got it! Choji declared, and Shikamaru released his shadow hold, his attention still on the teeming Narutos. Walking over, he tapped the closest one on the shoulder. Are you the original, or is he here? No. The clone replied. Boss went off to see Hayashi about something to do with regaining our chakra control. Damn it, one boost and we're back at square one. Shikamaru looked round at the training clones. I did some research into how Kage Bunshin work, he commented. Since Naruto uses so many of you clones in our exercises, I decided that I needed to learn their strengths and weaknesses. While reading the scroll under my father's gaze, I came across an interesting note about how the memory return phenomenon works, and I came up with a possible way of magnifying its effects. Naruto knelt in the Hyuga main branch dojo as Hayashi stood in front of him. Beside him, Hinata sat calmly, her presence reassuring even though she was remaining silent. So, Hayashi stated, as Hinata has explained, you have recently undergone a change in your chakra, thus requiring you to relearn your chakra control. Correct, Hayashi-dano? Naruto confirmed. And my daughter suggested that learning some of the Hyuga clan's secret techniques? Hinata said that should you allow me to learn the chakra control exercises that the Hyuga clan uses, my chakra control will return to its previous level a great deal sooner than I would be able to achieve otherwise. Naruto confirmed. However, any such decision must be taken by you. Should you choose to allow me to learn, I will willingly take an oath to never teach another the secret techniques in question. Hayashi nodded slowly. Actually, as soon as Hinata explained the problem to me, I decided that I would aid you myself in the times when I am not pursuing my other project. Naruto stared at Hayashi in shock while Hinata twitched slightly. Hayashi's lips twitched slightly in amusement, then he turned and walked to the front of the dojo. Picking up what looked like a bundle of metal sticks, tubes and plates, he returned to the middle of the dojo and began setting it up, aided by Hinata. Soon, a spindly-looking table was standing in the middle of the dojo. What is it? Naruto asked, joining Hinata and looking at the device in confusion. As you know, the Jukin, our fighting style, relies on highly focused chakra strikes. In order to achieve this, our clan had to learn how to expel chakra and focus it as precisely as possible. To that end, we developed a series of tools to aid us. This is the first, designed to aid in teaching how to expel precise amounts of chakra. Daughter? Hinata placed her hands on two marked points and activated her Byakugan. Then the innermost rod rose from the tube that was holding it, halting halfway up. A few seconds later, the 6 rods surrounding it rose to half of the height of the first rod, then the outermost ring rose to half the height of the previous ring, then all of the rods sank back down. Your chakra capacity has indeed increased, daughter. Hayashi noted approvingly as Hinata stepped back, then he placed his hands on the marked points. Naruto watched as the center rod rose almost to its full height with the surrounding rods rising and falling in a near-hypnotic fashion before they retracted once more. Power raises the rods, control over the amount of power lets you move them. As you saw, with enough practice and discipline, the rods can be controlled individually. Have a try. Just channel a small amount of chakra to start with. Naruto stepped up and slowly placed his hands on the indentations. Taking a calming breath, he reached inside for the smallest amount of chakra he could and pushed it into the device, only for the flow of chakra to suddenly spike. Whoosh! Twioioioioing. Ah! Oops! Hinata and Hayashi both stared at the ceiling, where the central rod had embedded itself for half of its length in the central beam. Ahahahaha. Sorry, you really do have a problem with your chakra control, don't you? Hayashi finally managed. Perhaps we should try this in the old gazebo? Hinata suggested. Perhaps we should. Hayashi agreed. Perhaps we should. Well, that was interesting. Hinata giggled as she and Naruto walked down the narrow path. At least your father was understanding. Naruto sighed. Although if I keep it up, it's going to cost me a great deal to keep repairing the gazebos. Still cheaper than paying to rebuild the dojo, though. Hinata's giggles turned into musical laughter, and Naruto smiled at her, while he wrapped an arm around her shoulders in order to prevent her stumbling. Once I get my control back enough to do the Hiraishin again, I'll bring Tazuna over and pay him to build a new gazebo for your clan. Naruto said as Hinata managed to bring herself under control again. I'm sure you'll do better tomorrow. Hinata smiled. I hope so. Naruto sighed. What the? Hayashi stopped as he heard the cut-off exclamation, then turned round and hurried to where the speaker was stood, staring upwards in shock. Tusan, Hayashi. The elder replied almost absently. What happened? I do not recall those holes being there before. Hayashi looked up at the multiple holes that marked the support beams or actually penetrated through the wooden roofing, the result of a chakra control exercise, he said in explanation. However, there are fewer holes than I expected. His control must have improved significantly. What? What sort of exercise causes this? Hayashi motioned to the rod and tube device stood in the corner of the gazebo, and the elder stared at it disbelievingly. Whew! Impressive. Hayashi allowed as he watched the rods slowly rise and fall. Less than a week to attain this level of control. Using dozens of clones to water and tree walk every moment of the day helped, Naruto admitted. Shikamaru's concept of stagger dispelling made all the difference. Hayashi raised a quizzical eyebrow and Hinata quickly explained. If a clone is dispelled, Naruto gets its memories. But if a clone dispels itself, its memories are received by all of the other clones as well. Shikamaru worked it out a while back during one of Naruto's missions to help train Team 10, and when he found out that Naruto was having trouble with his chakra control, he exchanged his knowledge for a couple of favors to be held until he claims them. I had my clones practicing the Rasengan again, Naruto added. At first, they kept destabilizing, but I can do it again now. As soon as I manage a couple of test-duration jumps, I'll be ready to do that as well. Your chakra has smoothed out, Hinata noted, deactivating her Byakugan. There aren't any red blobs in it anymore. True, although the actual shade of color has changed slightly. Hayashi agreed, deactivating his own Byakugan as he spoke. Maybe we can start using clones again, Hinata suggested hopefully. By training with them, I was finally getting better in Juken. That reminds me, Hayashi said. I took the liberty of speaking to Mato Guy after Neji mentioned that Guy had corrected one of his stances recently. He has seen you practice, and he says that the standard Juken is not optimal for you, given how you move. I have tasked one of my aides with searching the archive for the variant that your mother used, the version known as Juho. Hayashi stopped speaking as Hinata threw herself at him, hugging him tightly before suddenly releasing him and stepping back, blushing furiously. My apologies, Hayashi-sama, Naruto said quickly, earning a confused stare from the Hyuga clan head. The clone practice technique has, amongst its other effects, a tendency to cause Hinata and myself to occasionally respond as the other would. That was my standard happy hug. It's a side effect that we hadn't really considered a problem. Until now, it was unexpected, Hayashi agreed. But I feel no need to take issue with it. Hinata sagged in relief. Nice, Jiraiya said as he examined the swirling sphere of chakra in Naruto's hand. I'd say you'd managed to get your chakra control back to where it should be. I've got my Hiraishin working again, Naruto agreed. Just in time, too. I've got a load of messenger missions waiting for me. Happens when you're faster than even the best messenger birds. Jiraiya chuckled. Fortunately, the three who taught you have been picking up some of the slack. You know, Naruto mused, if I give Hinata a couple of clones to work with, she could help out as well. And what happens if one of the clones is popped? Jiraiya countered. Until she has enough chakra to create 2 clones on her own and be able to make a jump, she'd be technically at risk every time she did one of the relay missions. I guess you're right, Naruto sighed. It's just, I know, kid, Jiraiya agreed softly. You want everyone else to know just how awesome she really is and how lucky you are that she wants you. Naruto gave the older man a questioning look, and the Toad Sage gave a lopsided smile in return. You're not the first person to fall hopelessly in love, you know. Let me tell you of my old teammate Sunade. I had a crush on her for years, but when she became engaged, I swore that I wouldn't do a thing that could stop her being happy. Chapter 38. Research of a Genin. Hey sis! Wake up. Hinata was jolted out of her pleasant dreams in which she was snuggled up to Naruto in the middle of a field of flowers, awakened by the impact of her sister landing on her bed. Hanabi? What are you? Hinata, you may wish to get up, Hayashi said from the doorway. Naruto has inquired as to whether you will be able to aid him in a mission today. I think so. Hinata yawned, fighting to shake off the last vestiges of sleep. When does Naruto-kun want me? All the time. Hanabi sighed. What? Have you watched him whenever he has to say goodbye? It's like watching a kicked puppy. Both Hayashi and Hinata stared at Hanabi, who blushed slightly under their combined attention. I was talking to Kiba, she muttered. His dog's really cute. He loves to have his belly rubbed and it's really soft. I mean Akamaru, not Kiba. Akamaru loves to have his belly rubbed. Hinata started giggling as her sister tried to justify herself, and Hanabi stopped talking, choosing instead to stamp her foot and glare at her older sibling. Stop laughing at me. Naruto, Hinata! Naruto grinned back. Glad you could make it. I have a mission to wave today, and I wondered if you'd like to join in. You know, get another C rank on your record? Hinata smiled. That would be nice. I'm not studying under Ebisu-sensei today, and my training with my normal team isn't until tomorrow. Then I'm cheering for Kiba and Shino on the day after. What's the mission? Bringing Tazuna's family over. Naruto replied. By the way, how's everyone enjoying the new gazebo? It's become the place to find the elders. Hinata giggled. Tazuna-san and his men did a very good job with it. We did a super job. Tazuna's voice interjected, and Hinata turned to face the new arrival. You did indeed, Tazuna-sama, she said with a bow, and the old man laughed. Hinata-san. Naruto nodded back at the builder, then summoned a clone. All right. Hinata, Tsunami and Inari should be packed by now, so we simply jump over there, then we bring them back. I'm ready. Hinata stated as she reached out to take the hands of Naruto and his clone. Tazuna watched them vanish, then leaned back against the tree to wait. How long will they be? Aye. Tazuna yelped, clutching at his chest. Damn it! I'm an old man. You trying to give me a heart attack? My apologies. Inoichi replied contritely as he stepped out from behind the tree. My wife sent me to make sure that your daughter and grandson didn't get lost. Tazuna nodded, still breathing deeply as he recovered from the shock. Right. Okay. Just. Please don't do that again. I'm a shinobi. Inoichi chuckled. I can't help it, ruddy shinobi. Tazuna grumbled, and Inoichi's chuckles intensified, earning an irritated glare. Yeah? Laugh it up, you're not the one on the verge of heart failure. Inoichi opened his mouth to answer when a double flash of light marked Naruto and Hinata's return, along with 4 clones and 2 very familiar people. Hey, Gramps! Inari shouted, ducking under Naruto's arm as he dashed across. Hey, Uncle Inoichi! I managed to do the leaf exercise for 5 minutes. Well done, Inoichi said with a smile. You are making very good progress. Inari grinned even as his mother joined him. Hello, Inoichi-san. She smiled. Thank you for offering to house us for the finals. Ayaka would have it no other way. Inoichi shrugged, his eyes crinkled in amusement. Where's Inonizan? Inari asked curiously. I thought she'd be here to say hello, training with her team. Inoichi replied. But she should be finished before tea, so you can surprise her then. Cool. Inari laughed. Tazuna, Inoichi, if you will sign? Naruto interjected as he extended a clipboard, and Inoichi nodded. Of course. Pay attention, Inari. This is one of the differences between an elite genin like Hinata or Ino and an independent genin like Naruto. Naruto needs to get his customers to sign directly so that he can get paid, whereas those on a team can leave it to their jonin sensei while learning other stuff. In other words, in order to learn enough to get promoted fast and high, being on a team really helps. Naruto supplied. I lucked out by finding people willing to teach me for very little money, or even free, but that rarely happens for independent genin. We generally have to rely on scroll learning or trying to teach ourselves, since hiring Chunin or Jonin to teach us can be very expensive. That's why so few of us ever get good enough to be promoted. Inari frowned as he considered what Naruto had said. That doesn't seem fair. But any Chunin or Jonin who started as an independent genin is generally considered to be better, since they didn't get the shortcuts that being on a team provides. Inoichi said as he handed the clipboard to Tazuna for him to sign. In addition, should a team lose a member, the replacement is usually drawn from the ranks of the independent genin in order to ensure that the newcomer is at least trained in the basics rather than being simply fresh from the academy. Kanai fodder. Quite often, the newcomer is actually better trained in the basics than the team simply because they have so much more practice using them in actual missions. Cool. Inari breathed. Hey, where'd they go, ninja? Tazuna sighed, glancing at his now empty hand. They can't help it, ruddy ninja. Inoichi agreed, earning a look from Tazuna. That was fun. Hinata smiled as she followed Naruto in sneaking away. Just got to cash this in, then is there anything that you want to do with me? Naruto asked even as he sealed the clipboard into a storage seal on his belt. Fortunately for Hinata, Naruto was concentrating on getting the clipboard into the correct seal, so he missed Hinata's brief, albeit rather intense blush. Hinata managed to refocus as Naruto finished his task. Well, perhaps we could try to go through your father's scroll again, she suggested. Maybe we can work out exactly what we're missing when it comes to trying to make your father's technique work properly? Good idea. Naruto agreed as he summoned a clone which saluted and dispelled. Okay, my clones will have things prepared for us by the time we get there. Sounds good to me. Hinata agreed, using Naruto's distraction to wrap his arm around her and lean her head on his shoulder. Naruto blinked for a moment, then tilted his head slightly so that his cheek was pressed against the crown of her head. "Hey, lovebirds!" A voice called and both genin looked round to see Team 7's genin smirking at them while from behind the trio Kakashi gave them an eye smile. "Hi," Naruto managed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't two of you be, well, training? The final takes place the day after tomorrow. Well, we make sure to have at least one team training session a week. Kakashi shrugged. I like to keep track of how my cute little genin are doing. Naruto managed not to smile at Kakashi's description, although the look of annoyance on Sasuke's face and the way Sakura rolled her eyes made it harder. Are you getting a mission? Sakura asked, and Hinata shook her head. Naruto-kun and I have just done one. D-ranks. Tobio grumped, rolling his eyes. Well, if we don't see you before the finals, good luck. Naruto said as a clone formed behind him. Hinata, good luck. Hinata called as she took Naruto's hand as well as the hand offered to her by Naruto's clone. Then they moved, the world blinking round them and reforming into Naruto's living area. Lunch is almost ready, called the clone in behind the kitchen counter. You lay the table and I'll get the scroll for after? Naruto suggested, and Hinata nodded as she walked round the end of the counter to open the cutlery drawer. What does this part mean? Hinata asked as she pointed at the scrolls spread on the dining table. HM? Oh, that's one of the chakra pulse dissipators for the location tags, Naruto said. The others are here, 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 and here. They all look different. Hinata noted and Naruto nodded. As you can see, this one's right-on, judging by symbol in the middle, the one you pointed to is sway-ton, this one's in? Huh. Didn't realize in was an element. I wonder what elements your father used. Hinata asked. He started as a wind type, but branched out into using fire and lightning by the time he made Chunin. Jiraiya replied from where he was lounging on the couch, causing both genin to jolt in shock. Damn it, pervy sage! Naruto half shouted. Don't do that to us, Jiraiya chuckled as he rose from the sofa and strolled over to them. Sorry, but you needed to learn never to get so absorbed in your work that you forget to keep a lookout. If it helps, I was only there for a few seconds before I replied to your query. Besides, your dad gave me permission to pop in whenever I wanted. From now on, please knock. Hinata requested, and Jiraiya nodded. Okay. Anything to avoid having that kawaii no jutsu directed at me again. He agreed and Hinata blushed slightly. So, let me have a look to refresh my memory. The genin moved to let Jiraiya examine the scroll, then he nodded. Yep, I thought so. Thought what? Naruto asked curiously. Well, you know I'm a seal master, right? Jiraiya asked and both genin nodded. All I really did was start Minato off, then he blazed his own trail, although Kushina helped him with some of it. He managed to fuse the Uzumaki and the Konoha sealing styles together, creating something that even I had difficulty with. This was his masterwork. I only understand some of it. Things like this bit still flummox me. That's a modified summoning seal with the dimensional axis replaced with a variable vector linear translocation, Naruto said, then he looked up to meet Jiraiya's shocked gaze. What? I've studied really hard to stop sounding like the idiot I was before Hinata started teaching MMMPH? Jiraiya barely managed not to snigger as Hinata grabbed Naruto and gave him a long kiss. Wow. What was? I warned you about calling yourself an idiot. Hinata smiled. Wow. Naruto breathed. I have to thank Kiba. What? Jiraiya asked in confusion. Kiba looked around curiously. What is it? Some asked and Kiba shrugged. Not sure. I just felt amused satisfaction? Some looked at her son, then shrugged. They're your emotions, not mine. Now, show me the Getsuga again. You need to get the revolutions higher. Wow. Naruto said again. That was. I felt like I was just floating. Like light. Hey. That's it. Thanks, Hinata, I get it now. And for those of us who weren't on the receiving end of a kiss by the Hyuga princess? Jiraiya prompted, only for Naruto to ignore him as he grabbed a pen and started scribbling notes. Is it this annoying when I do that? Jiraiya asked Hinata, motioning to where Naruto had flipped over one page and was writing even more notes. Yep. Hinata chirped as she moved closer to her fiancé. What caused this? Hiruzen asked, looking at the corpse of one of Konoha's greatest kenjutsu specialists. From the sharpness of the cut, we believe it to have been a wind blade, the medical technician reported. From the marks on his sword, he tried to fight, but his blade got caught in some sort of armor. Hiruzen inspected the proffered blade, noting the location of the scuffing. He was using the dance of the crescent moon. He finally deduced. That's the only attack that would leave marks at that particular point of the blade and at that angle. He was trying for a decapitation strike. And it was blocked. For him to have been struck down in turn. Probably Orochimaru. But who was he disguised as this time? I want ANBU to interview all the Jonin and hurry. The Kazekage is arriving tomorrow, and if we can find Orochimaru before then. Several blurs marked the departure of ANBU operatives, heading to where the non-Konoha Jonin were staying while other shinobi raced to the private homes of Konoha's team leaders and specialists. Baki slumped in relief after the ANBU vanished out of the window. Konoha thought that the swordsman had been killed by the snake Sannin, although considering that Suna had allied itself with him for the upcoming invasion, the conclusion actually wasn't all that far from the truth. Chapter 39, A Genin Guard. Lord Hokage. Naruto said, standing at attention. You are asking a genin to be your guard for today? The veiled man asked curiously and Hiruzen smirked. I am. Naruto is one of the most skilled genin of his generation. Having him as one of my guards will help to overcome any setbacks caused by him not being on a team. Why isn't he on a team? The guest asked. My apologies, it probably is none of my business, but I admit to curiosity. Naruto chose a different path. Hiruzen smiled. One that uniquely suited his talents. And he will use one of those to help us make an entrance. Naruto, there's a tag in the Hokage box of the stadium. Naruto closed his eyes and let his senses spread out, using his experience to locate all of the tags relative to himself. One of them was in a different place to where it had been, and he nodded as he fixed its location in his mind. Got it. Then leave enough clones to transport the Kazekage, his 2 guards, myself and 1 guard outside the office and rejoin us to jump us to the box when I give the signal. Naruto bowed and backed out of the office as the Kazekage turned to look at Hiruzen. So, what path did? The question was cut off by the closing door, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief before creating a score of clones. You know what to do, he said, then he pointed at one of them. You're on messenger duty. Dispel once you get the orders. You got it, boss. The clone said, then he smiled. Going to see Hinata? Not today. Naruto sighed. She's going with her family and... Why am I telling you this? You should know it too. The clone smirked, and Naruto shook his head. I need some ramen. I wonder who the other guard is going to be, father. Asuma bowed and the Kazekage glanced at Hiruzen. My intelligence may be wrong, but does your son not have his own team to lead? Hiruzen nodded for Asuma to respond. My students will be watching the matches with their clans and, in the Yamanaka clan's case at least, their guests. As a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, I have experience in the role my father has asked me to assume for the finals. May I ask who the other guard will be? Naruto. Hiruzen smirked, and Asuma blinked in thought before smiling. Very clever, father, and it certainly explains the blonde mob in the outer office. I thought so. Hiruzen smirked. And yes, it certainly does. Naruto paused in the middle of eating a bowl of ramen and looked round suspiciously. Something wrong with the ramen? Tochi asked from behind the counter, and Naruto turned his attention back to the steaming bowl of noodly goodness on the counter in front of him. The ramen's great, Tochijiji. Naruto grinned, then he looked round again. It just felt like someone was talking about me. You're famous now. Tochi grinned. Of course they talk about you. And I think it's time. Hiruzen commented. Asuma, if you'll pass the word? Asuma nodded and stepped to the office door. Opening it, he leaned through for a moment, then stepped back with a slight smile as a flash of light leaked through. A veritable horde of Naruto's clones followed him in as Hiruzen moved to the middle of the office, the Kazekage and his guards following his example. We're ready, sir. Naruto said from his position behind and to the right of Hiruzen even as the clones finished taking up their positions. Then do it. Hiruzen commanded and the office was briefly illuminated by a golden flash. Wow! Inari whispered as he looked around the large stadium. This place is huge. Yep. Ino sighed, looking at the large arena floor. Hey, you'll get to fight there next time. Inari said reassuringly, earning a smile from Ino. This could be troublesome. Shikamaru sighed as he settled down in front of them and accepted a bag of crisps from Choji. 9 matches to watch and the 5th. I heard about what Gaara did. Going up against a Jinchuriki. Even after all the research I've done, the only way I'd be willing to go up against a Jinchuriki is if I've learned Fuinjutsu to the level of Jiraiya or the Yondaime. You're getting very good with the ceiling scrolls and your shadow explosion is pretty cool. When you can get it to work, that is. Choji commented before taking another bite out of his crisp and Ino frowned. Shika, my son is learning to combine Fuinjutsu with our shadow manipulation, Shikaka said from nearby. Although he has only been studying since the 2nd stage, he has made quite a bit of progress. At long last, we have enough ceiling scrolls to meet our needs without having to purchase them. It currently takes about an hour to do a scroll. Shikamaru shrugged. But in exchange, My clans arranged few ninjutsu lessons to help me get better. Choji gave his friend a long look, then he sighed. Looks like I need to learn something new if I'm to keep up with you. Just my clan techniques won't really cut it, will they? They worked for me. Chuza shrugged, then he glanced at his son. But as the new generation Ino Shikacho, you do need something to help you differentiate yourself from. What was that? A golden flash of light from the Kage box caused everyone to look at where the Hokage and the Kazekage had appeared. I am just so pumped. Kiba exulted as he stood at the edge of the contestants' platform, one hand gripping the railing as he looked at the crowd. Yeah. All these people here to see us prove we're worthy of being Chunin. Calm down. Sasuke commanded as he stepped up and glanced around. You're not the only one here to prove themselves. From the corner of the box, Tsuchikin briefly sneered at them, then looked at the audience, a slight frown on her face. Where are they? She whispered and Temari glanced over. Who? My team. Kin snapped. My idiot teammates aren't here. They should be over there, but there's no sign of them, probably jealous. Temari shrugged as she returned to polishing her fan. Kankuro's been grousing over having to forfeit rather than go up against an Abirame for the last month. He even considered sitting it in a sulk-out, but Baki-sensei dragged him along. Must be nice to have teammates you can trust. Kin sighed, earning an odd look from Temari. He's my brother. As is Gaara. Unfortunately, Kin glanced across at the red-haired boy in the opposite corner and shuddered. I saw what he did in the preliminaries. She half-whispered. Is he normally like that? Unfortunate. What the? Temari's reply was cut short by a flash of light in the Kage booth, a flash that announced the arrival of the two Kages and their guards. Neji's going to win, Hanabi declared as she accepted a drink from her older sister. I don't know. Hinata mused, earning a curious look from both her father and sister. His first match is against an ice user, and our style relies on having a solid footing, a valid point. Hayashi agreed, causing his youngest daughter to stare at him disbelievingly. While the Jukin is indeed virtually unbeatable in normal circumstances, those who choose to use different techniques that do not allow us to engage in taijutsu may claim victory. As Hanabi frowned, Hinata fought down the urge to snicker. You tried out one of Naruto-kun's trap courses, didn't you? I was curious as to why Neji was grumbling and reading that book by Uchiha Madara. Hayashi admitted with a slight wince as he remembered the events in question. Fortunately, he went easy on me, so that's why you started insisting on everyone learning at least the basics of traps. Hinata exclaimed in realization, then she smiled. You know, if Naruto's not around, Ino's turning into quite a trap mistress. Hayashi glanced at the section reserved for the Nara, Akamichi and Yamanaka clans, plus their guests, then his attention was caught by the flash of light from the previously empty Kage box. Still can't believe that I was meant to go up against an Abirame. Kankuro groused, then he flinched as Baki slapped the package on his back. You've had a month to get over it. Baki snapped. Now stop whinging and remember why we're here. Yeah? Kankuro grumbled. I'm ready. Good. Baki growled, then he turned his attention to the distant platform where the genin competitors were standing. The hell? Kankuro gasped and Baki followed his gaze to the Kage's box. Where did they come from? I thought that you would show up late, my eternal rival. Guy noted as Kakashi sat down near him. Maybe in another life where I wasn't forced to confront what I had become. Kakashi admitted. As much as I hate to admit it, having Naruto walk from my test was probably the best thing that could have happened to me. You have regained quite a bit of your youthfulness. Guy admitted. And I see that you have taken a page from my training techniques. What do you mean, Guy-sensei? Rock Lee asked curiously, leaning forwards to look around at the white-haired jonin. I mean that Sasuke is wearing weights to increase his speed. Guy explained. I do not believe that they are anywhere near your youthful aids, but he is wearing them on his wrists and ankles. Looks like the Hokages arrived. Kakashi interjected. Go, Gramps! Konohamaru shouted from where he was sat beside Lee, and Kakashi stared in horror at the sight of the Hokage's grandson and his two friends clad in green unitards with orange legwarmers. That was certainly unusual. And what happened to all the clones? The Kazekage commented as he made his way to the padded seat set up for him. You get used to it. Hiruzen replied as he lowered himself into his own chair. As for the clones, the way the Hiraishin works means that they dispel as the jump is completed. Using clones to move someone via Hiraishin imposes a chakra cost of 3 Kage Bunshin for each person moved. So not something that can be used to transport any significant numbers into battle. A single shinobi can be significant in the right circumstances. Hiruzen countered. And 2 of them, if unexpected, can easily turn the tide of a confrontation. I had heard that you and another had driven off the Nukenin Orochimaru. The Kazekage acknowledged, and behind them, Naruto briefly smirked before a glance from Asuma quelled him. Isn't that your sensei in the Kage box? Inari asked curiously and Ino nodded. Yep. You remember that I told you he's the Hokage's son? At Inari's nod, Ino continued her explanation. Asuma-sensei explained that since we were going to sit with our clans for this, he was doing something similar, going with his father. His nephew, Konohamaru, wanted to go with his role model, Rock Lee. That's them over there, Lee, his sensei guy, Konohamaru and his two friends. The line of unfashionable green. Inari fought down an incredulous laugh as he spotted the 5 green spandex-clad people. Then it is time to begin, Hiruzen said as he rose from his seat. The crowd went almost silent as he stepped forwards to the edge of the box, where the inlaid seals would pick up and amplify his voice. A glance across the arena showed that the contestants had left the platform and were filing out into the middle of the arena, under the instruction of Shiranu Ginma, the proctor for the fights who had been appointed after Hayate's death. Once the genin were in a line, Hiruzen began speaking. Honored guests, fellow shinobi, ladies, gentlemen. Did I miss anyone out? A susurration of chuckles sounded and Hiruzen waited for silence to fall once more before continuing. You see before you 10 genin who have made their way through tests, competitions and obstacles that have stopped almost 200 others in their tracks. These 10 are the ones who made it to this stage, who proved their right to try for promotion. Here today, before us all, they will show us why they should be promoted. They will demonstrate their skills and abilities. They will each represent their village as well as they can, but the fact that they are here now is already proof that they are the best. A roar of cheering erupted from the stands as several of the genin in the arena waved at the crowds and Hiruzen stood back, nodding to his son to take over. Asuma stepped forwards, glancing at the line, then he spoke. From left to right we have Gaara of the desert, Temari of Suna, Tsuchikin of Oto, Hiruno Sakura of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha, Yuki Haku of Mizu, Higurashi Tenten of Konoha, Inazuka Kiba of Konoha, Aburame Shino of Konoha, and Hyuga Neji of Konoha. The introductions done, Asuma stepped back and Hiruzen stepped forwards once more. Let the finals begin. Chapter 40. The finals commence. Hiruzen stepped forwards to the edge of the box and looked out at the expectant crowd. Let the finals begin. Dramatic much? Asuma whispered, modulating his voice low enough that only Hiruzen could hear it. Naruto choked down a chuckle and Asuma gave him a curious look. Kiba taught me how to enhance my hearing, Naruto whispered. He traded it for extra meat. Ah, listen up, my name is Shiranu Ginma and I am the proctor for the final stage. The man standing in front of the genin stated. This means that you will obey my orders. If I tell you to fight, you will fight. If I tell you to stop, you will. Should you disobey, I am permitted to use anything up to and including lethal force to stop you. I don't want to do that, because of the paperwork it causes, so don't force me to. His glare traveled along the line of genin, then he held up a piece of paper. The first match will be between Higurashi Tenten and Uchiha Sasuke. The rest of you, return to the waiting area. Sakura paused long enough to wish Sasuke good luck, as she followed the others to the staircase leading up to where they would wait for their own matches. Sasuke nodded at her, then turned his attention to Tenten while running through a couple of stretches, using his movements to covertly run through a set of 5 seals. A slight upwards twitch at the corner of Gunma's mouth showed that he had caught the preparation and approved. Take your positions. Sasuke stepped backwards, opening the range, and Tenten smirked as her hands suddenly filled with kunai. Gunma glanced at the shining blades and sidled backwards. Begin! Tenten's hands blurred and the kunai slammed into Sasuke's thighs and shoulders, throwing him backwards in a spray of blood. The Uchiha hit the ground, and a brief cloud of chakra smoke covered him before dissipating to reveal the kunai jammed into a log. Fast! The Kazekage whispered, leaning forwards. No hand seals? He did them during the warm-up. Hiruzen chuckled. It would seem he learned about preparation from that young girl from Oto, and what she did in the preliminaries. Tenten spun to face the small copse of trees on one side of the arena and growled. You can't hide forever. A glint was her only warning, but it was enough to let her launch a dozen shuriken which collided with the ones arcing towards her, knocking them down so that they clattered harmlessly on the ground. A fireball was next, launched by a figure that appeared briefly on the left of the trees, and Tenten simply dashed to her right, letting the ball of fire race harmlessly past her even as she fired a salvo of kunai back. Interesting, Guy mused. Although trying to take Tenten on in a shuriken jutsu duel is usually a losing proposition, Sasuke is using the trees as a shield, reducing his need to defend himself and thus letting him concentrate on offense. But Tenten-chan retains mobility. Lee added. Truly, this is a fascinating battle. Tenten blinked as a score of kunai suddenly arced up out of the trees and descended towards her, kunai that suddenly multiplied almost 100-fold, casting a shadow as they descended. Your kunai may block out the sun, she shouted as she unsealed a 7-foot-wide Fuma shuriken which she whirled rapidly above her head, but I can still fight in the shade. The fallen kunai met the whirling shuriken and were sent flying away from the kunoichi, many of them dispelling as they arced away or hit the ground. Slowing the spin of the shuriken, Tenten paused while holding it to one side, eyes measuring the distance and bearing to the launch point of the kunai barrage. Then she spun it with both hands before launching it at the trees. Even as the flying blade howled towards its target, a second wave of kunai was launched, once again multiplying in the air. Shit! Tenten cursed as she sprinted sideways to get out of the area targeted by the kunai. Shit! Sasuke cursed as he hurled himself into a small depression in the ground, allowing the giant shuriken to pass harmlessly a mere handspan above him. Then he rolled sideways to avoid the toppling tree that threatened to crush him. Leaping to his feet, his eyes widened and he dived behind a fallen tree just in time to avoid the veritable horizontal hail of kunai that Tenten had launched back at him. There you are! Tenten growled as she unsealed another dozen kunai, this time with tags on them. Pausing just long enough to activate the tags, she spun and hurled them into a trajectory that would cause them to hit around the area where she had spotted Sasuke sheltering. Explosive tags! Sasuke yelped, his red eyes letting him see every detail of the smoking papers attached to the kunai. I hope that this works. The wave of explosions sent branches and splinters flying as Tenten prepared a second salvo. As the debris crashed to the ground, Tenten squinted to see through the smoke. A glint caught her eye and she frowned as she realized that she was looking at a log deeply impaled with kunai. Gotcha! Tenten froze as a sharp blade came to rest on her jugular. Fighting the urge to swallow, she opened her hands and let the kunais drop to the ground to mark her surrender. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Genma announced as the audience broke out in cheers and applause. Interesting tactic. The Kazekage mused. Using the log that he had switched with at the start to get behind her in order to claim victory. Naruto smirked in recognition of the technique Sasuke had used. Damn it. Tenten sighed as Sasuke removed the kunai from her throat. That was sneaky. And how did you launch all those kunai at me? Sasuke nodded to the fallen trees and the severely damaged kunai launcher poking up from a tangle of branches. I had another 3 which I unsealed but didn't have a chance to actually set up. I had intended to use them on timers to make you think I was still there while I did the switch and crept up behind you, but that huge blade of yours forced me to change my plan. Tenten nodded then paused. Weren't you wearing wristbands when we started? My weights are in there somewhere. Sasuke sighed, pointing at the tangle of scorched branches. I may have to hire Naruto and his clones to help me get them back. They have sentimental value. Tenten looked round at the cheering crowds and sighed. Damn it. I thought I had you, you know. For a moment, I thought you did as well. Sasuke admitted ruefully as he started towards the stairway. Who came up with that technique anyway? Tenten asked. Naruto. Sasuke shrugged. He pulled it on Shikamaru's team once, and Shika's been trying to create a counter ever since. The pair moved aside to let Kiba and Akamaru run past, then Sasuke reached out to stop Sakura. You can beat him, he said quietly. If you can't trust yourself on that, trust me. Thanks, Sasuke. Sakura smiled as he released her shoulder to allow her to continue towards the arena floor. Sasuke watched her vanish round the corner, then turned back to find Tenten giving him a considering look. What? Buoyed by the words of encouragement from Sasuke, Sakura almost floated across the arena floor, coming to a stop in front of the proctor. Inazuka Kiba Akamaru, are you ready? Genma asked and both boy and dog nodded eagerly. Haruno Sakura, are you ready? Sakura inhaled deeply, then made a show of pulling her combat gloves out of her belt, pulling them on and settling them into position before answering. I'm ready, Proctor-san, she said, carefully channeling chakra into her muscles and bones, a trick she had only realized that she could do during the preliminaries and which she had concentrated on fiercely after Jiraiya explained how Sunade had attained her super strength. Then, begin! Sakura leapt sideways, hurling a kunai between Kiba and Akamaru in order to try and get them to separate. To her shock, the kunai speared the food pill that Kiba had flung at Akamaru, carrying it over a dozen meters away from the astonished genin. The hell? Tenten gasped. I thought I was the only one who could make shots like that. Sakura skidded to a stop by the fallen trees and grabbed one, channeling the chakra through herself to give her half a second of enhanced strength, as she twisted almost explosively. Okay, that's 2 people I'm never peeping on. Jiraiya whimpered. Kiba's eyes widened as he dived out of the way of the descending tree trunk, dodging it by mere inches. Rolling to his feet, he let out a high-pitched scream at the sight of 3 more arcing through the air towards him, then he spun round and sprinted away, leaving small gouges in the ground through the sheer force of his acceleration. A panic yelping announced that Akamaru had joined him and Kiba fumbled in his pocket for another food pill, only to spill them as another shattered tree slammed down just beside him. His panicked fingers managed to find the last pill in the pouch and he tossed it to Akamaru, who snapped it out of the air. Sakura paused and took several deep breaths as she fought to bring her chakra back under control. Although she had been able to deliver a couple of punches or throw a boulder or two without any real problem, keeping up a sustained barrage was on an entirely new level of difficulty. Shikyaku no Jutsu. Jijin Bunshin. Oh crap. Sakura muttered as she heard the names of two techniques that she had seen Kiba use during the preliminaries. Then from behind one of the trees that she had thrown, two Kibas sprinted out in opposite directions on all fours, arcing round to flank her. Damn it. She growled as she took in their courses. Only one throw before they get in my range. Yeah. Sending a large tree spiraling through the air at the Kiba on the left, Sakura spun round to face the other and punched the ground as hard as she could. The chakra-infused punch shattered the ground, flinging large fragments into the air and knocking her attacker off course so that he sailed past a dozen feet above her head. Yep. Definitely no peeking. Sakura hopped across the shattered area, putting it between herself and her adversaries, then pulled out a soldier pill and snapped it in half. Swallowing half of it to replenish the chakra she had expended on her strength technique, she put the other half back in her medical pouch even as she looked round to try and locate Kiba and Akamaru. That didn't work. Kiba grumbled as he braced himself, then slammed his shoulder against a fallen tree to pop it back into its socket. Greyrararg. Damn, that hurt. Okay, it'll have to hold for now, but we need to end this quick. No choice. To break through her defense, we need to go Fang over Fang, and if that fails, we pull out the big technique. You ready? Sakura raised an eyebrow as both Kibas emerged and sprinted towards her. Idiots. She laughed in relief as she threw another fallen tree at them, only to see something that shattered both the tree and her expectation of victory. Gutsuga. Kiba howled as he gathered chakra around himself even as he started spinning, using the chakra and his claws to turn himself into a flying drill, while Akamaru did the same. Around them, the world seemed to vanish in a spinning blur that was punctuated by a rain of splinters, and Kiba closed his eyes, concentrating on homing in on the shampoo that Sakura used. Shit! Shit! Sakura screamed as she frantically dodged the first flying drill that had destroyed the thrown tree. Then she managed to do a backflip that she knew she'd never be able to duplicate again as she avoided the second attack, only to see the first one curving sharply around to try and strike her again. Rather than try to run away, Sakura sprinted towards the incoming drill, diving into a roll at the last instant so that it passed over her, then continuing the roll to get back on her feet and run like hell. Nice one. Inuzuka Hana said approvingly. But how are you homing in on her, little bro? You didn't have Akamaru use dynamic marking. He has her scent, or she has a strong scent already on her. Sim deduced from beside her. But his rotation is irregular. He's hurt left arm. He needs to end this fast or stop, and use what I taught him. Sakura skidded to a stop by one of the lighter trees that she had thrown, and her eyes widened at the sight of the hollow trunk. For an instant, she considered simply hiding in it, but the memory of the tree exploding as Kiba slashed through it convinced her that it would be futile. However, since they were coming in almost on opposing vectors, Kiba could smell the shampoo getting stronger when suddenly the air around him was replaced by wood, causing him to bark his knuckles and feet. Then a massive impact slammed through his technique and he knew no more. Sakura put down the log and peered into it. It had been a technique of desperation, using it to guide Kiba and Akamaru into a head-on collision, but the two still-breathing bodies inside the hollow trunk told her that it had worked. Winner, Harino Sakura. Ginma said as he looked into the trunk from the other end, and Sakura dropped to her hands and knees, then rolled onto her back as her adrenaline boost gave out. Chapter 41. The finals continue. That was certainly an interesting match. The Kazekage noted as he settled back into his chair. It would seem that you have a potential second Sunade there, perhaps. Hiruzen smiled, then he paused. I see your daughter has a flair for the dramatic. Ginma looked up as a shadow briefly blocked out the sun. His gaze locked on to the giant fan on which Temari was perched, then the Suna Kunoichi rolled off it, closing the fan in the same instant as she dropped 10 feet to the ground. A few seconds later, her adversary appeared from the stairwell and calmly strode across the arena, bells chiming on her belt, before coming to a stop in front of Ginma. So you both know the rules, Ginma stated, earning a pair of nods. Good. Temari of Suna versus Tsuchikin of Oto. Begin. Both shinobi remained motionless for a moment, then Temari snapped her hands into a seal. Kai! The pulse of chakra caused the Oto Kunoichi to ripple out of existence, and revealed her trying to sneak to the fallen trees. There you are! Temari growled, swinging her fan to send a blast of cutting wind at Kin, who responded by diving over one of the fallen trunks, allowing it to take the brunt of the attack. Splinters briefly filled the air, and Temari took advantage of the pause to leap into the air, buoyed on her fan by a rising column of air. Can she attack without her fan? Hiruzen asked curiously. Yes, but her strongest attacks are her wind techniques, the Kazekage admitted. She has concentrated on using her fan, so her other skills may be slightly rusty. That sort of specialization may be good as part of a team, but on solo missions, it'll be a notable disadvantage. Hiruzen mused as he leaned back into his seat. Of course, it would seem like the Oto girl is also a single-trick kunoichi with her reliance on genjutsu. The Kazekage twitched slightly, but didn't reply. Where are you? Temari whispered, scanning the floor of the arena for any sign of her target, then her reflexes screamed at her. As she flung herself into a diving roll, a barrage of discolored senbon sliced through the space that she had been occupying. Got you! Temari snarled, swinging her fan in a complex spiral as she fell through the air. 4 blasts of wind slammed into the tangle of logs that the senbon had been launched from, while a 5th slowed her descent so that she landed lightly, ready to launch another attack. Now I've got. What the hell? Kin squirmed out from underneath the half-shattered trunk, dragging her first prize with her. Propping it on the trunk, she squinted at her target, then triggered the kunai launcher that had been abandoned in the first match, sending a score of kunai screaming towards the fan-using bitch. As the blonde bimbo used her fan to deflect the kunai, Kin pulled the second launcher out and triggered it before using the carry strap of the final one to sling it over her back. Temari used a blast of wind to send the first barrage skittering away, then to deflect the second. How had that arrogant little sound bitch managed to launch the launchers that the Uchiha had used? They must have prearranged for him to leave some of them there. That traitorous bitch. Sound must have allied with Konoha in order to take down Suna, and only she knew about it. They probably had a way to take down Gaara as well. Temari felt a trickle of cold sweat going down her spine. She needed to end this quickly so that she could tell Gaara that his mission had changed. Futon, Okametachi no Jutsu. Kin dived into a shallow recess as the air above her seemed to shatter, along with most of the logs that had been sheltering her. Pulling out a small storage scroll, she unsealed a small bag and swung it round, scattering the contents around her before hunkering down, hoping that her adversary didn't choose to simply repeat the attack until all of her cover was blown away. Temari smirked as she saw her target lying almost motionless in a small dip in the ground. Folding her fan so that she could use it as a club, she crept towards the traitorous genin, stepping lightly so that she wouldn't. Ow! Temari yelped as something sharp poked through her sandal, cutting into her foot. The pain caused her to fall over and she found herself looking at a caltrop, one with the tips a different color to the metal used to make it. Realization dawned even as the world faded, and her last act was to move her fingers into a sign used only by Suna. The hell? Baki muttered, lowering his telescope. Did she mean to do that? Do what? Kankuro asked. That sign as she collapsed. Baki mused. What did she discover that made her use that sign? What sign? Winner, Tsuchikin. Ginma announced as he carefully picked his way past the scattered caltrops to pick up the Suna kunoichi. Managing to collect the fallen contestant without scratching himself on the poisoned points, he retraced his steps to where the medic neens were waiting. I used a fast-acting knockout drug, Kin supplied as she stepped up beside him. She'll be awake in a few hours, but weak for a few days. The lead Iranian nodded in thanks as one of his assistants gently pulled the caltrop from Temari's foot. Stay here. I'm going to check on her, see if she can be revived long enough to tell me what she discovered. Certainly an interesting match. Hiruzen smiled as he turned his attention to the next pair of contestants. It was. Heh, those two almost look like kunoichi. The Kazekage chuckled. Neji gave his adversary a glare from the corner of his eye. He was proud of his skin and hair, but Haku's skin was even smoother than his own, while his hair was both longer and more luxuriant. In fact, if not for his Byakugan, Neji might have mistaken Haku for a girl. How could any boy be that pretty? It just wasn't right. Haku glanced at the fuming Hyuga. He didn't know why the boy was so angry, but he put it out of his mind as the two of them came to a stop in front of the proctor. Hyuga Neji of Konoha, Yuki Haku of Mizu, are you both ready to fight? Both shinobi nodded. Then. Begin. Remembering his research on the Jukin and its weaknesses, Haku dashed away from his opponent in order to avoid the chakra-infused strikes that he had been about to launch. Revive her. But sir, the Iranian protested, if we do, it'll increase the amount of time needed for the poison to fully clear her system. She'll be unable to resume her shinobi career for a fortnight rather than 3. I said revive her. Baki growled and the Medneen seemed to slump. Alright, but first, sign here to say that I warned you. Baki scrawled his name on the proffered sheet, then watched as the Iranian used a healing jutsu on Temari's head, causing her to groan and stir. Leave. The Iranian scampered out of the door, closing it behind him, and Baki turned back to look at his student. Baki-sensei, Temari. Baki said quietly. Report. Another underground water cache exploded upwards, the spray turning into a barrage of ice Senbon that slashed at Neji, who responded by repeating the move that had caused his cousins to gasp in shock and his uncle to smile proudly. Hakiso Kaiten. Once again, the ice Senbon shattered against the whirling Chakra shield, their broken fragments forming a shallow moat around the Hyuga prodigy. That is the third time you have tried and the third time you have failed, Neji stated. You cannot win with that technique. Indeed I cannot, Haku admitted as he started making a series of hand seals. But it means that at last, I can perform the technique that will grant me victory. Makio Hyosho. The water around Neji bulged and rose upwards, solidifying into a dome of ice mirrors, and Haku stepped up to the dome, then stepped into one of the mirrors, his image appearing on all of them. Your Kaiten is not strong enough to break my mirrors, Haku said, his voice seeming to come from all 21 mirrors at once. Now, I am afraid that it is time to end this. Neji spun round, his hands covered in chakra as he fought to deflect the Senbon slashing at him from all directions, but even the genius prodigy of the Hyuga clan was outmatched by the sheer speed of the attacks, and within minutes, he dropped to his knees, Senbon sprouting from almost every part of his body. I yield. He managed to croak, and the mirrors promptly melted into falling rain as Haku re-emerged. Winner, Yuki Haku, Genma announced. Well done, Haku. Zabuza said so quietly that even Chojuro and Sujetsu, who were flanking him, didn't hear. I'm proud of you. What happened? Baki asked as he sat down beside Kankuro. The mist dude used a really weird ice technique to win, Kanuro replied. What did Sis say? You remember how I learned the basics of puppeting in order to help you? Baki asked, and Kankuro nodded. Good. You need to get to Gaara before he reaches the arena floor, but leave Crow with me to hide your absence. I have a message for your brother. Give this to him. Kankuro nodded as he accepted the folded sheet of paper and then stealthily unsealed his second puppet from the scroll, making sure that nothing showed above seat level. What about Dad? I'll inform him when he looks across, Baki growled. Now. Switch. Kankuro kawarimi'd with Crow, then crept away, leaving the Genjutsu disguised puppet sat next to Baki. The mezzanine vanished through the archway leading to the medical bay, and Genma turned his attention to the final pair of combatants. Aburame Shino was the first to emerge from the archway, followed a few seconds later by Gaara. Fuck! Kankuro cursed as he saw his brother step out onto the arena floor barely 2 meters away. Damn it! Too slow! Baki waited for the Kazekage to look at him before his hands moved in a set of movements known only to the Kazekage and those appointed into the secret Suna no Mi organization. To his shock, the Kazekage responded with the signal for stay on plan, but using the normal Suna sign language. Oh fuck! He breathed. That's not Raza, I didn't make it in time, Kankuro said quietly, having switched with his puppet while Baki was distracted. Then I have a new mission for you, Baki growled. Under his mask, Orochimaru frowned. He didn't recognize a single sequence that Baki had used, but his stay-on-plan signal seemed to have calmed him. It looks like your youngest is going to show us his power, Hiruzen said, and Orochimaru's frown deepened. The Hokage knew something, but he couldn't quite work out what. Aburame Shino of Konoha, Gaara of the desert, Shinobi of Suna, are you both ready? Genma asked. I am prepared, Shino droned. I will prove my existence, Gaara growled, earning a quirked eyebrow from Genma. Then the final match of the first round will begin. A swarm of bugs erupted from Shino's coat and surrounded Gaara. Is that it? Gaara sneered, then he started to choke, spitting as he tried to expel the bugs that had flown into his mouth. Your sand armor covers your skin, but every armor has a weak point, Shino stated calmly. I wonder if your eyes are as vulnerable. You'll never learn. Gaara howled, the cork of the gourd he wore popping off as a torrent of sand flowed out, swatting away the bugs before rearing up and crashing down over Shino, reducing him to a sand-covered lump on the ground. Well, that was fast. The Kazekage smirked. Chapter 42. A Genin's Bravery. Your sand armor covers your skin, but every armor has a weak point, Shino stated calmly. I wonder if your eyes are as vulnerable. You'll never learn. Gaara howled, the cork of the gourd he wore popping off as a torrent of sand flowed out, swatting away the bugs before rearing up and crashing down over Shino, reducing him to a sand-covered lump on the ground. You missed, Shino said as he stepped out from behind one of the tangles of branches near the edge of the arena, and Gaara's sand retracted, revealing a crushed and splintered log where Shino had been standing. I believe that it is now my turn. A rumbling noise marked slabs of stone rising up to seal off all the doors at ground level. Then a dozen scrolls unrolled downwards from where they had been concealed under the lip of the wall, showing large fuinjutsu patterns that almost immediately revealed what their purpose was. Each scroll almost vanished behind a wall of spray as a veritable waterfall poured out, covering the entire arena floor in under a minute and continuing to disgorge their loads. Shino stood calmly on a small coracle that he had unsealed, letting it bob on the choppy water as he watched Gaara. But Aburame hate the water. Kiba spluttered. They have, like, super drowning skills. Obviously not. Some mused. Interesting. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. I wonder when he and his clan set that up. Gaara took a jagged breath as another portion of his frantically created sand pillar became waterlogged and peeled off, vanishing into the now 5-foot-deep lake that had once been a solid arena. His gourd cracked and shattered into sand as he fought to stabilize his precarious platform. Water washes away sand. Shino noted as the scrolls finally exhausted their stored water. How long can you hold yourself out of the water, Gaara of the desert? Can you hold yourself above the water? Gaara started looking around in panic as the sand pillar reduced in size once again. Then he screamed as the pillar sheared under him, sending him toppling into the water. An instant later he resurfaced, standing in the neck-deep water, his hair plastered against his skull and tiny driblets of mud falling off his skin. Your sand is gone, Shino stated. My clan provided me with the report of a Konoha shinobi who managed to observe you on one of your missions. You rely totally on your sand for attack and defense. Without it, even a civilian would have no trouble defeating you. Nuh! Gaara screamed, and as if in response to his yell, white feathers began to fall from the sky. The first clue that Naruto had that things were going wrong were when he started to feel sleepy, only to be jolted awake by a chakra burst from Asuma. What the? What's going on? Genjutsu, and a big one. Asuma growled as he pulled out his knives, fitting his fingers through the holes in the hilts with the ease of long practice. The Kazekage and his guards grabbed Pops. We need to move. Naruto leaped after Asuma, glancing round as he did so. Then he found himself facing a huge, transparent purple barrier. Shit! Asuma growled. We can't get in and with the genjutsu across the village. I got it. Naruto interrupted, gathering chakra like Kurenai had showed him months ago, months that seemed almost like years. As the multi-armed man in the corner of the barrier closest to them sneered, Naruto gathered as much chakra as he could hold, then he released it in a giant burst. Kai! The wave of chakra seemed almost solid as it raced across the stadium, and out into Konoha proper, shocking everyone awake. For an instant, the purple chakra cube seemed to waver, then it resolidified. That's Orochimaru in there. Came a voice and Naruto glanced sideways to see the white-coated Anbu Okami standing beside him. Naruto turned to Asuma, only to find him gone and the sound of fighting increasing below. Movement inside the cube caught his eye and he watched as 3 coffins erupted out of the ground, only for one of them to slowly sink back down. The other 2 opened and Nico gasped. The Shodai and the Nidaime. Orochimaru summoned them from the grave to fight for him. Hell no! Naruto shouted and suddenly he was standing by Hiruzen's side. Naruto? Hiruzen asked in surprise. What are you doing? No. How did you get in here? I snuck a tag into your hat a few weeks ago. Naruto shrugged. So you need reinforcements. Op Force style? Orochimaru paused, his hands resting against the back of the resurrected Hokage's skulls. What are you doing and how did you get in here? This technique even covers attacks from below. Kaimon! Kumon! Simon! Naruto shouted, chakra almost crackling around him as Hiruzen placed one hand on his shoulder, then rested his staff on Naruto's other shoulder. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, smoke engulfed the rooftop, before dissipating to reveal a sight that had Orochimaru's stomach dropping. The intruding genin stood with Hiruzen behind him, flanked by almost 20 clones of his old sensei, each holding a copy of the diamond staff. Oh. Crap. Orochimaru managed. Naruto, I need you out there, helping to defeat those attacking Konoha. One of the Hiruzen said and Naruto vanished in a golden flash. Well, are you prepared to face your teachers, young snake? Hashirama, Tobirama, attack! Orochimaru shouted, panic evident in his voice, and the horde of Hiruzens lunged forwards, swinging their summoned staffs. Naruto appeared on the roof of the Hokage tower and glanced round, checking to see where the greatest concentration of fighting was. Before he could act, his attention was arrested by a trio of summons in the surrounding forest. Naruto shined to the outer wall, and his hands flashed through 5 seals as he channeled as much chakra as he could. Kuchios no Jutsu. A massive cloud of smoke formed and resolved into 3 giant toads who glanced round, spotting the summoned snakes approaching the walls of Konoha almost instantly. Well, looks like I'll get that snakeskin wallet after all. Gamabunta rumbled, one paw stroking the handle of the sword thrust through his belt. Yeah, but until I recover from using the gates, I can't help by spamming my clones. Naruto complained. Damn it. I hate not being able to do things. Gamahiro, take the snake on the left. Gamabunta ordered and the green toad reached up to unsheathe the 2 katanas on its back. Gamakin, you have the one on the right. The three-headed one is mine, understood, Gamma Buntadano. The sword-bearing toad responded. I'll do my best, but I am rather clumsy. Go! Naruto held on as tightly as he could as Gamma Bunta accelerated past the three-headed snake, his blade almost hissing as it sliced off one of the snake's heads. It's coming after us. Then that means it isn't smashing down the walls. Gamma Bunta countered as he spun with a lightness that belied his size. As he settled, the ground shook and Naruto glanced across to see Gamaken, moving with incredible grace, slamming his Susumida down again, crushing the head of the snake he was fighting and causing it to dispel. Gamaken's finished his one off, so has Gamma Hero. Gamma Bunta smirked and the now two-headed snake paused, glancing at where its brethren had been and the two toads leaping towards its position, weapons glinting in the sunlight. Boys, help me pin this one down so that we can ask a few questions. Naruto had never seen a snake swallow nervously before, but the one before him did so before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. What just happened? The coward dispelled itself. Gamma Bunta grumbled, using the flat of his blade to send a group of roof-hopping Oto shinobi screaming into the air. Looks like that girl over there could use some backup. What? Where? Hinata. Hinata stood in front of the entrance to the shelter where the academy students had been escorted, 3 corpses that had been Oto shinobi lying in front of her. It's only one girl. An Oto Jonin shouted as he rallied his team and Hinata dropped into a modified Juken stance. You shall not pass, she declared, trying not to let her fears slow her down. Yeah, you and what army? The Jonin sneered just as a flash of light marked Naruto's appearance. Even as he appeared, he lunged forwards, the Rasengan forming in his hand and plowing straight through the Jonin's chest. That, he panted, would be me. The surviving half-dozen Oto shinobi exchanged glances, then vanished. Naruto, we need clones. Hinata commanded, and Naruto winced. I'm still using the gates, mine will dispel at once. But mine won't, and we need more eyes. Hinata stated. Naruto nodded and pulled her into a hug. Taijukage Bunshin. 24 new Hinatas appeared in a cloud of denser than normal chakra smoke and promptly took to the rooftops, their Byakugans active as they sought out the enemy shinobi still fighting. What's happening on the roof over there? Hinata asked, pointing to the distant purple cube. My Byakugan can't penetrate it. Gigi's laying the smack down on Orochimaru. Naruto grinned. I used the gates to give him almost a dozen clones to help him. Hinata made several hand signals and 3 of her clones dropped down around them, taking up guard positions. Shut those gates and let me heal you so you can start making more clones. Hinata commanded. How's that? Hinata asked, removing her green glowing hands from Naruto's torso. You should be healed enough now. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration and several dozen clones popped into existence around him before leaping off to join the Hinata clones and harrying the retreating Oto shinobi. Thanks, Haim-sama. Naruto smiled. It looks like things are calming down now. Thanks, Gamabunta-san, but I think it's almost over. It was a brief fight, but it wasn't a bad fight. Gamabunta smiled. Call us again when you need us. As he vanished, a white-haired figure landed beside him, a bloody kunai held in his hand. Nice one, Gaki. Jiraiya grinned. Looks like things are almost done. Orochimaru lost. Hold this point until further notice. You got it, pervy sage. Naruto grinned as Jiraiya took to the rooftops, searching for any enemy still trying to harm Konoha. Then he grabbed at his head and staggered slightly. Whoa, that's a lot of new techniques. Hinata turned slightly as she focused on the rooftop where the chakra barrier had been. There's 7 Hokages. No, 6. 4. 2. Just 1. Yeah, and I'm getting the headache to prove it. Naruto grumbled. Some of those techniques he used, he didn't even pause to think about how to do them, he just did them as if they were as reflexive as catching a kunai. One of his nicknames is the Professor. Hinata shrugged. He wouldn't have earned that title if he didn't know lots of ninjutsu, and how to use them. Naruto added. You alright? Hinata nodded, then she flung herself into Naruto's arms, tears cascading down her cheeks. Hinata? I killed them. Hinata sobbed and Naruto looked at the trio of corpses, then concentrated on hugging Hinata. Hinata? A voice called and Kurenai landed next to them, her eyes taking in the situation almost instantly. Oh dear. First kill. I'd hoped to delay it until she was at least Chunin. I've got this. Naruto let Hinata-sensei enfold her in a reassuring hug as Hinata sobbed into her shoulder. Uzumaki-san? A voice said and Naruto turned to see an ANBU standing nearby. The Hokage wants to see you. Go. Kurenai said, looking up briefly from her crying student. I'll help Hinata through this. It's something that all shinobi go through at some point. I still remember my first kill. Naruto looked at Kurenai for a long moment, then nodded and vanished in a flash of golden light. Kurenai stared in shock at the place that he had been. He's learned the true Hiraishin? He's mastered his father's jutsu? Chapter 43. Perspectives of Battle. Kin used the dispel to counter the effects of the genjutsu being placed on the entire stadium and grinned as she saw the other genin start to sag. Hey, guess I'll be winning all the rest of the matches. She sneered as she pulled out a handful of poison saman, then she was sent staggering by a wave of chakra that wiped out the genjutsu as if it had never been there in the first place. The fuck was that? She gasped, then she felt her wrist being grabbed by the pink-haired kunoichi. Poison saman? And just what were you planning on doing with those? Kin gulped as she met the furious green eyes. I can explain? Attack! The jonin in charge of the Oto assault groups shouted into his radio, and the task forces secretly placed within Konoha burst out of their hiding places to begin wreaking havoc throughout the unsuspecting city. As the specially trained Chunin used the summoning circles to call forth 3 of the larger summoned snakes to break down the wall surrounding Konoha to open it up for the second wave of attacks, the jonin was shocked to feel a kunai plunging into his upper back, severing his spine. Why? He croaked, and the Suna shinobi who had inflicted the mortal wound glared down at him. Did you really think we didn't know about the betrayal you planned? The Otonin died in confusion, failing to understand what the Sunanin was talking about. Activating her Byakugan, Hinata caught sight of 3 Oto shinobi descending on a group of children outside the arena. Without hesitation, she used Shunshin to reach the top of the outer wall, then another to land in the middle of the attaching shinobi, striking them down with chakra-lace strikes. Thanks, Hinata. The man herding the children said gratefully, and Hinata blinked as she realized that it was Irika. Can you help me get them to safety? Hinata nodded. Ugh. Kin managed as she was backhanded into the wall by Sakura, then pinned into place by a barrage of saban through her clothing, a barrage launched by Haku. But you're not from Konoha, Haku shrugged. Kiri seeks an alliance with Konoha. What better way to prove our good intentions than by helping defend Konoha against those who wish to attack? Now, if you will pardon me. Haku dived off the platform and landed atop the water in the arena. A quick move caused a wave of water to engulf the raging Gaara, a wave that promptly froze, leaving only his head free, and that should hold him for now, Haku stated, ignoring the screaming of the redhead. Then from outside the arena, a new voice sounded. Kuchios no Jutsu. The shapes of several giant toads loomed up against the skyline. Well. The largest of them mused as he looked at the 3 giant snakes beginning to smash their way through the village's walls. Looks like I'll get that snakeskin wallet after all. The fuck? Kin gasped. Hey, you forgetting something? Sakura asked, and Kin looked back, just in time to see Sakura's fist heading towards her. OCR. The first 2 Oto shinobi to appear didn't even have time to finish unsheathing their weapons before their heads were separate from their bodies. Chojuro, circle left. Suigetsu, to the right. Zabuza roared as he used his sword to block an attack by an Oto jonin who had seen what had happened to his teammates. And Suigetsu, no tags. Too much chance of civilian casualties, but they're not our civilians. Suigetsu protested, earning a glare from his sensei. Okay, fine. No tags. Damn it. Zabuza spun his sword, taking off the hand of the shinobi trying to attack him, then frowned at Suigetsu. Why the hell are you still standing here? Go, hi sensei. Suigetsu yelped as he dashed off. Still got it. Zabuza smirked as he negligently decapitated the screaming Otonin. Baki palmed a kunai as he glanced round, then he rolled away from an Oto shinobi who landed almost exactly where he had been standing. The newcomer turned, brandishing a large sword, and Baki's hand twitched, sending the kunai plunging into his eye and killing him. As the attacker collapsed, Baki rolled to his feet, a second kunai seeming to materialize in his hand. Damn it! He snarled. I hope to hell my message got through. This isn't good. Haruno Kizashi mused as he almost negligently knifed an attacking shinobi while he and his wife covered one of the exits that the panicked civilians were using. Clang! Kizashi looked round at Mabuki, who had a dented frying pan in her hand and a concussed shinobi at her feet. Dear, he commented, isn't that the pan that you inherited from your mother? So? Mabuki asked as she blocked a shuriken with the aforementioned utensil. You know that she never approved of me choosing to not become a shinobi. You would have made an excellent one. Kizashi pointed out, and Mabuki growled. You know that I don't clang like violence. Yes, dear. Kizashi smirked. Oh, look, our daughter just punched someone through a wall. Clang wham crash. Kizashi looked at the new hole and the pair of sandals sticking out from the pile of rubble, then at his wife, who was still holding her, even more dented than before, frying pan. It's that time of the month, is it? And just what do you mean by that? Nothing, dear. Yash. I have defeated 35 of these most unyouthful Oto shinobi. Guy exulted as he spun through a complex series of kicks and strikes that ended with his fist protruding from the back of another Otonin. Make that 36. How many have you defeated, my eternal rival? Did you say something? Kakashi asked as he stamped down hard, sending a rock spike lunging upwards and through the chest of one of the attackers. I do believe that this makes 39 kills. And this makes us even. Guy called as a spinning kick caved in the chest of another assailant. Really? Kakashi asked, cutting off a lightning technique. You're up to 43 as well? Curse your hip and too cool attitude, Kakashi. Did you say something? Danzo stared in confusion at his root operative. Did you just say that Suna has turned against Odo? What is going on up there? Orochimaru didn't even have the breath to spare cursing as he frantically rolled and dodged the half-dozen staffs wielded by the clones of his former teacher, creating and switching with mud clones almost reflexively as his survival instincts screamed at him almost continuously. In the corners of the far too small enclosure, his two resurrected minions were losing ground against the other clones, and he caught a glimpse of Hashirama falling, his head destroyed by the impact of two staffs, thus ending his resurrection. Orochimaru avoided a vertical strike by switching with another clone, then he rolled to avoid a strike that would have decapitated him only to find himself trapped in a horizontal cylinder of 6 enlarged staffs. A cylinder whose ends had been blocked by the ends of 2 more staffs and whose nature as transformed summons prevented him from Kawariming to safety. Oh, bloody. Orochimaru started to sigh before the end caps of the staffs slammed inwards. What the hell is going on? Baki shouted in frustration as he watched Kakashi shove a lightning-coated hand through the spine of an Oto ninja. Wasn't this an attempt to wipe out Suna? Nope, it's an attack on Konoha. Kakashi replied as the corpse slumped to the ground. Thanks for killing that Otonin earlier. He could have caused quite a bit of trouble had he reached the civilians. Baki nodded, his mind frantically churning as he fought to understand the situation. The Kazekage was obviously dead with Orochimaru replacing him, but Konoha was strong enough that it could probably have fought off Suna and Oto, had he not sent orders to his men to ambush the second wave of Oto shinobi before retreating, thus denying Konoha the excuse it would need to flatten Suna. Yet it would seem that Konoha hadn't actually known about the invasion until it started, which meant, Camus above, this is so fucking screwed up. He grumbled. Hiruzen didn't even twitch as blood started seeping out between the lower staffs forming the cylinder. Instead, he motioned for the 2 clones at the ends to repeat the attack. With Orochimaru, you had to make certain the snake had escaped too many times for any other course of action. Had just a couple of old people. The Jonin leading the squad of 6 sneered as he saw the duo standing in front of the Hokage tower. Kill them! Might Okada Hamura adjusted his glasses slightly, then pulled at the scroll he was wearing over his chest. The scroll unrolled, revealing lines of Fuinjutsu as beside him. Yutatane Koharu shifted into a defensive stance, raising her right arm to reveal that it was encased in a metal gauntlet. Screw this, we need to get out of here. The Jonin half turned to glare at the Chunin who had spoken. What the hell are you talking about, traitor? Hey, just look at them. The Chunin protested. They're old shinobi who are ready to fight. No way they'd be standing like that if they didn't have a ton of experience to draw on, and you remember that old saying? Experience and trickery will defeat youth and skill. We need to fall back. You might want to listen to the young man. Koharu offered, and the Jonin shook his head as he unsheathed his sword. Kill them, then burn the tower to the ground. Well, he tried to warn you. Hamura shrugged, his hands moving to the storage seals on his scroll. Time to see if my old skills are still sharp enough. The Jonin lunged, only to come to a sudden stop as Koharu grabbed his blade, locking it with her metal-encased fingers. My turn, young boy, she said with an icy smile. Oh shit. The chakra barrier vanished as the quartet holding it up reacted to the loss of their leader and fought to escape. All around Konoha, the Oto shinobi noted the change in circumstances. The most intelligent of them tried to retreat, while those who only sought combat pressed their attack, uncaring that they were surrounded and outnumbered. Only a small fraction of those trying to escape succeeded. None of those who continued to attack lasted more than a few minutes. Well, it looks like it's all done. Hiruzen mused as he stood on the ridgeline of the stadium's roof. If this is how it's normally like, I need to visit more often. Mei will be sorry she had to re-recruit that Jinchuriki rather than attend. Zabuza said as he stood beside the Hokage, his sword covered in blood that was slowly being absorbed into the blade. It'll be interesting to find out just what Orochimaru intended to happen. Hiruzen continued, glancing at the scroll in his hand, the scroll that held the mangled remains of the snake Sannin. While all battles are somewhat chaotic by their very nature, this one was the wrong sort of chaos. Yeah. Zabuza agreed. Those Oto idiots were acting as if they had more backup than they actually did, and most of the Suna shinobi who popped up at the start seemed to have vanished. Strange. Hiruzen mused. It was rather weird. Zabuza agreed, then he turned to face the older man. So, you given thought as to Tarumi's request for an alliance? I have, and I think that it is a good idea. Hiruzen said, then he turned to face an Anbu who had appeared behind him, kneeling as he awaited orders. I need Uzumaki Naruto here. Hi, Hokage-dano. The ANB replied before he vanished, and Zabuza gave Hiruzen a curious glance. I happen to know that there's a certain trophy in the Mizuki's office. Hiruzen smirked. Would you care to take back my acceptance of the treaty? Sure. Zabuza shrugged. But I'll take my team with me, if you don't mind. That shouldn't be a problem. Hiruzen replied as Naruto appeared before them. Ah, Naruto, just the person I wanted. Are you able to make clones again? 3 clones appeared in a puff of smoke, and Zabuza raised one non-existent brow. No hand seals. Not bad, kid. Gaara, stand down. Baki commanded, and the red-haired genin growled at him. I mean it, Gaara. Stand down. One Konoha genin took you down with ease, and Konoha has dozens of Suiton users. The Jinchuriki of the Ichibi finally stopped snarling even as the ice holding him immobile, and separated from his sand, melted with unnatural speed. Can someone please get rid of all this water? Baki half yelled, and a moment later, the water started vanishing into a series of grates set around the base of the arena walls. A cloaked man with an Anbu mask picked up a small, white snake that was wriggling its way to the walls surrounding Konoha. Holding it up, he looked at it for a moment before tucking it into a pocket and walking away, leaving no trace that he had ever been there. Chapter 44. A Genin's Recognition. Ah, Naruto. Hiruzen smiled as his favorite orphan entered the office. You remember Gaara? Naruto looked to the corner, where the red-haired boy was sat with a surprisingly calm expression on his face, and between a boy and a girl who both looked slightly freaked out. In front of them stood an older man with a veil covering half of his face. Sort of. Hey, Gaara, Uzumaki. Gaara nodded back. Thank you? For what? Naruto asked, only for a new voice to answer. When I first examined your seal after the Kyuubi's attack, I noted several interesting parts that I hadn't encountered before. Jiraiya said. When I examined Gaara's seal, I noticed that it was subpar is too generous. So I fixed it using some of your father's ideas. Gaara now has all his sand techniques, but the Ichibi can't escape unless he lets it. Naruto nodded. Just like the Kyuubi. That reminds me, I'm going to have to visit the Toads again soon. The Kyuubi wants to experience the world, and I think the great Toad sages may be able to help me adjust the Kage Bunshin so that the Kyuubi can create a small, temporary avatar for himself. As long as you keep enough control that you can dismiss his clone if he even thinks about trying anything, I don't see too many problems. Hiruzen mused, earning a nod of gratitude from Naruto and a shocked look from Jiraiya. Anyway, Hiruzen continued. During the abortive invasion, and it was meant to be one, but Jonin Baki reached a logical, albeit totally wrong conclusion, and had his forces pull out after striking at the Oto forces. The half-veiled man nodded, a look of embarrassment on the visible portion of his face. Your actions prove that you are ready for promotion to Chunin, especially since you managed to do your father's version of the Hiration. Naruto opened his mouth, then froze as he replayed the previous day's fight. I did. Can you still do it? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto frowned in thought. Well, I think that The world blinked around him, and Naruto found himself standing in his house. Yes. He shouted in celebration, startling the clone who was tidying up. At last, gathering his chakra, he returned to the Hokage's office with a grin. Yes. He exulted. That's how it's done, all 3 techniques at once and syncing them up correctly to avoid the chakra surges. Interesting. Hiruzen mused. Perhaps you could try to teach my guard afterwards. I'm certain that you'll be teaching Hinata as well. I think it was learning the Rasengan that helped me make the final step. Naruto said thoughtfully. Controlling a spiraling sphere of chakra takes quite a bit of concentration. I'll have to practice to make sure I've got it down first, though. I'll mark it as a hijitsu of the Uzumaki clan, albeit one shared with the Senju clan. Hiruzen offered. So, I called you here for several reasons. The first is that I'd like to have you take Baki and the Sand siblings back to Suna. Now they know that we have a full Hiration user and others learning. I feel certain that they won't be tempted to try and break the alliance between us. Baki nodded quickly. Next. Here. Naruto accepted the Chunin vest and grinned at it, then he paused. Ah crud, I'm going to have to adjust my wardrobe, aren't I? You are starting to outgrow that Haori, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Hiruzen shrugged. Finally, I have several messages that I want you to give out. Congratulations, Naruto. Hayashi said, and Naruto blinked. You've already heard? I am a Hyuga. Hayashi said as if it explained everything, then his lips twitched in what may have been a brief smile. I have my sources. Ah, right. Naruto managed. Anyway, Hiruzen sent me to round up the genin for a meeting at 2:30 in the mission office. Which he's repurposing for this. Parents can attend as well, if they wish. I will escort my daughter and nephew personally. Hayashi nodded. Thank you? Chunin Naruto, still getting used to that. Naruto said with a slight smile. By the way, where is your vest? Or have you decided to simply not wear it? It's at Silken Leaf Fashions for adjustment. Naruto explained, rubbing the back of his head. I'm also getting a new Haori to go with it. It'll attach with small pop studs by the collar. I am certain that it will look good. Hayashi replied. It'll be ready by the meeting. Naruto shrugged. Will you be there? Yup. Naruto grinned. Once I've done all the missions. I've got a dozen message relays to the border outposts to do first, though. Then I shall not keep you. Hayashi said. Thank you for delivering the message. Naruto bowed and vanished in a flash of golden light. He truly does know his father's Horatian. Hayashi mused. Fascinating. Gotcha. Shikamaru growled as his shadow lashed out to freeze the demon in its tracks. Choji carefully deployed the carry basket in front of it, and Shikamaru moved carefully in order to force the screeching monster from the darkest pits of hell into the wickerwork container. Tora captured. Ino confirmed, peering through the metal grill flap at the hissing fur ball inside. I hate that thing. Shikamaru sighed. Hey, it's good practice for tracking and capture. Naruto pointed out, and Shikamaru jolted in shock. Damn it, Naruto! Stop doing that to me! Shikamaru panted as he recovered. Sorry. Naruto grinned unrepentantly. There's a meeting for the rookies at 2:30 regarding what happened during the finals mission office. I've been sent to round everyone up for it. Shikamaru squinted at him suspiciously. Is this you or a clone? You got me, I'm a clone. The Kage Bunshin shrugged. Boss went to Hinata. Shikamaru interrupted. Okay. We'll pass word to Asuma-sensei and we'll be there. The clone dispelled and Shikamaru sighed. Should we get going? Choji asked. Yep. Let's go. I wonder how troublesome it'll be. A meeting? Guy mused. Yash. Perhaps we shall see one of my precious students being promoted, as you have been. Wait. Tenten interjected, looking at Naruto. You've been promoted? Chunin Uzumaki at your service. Naruto grinned. That reminds me, can your dad produce more of these? Tenten took the oddly shaped kunai and looked at it. It's got good balance. The extra points'll help in blocking swords and other bladed weapons. It'll fly well once thrown, but the way the blade is weighted, it'll fly point first rather than be able to be thrown so it spins. No hilt wrapping. But it looks like there was something there, and why the heck does it look so familiar? That is one of the Yondame's tri-blade kunai. Guy mused. It lacks the tag that wrapped around the handle, but, oh my word! Tenten gasped. You've got the one-person version of the Horatian working? Naruto nodded. I kinda stumbled across how to do it during the battle. It let me get to the old man and give him the boost he needed to destroy Orochimaru. I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to continue our training sessions. I may be a Chunin now, but I still have a lot to learn regarding weapons. Very true. Guy agreed. Those who think they have nothing left to learn are those who die from their arrogance. Hiruzen looked at the crowd before him. At the back stood the 4 Jonin senseis as well as Hyuga Hayashi, while 12 genin, and 1 Chunin who was resplendent in his new Haori-enhanced Chunin vest, stood in front of them. To one side, Jiraiya lounged on the windowsill. Welcome, Hiruzen said, effortlessly grabbing everyone's attention. The last few days have been quite challenging, and we are only just beginning to get to grips with what we have learned and what has happened. Jiraiya is particularly irritated in that his intelligence network failed to warn us that the attack was going to happen. Some of my agents are less reliable than I had thought. Jiraiya admitted. I'll get onto it after I've done that retrieval mission you want me to do. Good. Hiruzen said, then he turned his attention back to his audience. You are here because some of you proved yourselves worthy of promotion during the attack. The more observant amongst you will have noted that Uzumaki Naruto is already a Chunin. Hiruzen paused as Kiba hooped and high-fived Naruto before realizing just what he'd interrupted and slinking to hide behind an obviously amused Shino. As I was saying, Naruto has been awarded the rank of Chunin, but he is not the only one. Hiruzen continued. I have received reports from your Jonin senseis, as well as eyewitness reports from various shinobi who were present during the attack, and now, I shall inform you of the decisions that I have reached. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke. You proved your tactical skills during the finals, planning ahead but being able to change your plans on the fly when appropriate. During the attack, you followed orders and defended the innocent until they could get into the shelters. Once that was done, you told the senior ninja what you had seen, giving them the information they needed to head off an assault that would have caused massive casualties. You have proven yourself worthy of promotion, and your request to be considered for ANBU training has been granted. Congratulations, Chunin. Sasuke accepted the vest almost reverently, then stepped back as Tobio clapped him on his shoulder in congratulations. Teammate, Abirame Shino. Like Sasuke, you proved that you could plan ahead, setting up storage scrolls full of water and Fuinjutsu arrays for Doton techniques to use during your match against an adversary who, under any other circumstance, you would have been unable to hold your own against. In a very real sense, it was your actions which prevented Gaara from unleashing his Biju through his sand as the attackers had planned. During the attack, you joined with your clan to swarm several of the attackers, proving your teamwork credentials. You have proven yourself worthy of promotion. Congratulations, Chunin. Shino accepted the vest stoically. Team 9, Higurashi Tenten. Although you lost your fight, you demonstrated that you could counter most of the attacks used against you. During the invasion, you found high ground and provided long-range covering fire, which has been credited with saving the lives of at least 5 of the shinobi of Konoha. You have proven yourself worthy of promotion. Congratulations, Chunin. Tenten slowly took the vest, a disbelieving grin on her face. As she returned to her team, Guy and Lee both caught her in a hug that lifted her off the ground before she was able to lever them off her. Team 10, although none of you made it to the finals, your choice of ensuring the well-being of one your own over the mission has been noted and will go into your files. Although none of you are to be promoted this time, rest assured that in future tests, you will be at an advantage in the eyes of the judges. However, having 3 of you promoted out of your teams and 1 of you transferring to my A and B will require some rearrangement. I leave it to you to decide. Sakura gave Sasuke a pleading look. I have to do this. I have always planned on doing it. Sasuke said quietly. We can still be friends. I would suggest that you decide amongst yourselves what you wish to do. Hiruzen continued. All except Naruto, dismissed. Naruto, please stay, I have a mission for you. Naruto paused just long enough to give Hinata a quick kiss on her cheek, eliciting a surprised deep, before moving out of the way of the departing group. Okay, so what's the mission, sir? So formal? Hiruzen chuckled, then he nodded to Jiraiya. I'm sending Jiraiya to retrieve my 3rd student, Senju Sunade, and bring her back here. With your recent grasping of your father's signature jutsu, I feel you would be perfect for this mission as you would be able to return with her, quite literally, in a flash. Naruto nodded slowly, then he grinned. Hey, Pervy Sage, what do you plan on doing during the journey if I do go with you? Well, mainly checking your general knowledge and enhancing it, teaching you the art of reconnaissance, spycraft, diplomacy. I've talked to Kosuke-san about what he taught you and you've had a pretty firm base for me to build on, and I can save us some money as well. Naruto grinned, pulling out a tri-blade kunai and holding it for Jiraiya to take. The Toad Sage did so, looking at it curiously. I still need to get back to the Toads. Naruto explained. You set off and I can use that to join you once I'm done. In fact, when I do, we won't need to worry about hotels. I can just jump us back and forth once you find a good place to temporarily hide that as a beacon. Damn. Jiraiya breathed. Why the heck didn't I think of that? Chapter 45. A Chunin amongst the Toads. Welcome back, Naruto. Fukasaku said as the blonde human walked up to where he was sitting. It's good to be back. Naruto smiled, then he glanced round. Where's Shima? She's helping Gamabunta deal with something that came up regarding one of the other summoned clans. Fukasaku said, pulling himself onto his feet. It isn't a big thing, but it does need dealing with. Now you? Is that a Chunin vest? It is. Naruto grinned, stroking the zip of the vest that showed from under the edge of his haori. I was promoted yesterday, congratulations. Fukasaku smiled as he started up the path to the grove. One step closer to your dream of becoming Hokage. Yeah, but still a long way to go. Naruto sighed. At the end of the invasion, I got loads of technique memories from the Hokage. I had to write them down before I forgot them, then check with him that I'd got them right and had permission to learn them. Ah yes, your memory skill that Jiraiya was complaining about. Fukasaku chuckled. You're still doing it? Mainly to enjoy time with Hinata. Naruto admitted. We're mainly using the clones to do housework together and stuff. I'm getting pretty good at pressing flowers. Oh, and I'm getting plenty of lessons on how to act in different types of situations. My old grin stupidly and shout greetings method wasn't a good one, in retrospect. With great power comes great responsibility. Fukasaku intoned, then he caught Naruto's quizzical expression. Arachnid clan saying. It means the more power you have, the more responsible you are for what you do with it, and the outcomes that using it creates. That's deep. Naruto finally managed, then he glanced round. Gamamaru-san? Hello there. The eldest of the Toads smiled from his seat on one of the stone slabs. I hope you don't mind, but I wanted to have a talk with the child of my old friend. Was that Uncle Gama? The Kyuubi asked and Naruto nodded slightly. It is, and he was hoping to talk to you. Naruto sent back. Shall we begin? Gamamaru asked and Naruto scurried to the stone slab that had served as his seat the last time he had been in the clearing. Tsuchikin looked up at the looming figure of Marino Ibiki and tried not to let her bladder empty itself as he simply looked at her. Her sense of vulnerability was increased by the fact that she was tied to a hospital bed, with a cast on her left arm and bandages holding her cracked ribs in place, with only a sheet, and a few bandages, protecting her modesty. Despite her attempt to show defiance, she flinched as Ibiki reached into his pocket. A few seconds later, his hand reappeared, but it was holding 2 items that Kin recognized instantly. Those are the hitayatesh worn by your 2 teammates before Orochimaru sacrificed them to aid in his attempt to kill the Hokage. Ibiki rumbled and Kin felt her eyes start to tear up briefly before she drew on her anger. As if we were a proper team. She scoffed, then she shrank back as Ibiki raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Not that it matters anymore. Orochimaru is dead. Kin felt her heart stutter at the news. If he was dead, then Otogekyo was effectively gone, meaning that she was an independent shinobi. No more beatings to drive out the weakness, no more fear of being the next test subject, no more private quarters with a seal-enhanced lockable door, no one who would watch her back during a mission. Damn. She whispered and Ibiki nodded. Most of your information is now useless to us. You cannot buy your freedom by informing on one who is dead. Kin felt herself graying out in panic and forced herself to pay attention. You have no Kekkei Genkai to barter with, no treasures to use as bribes. What are you going to do with me? Kin whimpered and Ibiki stepped aside to reveal 2 people, a blonde male and a black-haired female. You have a choice, Ibiki said from behind Kin, where she couldn't see him. You can have your chakra sealed and be cast into prison, or you can have a loyalty genjutsu implanted in your subconscious and become a provisional Konoha shinobi, although you will be required to divulge all your techniques. At least you're giving me a choice. Kin sighed. I'll take the genjutsu, then just relax, the blonde man said, reaching out to place one hand on her forehead as the woman began to make a long, complex series of hand seals. Will I still be me? Kin whispered and the man nodded. You will. All that will change will be your loyalty. You have my word. Kin nodded slightly, then she closed her eyes as the world began to spin away. Uncle Gamamaru? Hello, Kurama-kun, Gamamaru said, reaching between the bars to tousle Kurama's forehead fur. It's been so long, Kurama whispered. I've missed you. How's Tadpole? If Gamabunta hears you still call him that. Gamamaru chuckled while Naruto simply gaped in shock from behind him. He's doing well, he's become quite the leader. Kurama reached up and took Gamamaru's paw in his own. For a long moment, the giant fox and the slightly smaller toad simply stared silently at each other. Then Kurama's gaze settled on Naruto. What's my jailer doing here? And why? Because it was necessary, Gamamaru replied calmly. Give me a moment. Naruto thought that he must have blinked or something since suddenly Gamamaru was holding 2 large pieces of parchment, a writing brush and a bottle of ink. Putting them down, he drew a complex seal on one piece, a seal that looked like it was not only moving, but somehow existing in more dimensions than actually existed. Then he raised the seal to the paper tag holding the gates closed. The seal writhed, then almost exploded outwards, forming a complex pattern of moving lines, rings and orbiting runes with 2 golden orbs floating near the middle. Interesting, Gamamaru mused, leaning forwards to examine one of the orbs. And it gives me an idea, but you will have to become a sage before you can use it, Naruto. Like Jiraiya? Gamamaru nodded as he picked up the writing brush again. Once more, it danced across parchment, leaving a trail of ink that occasionally rose off the page or seemed to sink below it without actually emerging from the other side. Father was right, Kurama breathed in awe. You are the greatest at Fuinjutsu. I dabble. Gamamaru chuckled as he finished the seal, which promptly glowed before expanding into light just like the first seal. Now, Naruto, your knowledge of Kage Bunshin is the thing that allows me to do this. Is this going to screw up my chakra control again? Naruto asked suspiciously, causing the aged toad to laugh. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Hinata called out, and 2 copies of her appeared, one on each side. Pausing for a moment, Hinata held out her hands for her clones to hold, then all 3 of them vanished in a pulse of golden light, reappearing on the training ground used by Team 8. Amazing. Kurenai breathed as the 2 clones dispelled, leaving Hinata to catch her breath. Well done, thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata panted as she recovered from the exertion. I don't think I'll be up to transporting other people for a while, though. It's quite draining. Although it is a viable strategic advantage, the tactical capabilities that your capabilities present are, unfortunately, rather limited compared to those of your fiancé. Shino offered, causing Kiba to give him a look, and that means, it isn't very useful for most of the things we do. Hinata offered and Shino nodded in confirmation. Well, for now, we have a meeting to get to, Kurenai said after a long moment. Yeah, let's go, Kiba shouted as he bounded ahead, then he paused. Where are we going? By my father, it feels so good to be out again. Gamamaru smiled at the waist-high multi-tailed fox jumping around excitedly. It is good to have you around once more, little kit. Huh. Kurama paused in his gambling to stare quizzically at the Toad Elder, then his gaze snapped to Naruto, who was failing to hide a grin. I never did that, he declared, sitting down and wrapping his tails around his paws. You never saw me do that. I'm too dignified to jump around like a small kid. You can't prove anything. Gamamaru shook with suppressed laughter, and Kurama sulked. Stop laughing. Naruto turned away in an attempt to hide the fact that he was almost about to fall over laughing. It was truly amazing what learning a new type of clone technique and an hour or two with an old toad could achieve. Orochimaru swept out of the ritual room, leaving the comatose form of Tetsuya lying unattended in the middle of the floor, the area where her curse mark had once been now showing only inflamed but otherwise unmarked skin. Welcome back, sir. Kabuto smiled. I am glad that it worked. I'll need a new member for the Sound 4, but other than that, I think things went not quite as badly as they could have done, Orochimaru said as he donned the kimono that Kabuto had handed him. Going up against a dozen copies of my old teacher, and his pet summon was certainly rather unexpected. If you add that brat's oration to that. Come. Kabuto followed his master down several long corridors, then they stopped at a large vault door. Orochimaru reached out and carefully tapped several portions of the seal engraved into its face, then stepped back as the vault door rolled to one side. My trophy chamber, Orochimaru explained as he led the way inside. Over there, the bow of Otsutsuki Hamura, a bow which forms arrows of pure chakra, although the cost is quite high. Here is the hilt from Senju Tobirama's sword. Note the seal on the pommel, it let him summon it to his hand whenever he wanted. Although I cannot say for certain, I believe he used the same seal as the basis for the Haration, the technique that my teammate's student improved and became known for. And here we are. The ring. Kabuto stared at the displayed item. Inside a glass jar was a severed hand with a ring adorning the little finger, a ring which had the kanji for void inscribed on it. It has been a long time since I last used this, Orochimaru mused as he lifted the jar. But now that I am aware of the threat that the Yondame's son poses, it is time to bring him to the attention of those more likely to be able to counter his abilities. Kabuto raised an eyebrow in query as Orochimaru removed the ring from the severed hand and put it on his own little finger. A moment later, Orochimaru seemed to be surrounded by tiny chakra distortions. Orochimaru looked around, his gaze taking in the dark cave and the stone pillars upon one of which his chakra projection stood. A moment later, another chakra silhouette appeared, its eyes bearing a series of concentric rings. The Rinnegan, Orochimaru. The new figure stated, displeasure infusing its voice. Lord Pain. Orochimaru replied with a slight smirk. I come bearing word of a grave threat to your plans. You will find it extremely difficult to capture the Kyuubi because the host has learned the Haration. Pain froze for a long moment. Are you certain of this? I witnessed it with my own eyes, Orochimaru replied. He was able to use the Haration the same way that his father had. I had already known about him using it in conjunction with his clones, the Hokage Guard version, but now he can do it on his own. This is troubling. Pain slowly mused. Why have you come to me with this? He can duplicate others as well. Orochimaru continued, ignoring the question. He duplicated my old teacher. I found myself facing over a dozen Sarutobi Hiruzans at their full strength. Even by using Edo Tensei to bring back the first two Hokages and bind them to my will, I was overwhelmed. You have perfected the Edo Tensei? Pain asked almost eagerly, and Orochimaru nodded. Then perhaps between the information you have provided and the abilities you have, I may yet be persuaded to allow you to rejoin our ranks. Orochimaru smirked triumphantly. Chapter 46. A Chunin and his team. Hinata paused in the doorway, staring incredulously at the sight before her. Naruto smirked in amusement as his fiancée rubbed her eyes, stared again, and then activated her Byakugan in order to ensure that she wasn't caught up in a genjutsu. Naruto, she said after a long moment. Why is a giant fox playing shogi with Shikamaru? Because this damned ape keeps beating me and I am going to win if it's the last thing I do. Kurama snarled, reaching out to move a piece. Check. Shikamaru lazily moved one of his pieces and Kurama started growling what sounded almost like a stream of swear words. Naruto, the sage of six paths, used to play shogi and taught all of the Biju how to play as well, Naruto said as his clone placed a cup and an odd container of fruit squash on the table. Kurama picked up the container and used the spout-like side to take several gulps before putting it down and moving one of his own pieces. Shikamaru frowned, his hands moving so that the fingers formed a rectangle. Oh, Hinata said in a too calm voice. And why is Shikamaru playing shogi with a giant fox? He's one of the best opponents I've met who isn't from my clan, Shikamaru said, reaching out to place a piece on the board. Remind me to take you to meet my father. I think he'll be interested in your playing style as well. Kurama smirked as he moved a piece, then snarled as Shikamaru instantly countered his tactic. They've been playing for over an hour, Naruto commented, placing a cup of fruit squash into Hinata's hand. Oh, Shikamaru told me about the problem with the rearrangement of teams, but he refused to give me any details as he said that you had an idea that you wanted to run past me. Hinata nodded, her eyes not leaving the now fast-moving shogi game. I don't know if you heard, but Sakura captured an Otonin, Tsuchikin, the genjutsu expert who took out Lee with a single samban. Naruto supplied. Kurenai-sensei and Yamanaka-sama used a special collaboration technique on her, with her permission, to permanently change her allegiance from Odo to Konoha. Hinata continued. Although they believe that it was successful, she will need to be placed under a Jonin-sensei for observation in case anything went wrong, and that's where I come in, Kakashi stated from the doorway. Odd, I don't remember seeing a fox of that size before. He's complicated. Naruto sighed over Kurama's triumphant growl as Shikamaru redeployed to counter the unexpected flanking attack. I'll explain later, anyway, Kakashi said, staring at the odd scene. We came up with an interesting concept, but it needs your okay for it to work. With 3 genin being promoted to Chunin and 6 of the 9, excluding Team 10, now being part of incomplete teams since Sasuke has joined the NBU, we decided a switch around was a good idea. Team 10 is remaining as we are. Shikamaru supplied as Kurama's ears flattened in horror at the way his defenses had just been shattered by a single move. The idea was mine, Hinata said quietly, and Kakashi nodded. Kurenai will be taking Tsuchikin into her team, which will consist of Kin, Kiba and Tobio. Sakura is moving to Gai's team to replace Tenten, where he will aid her in improving her physical abilities, while her Irainan training will prove invaluable for helping Lee and Gai whenever they overtrain, which is quite often. Hinata asked for a special assignment, since she can now perform the Kage Bunshin version of the Hiraishin. Naruto grinned as he caught Hinata in a big hug. As Kakashi caught the drop cup without spilling a drop, Naruto spun Hinata around. You wanted to join me? I've been getting lessons in the Hokage guard Hiraishin technique as well, Kakashi supplied. With me along, you can now do B-ranked missions, or even A-ranked with the proper preparation. If you'll accept me, of course, Naruto nodded slowly. It would be an honor to have the only surviving student of my father as leader. Checkmate. Damn it. How did a hairless ape like you? Again, sorry. Shikamaru sighed as he started putting the pieces away. I have a meeting to get to, but if you want to challenge my father to a game, Kurama spun to face Naruto. Can I have a chakra boost? If I'm going to try and beat the one who taught him how to play, I need to last long enough to get through the match. What? Kakashi asked again, and Naruto replied as he placed his hand on Kurama's shoulder. It's a summoning-inspired variant of Kage Bunshin using Kurama's chakra, a technique created by the great Toad Sage himself. It also connects Kurama's consciousness to the clone for as long as it lasts, so he experiences everything in real time rather than just getting the memories later. As the conduit for the technique, I am aware, generally speaking, of what Kurama is experiencing and can cancel the technique if I feel I need to. Hang on. Kakashi gasped. You've cloned the Kyuubi? Okay, I'm full, Kurama announced, then he glanced at Shikamaru. Let's go. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed as he followed Kurama out of the door. That was surreal, Kakashi finally stated. So, why exactly is Kurenai taking this Kin into her team? Naruto asked after a long moment. Kurenai was intrigued by Kin's use of audio genjutsu, Kakashi supplied, his visible eye still fixed on the point where the path vanished into the trees. Although it would be possible to effectively reverse engineer it just from her observations, having access to the source means that it'll take weeks rather than years to create an entirely new library of techniques. Naruto nodded in understanding, then he grinned. By the way, did my other idea pan out? All Jonin on a mission outside the city have been ordered to carry a tagged kunai so they can call for reinforcements if needed. Kakashi nodded. That's part of the reason that I learned the guard version of Sensei's technique. You provide the high-accuracy heavy hitting, I provide the distraction and general mayhem with clones, and Hinata tells us both where we need to be. Naruto grinned. That's disturbingly close to how I envisioned the roles, Kakashi admitted. You really did deserve that vest. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, and Kakashi blinked as his vision seemed to blur. So, Naruto said after a long moment, do we have any missions lined up? And am I still an independent Chunin, or am I now? Is there such a thing as an elite Chunin? The next mission will be tomorrow, Kakashi said. I don't know if you noticed, but Jiraiya left yesterday, taking a Hiraishin kunai with him. He said he'd probably use it the day after tomorrow to summon us to where he is in order to help him on his mission. What is his mission? Hinata asked curiously, and Kakashi gave them an eye smile even as he handed Hinata her drink back. Why, we're going to be bringing back the last of the Sannin. Hey, old man. Naruto called out in greeting as he and Hinata sat down on adjacent stools. 2 bowls of ramen, 1 miso and 1 beef. Oh, and 2 fruit squashes please. Hey Naruto. Been a few days. Tucci chuckled from the kitchen. I was starting to think you'd found another ramen supplier or something. Never. Naruto gasped while Hinata smiled in amusement. Ichiraku's ramen is food worthy of the gods, and those ingredients you're bringing in really help. I am noted as she moved to place the 2 cups of diluted fruit juice on the counter in front of the pair. You can't really get fresher than almost straight from the sea. Hinata gave Naruto a questioning look, and he chuckled self-consciously. You know the agreement I have with Kiba? He asked, and Hinata nodded. I realized that it was a good way of earning money, so I made several deals with some merchants in Wave. I pop over there twice a week and bring back several large boxes of stuff to sell on. Naruto's good at finding unexpected ways to use his skills. Tucci noted as he stirred the steaming pot carefully. He's studying under several of us shopkeepers, and when things get really busy, I can hire him to provide some clones to help with the food preparation and serving. Hinata nodded. I see. Naruto, that's very clever. Thanks, Haim. Naruto smiled. But since I have a house to run and lessons to pay for, I needed to find ways of getting more money so I could become better. Considering my starting point, Naruto trailed off with a shrug. Here we are. Ayam said, sliding the 2 bowls onto the counter and handing over 2 pairs of chopsticks. Enjoy. Itadakimasu. Ah, hello there. Kakashi smiled as Naruto and Hinata appeared in a flash of light. Am I mistaken, or have you managed to learn your father's version of Hiraishin? I have. Naruto smiled, then his face fell. But my clones dispel when they do it, which means that I can't simply give Hinata the memories of how to do it like I did with the guard Hiraishin. Add to that the fact that I'm still not certain exactly how I made the final step, and even if I did, I'm not sure how I'd describe it so others can use it. Well, at least I know how to perform the guard version. Kakashi shrugged. But the fact that you managed to make the final head jump means that the technique isn't lost and can be taught. Or at least learn. Kakashi stopped, his head tilted slightly. Did anyone else feel that? Jiraiya. Naruto nodded, holding out his hands. Hinata took his left hand with the unconscious ease of long familiarity, while Kakashi moved to complete the circle. Okay. Naruto said. Let's take this slow, we need to harmonize for this. A flash of light heralded the arrival of the trio, and on one side of the clearing where he was lounging along a low-hanging branch, Jiraiya grunted. Took you long enough. What kept you? Naruto picked up the kunai from where it had been thrown into the ground and reversed his grip on it, holding it up for Jiraiya to take. My fault, Kakashi said with a slight shrug. Harmonizing my chakra took several attempts. It's not something I can use my Sharingan to help with. Speaking of, how's what's-his-name doing in ANBU? Jiraiya asked as he tucked the tri-blade kunai away. Sasuke, Kakashi asked. Pretty good, I think. He's getting regular therapy sessions with Inoichi though. Apparently something is off with his memory of what happened to his clan. Even I know that whatever happened was screwy. Jiraiya agreed as he rolled off the branch and landed on his feet. Sensei didn't order the massacre, he was actually hoping to train Itachi up as the Godame. The massacre happened barely 2 days before he planned to spring the apprenticeship on Itachi. He was furious with Danzo and the 2 fossils, but with the loss of virtually the entire Uchiha clan, he couldn't afford to show any sign of disunity where the other villages could see. If he had, the 4th Great Shinobi War. Naruto half-whispered. Damn, did you wonder why Danzo is rarely seen in public? Jiraiya asked as he started to walk out of the clearing. Sensei told him back then that he didn't want to see him for at least 3 years. He only re-emerged from whatever hole he had crawled into after your graduation. Good thing you did, by the way. If you'd remained a civilian, there was a petition gaining ground to have you exiled with the threat of the major trading clans withdrawing from Konoha if you weren't. That would have crippled Konoha's economy, then. Why didn't they do that? Naruto asked curiously. Civilians aren't allowed to interfere with shinobi matters. Kakashi supplied as they made their way through the woods. The reverse isn't true though, for obvious reasons. Apparently someone was behind the petition. Jiraiya added. A shinobi, but I've been unable to find out who. I'm still searching, but the trails seem to lead to the land of rice paddies and Orochimaru. Kami's only know what they wanted with you. Father or burden, most likely. Naruto mused as they exited the forest and paused at the top of a hill overlooking a small city. Where are we? Tanzuka quarters. Jiraiya smirked. And somewhere in there is Sunade, so. How will we find her? Hinata asked. Chapter 47. A Chunin and 2 Sannin. This place is totally different from Konoha, Naruto stated as the quartet of shinobi wended their way through the crowds. I barely seen any shinobi and only one was roof hopping. Tanzaka Quarters is renowned for its artists and authors. Jiraiya commented as he paused for a long moment to look round for a moment. You know, I was thinking about getting a small house here. Maybe with a couple of scantily clad maids too. You know what? Let's just find Sunade, shall we? Naruto gave Jiraiya a confused look, then his gaze slid to where Hinata was looking far more innocent than he had ever seen her looking before. What did you? No, I probably don't want to know. Hinata somehow managed to look even more innocent at Naruto's abortive question. So, how do we find Sunade? Well, she's a blonde woman with big ahem, and a blue diamond tattoo on her forehead. Jiraiya said. She travels with her assistant Shizen and their pet pig, Tenten. Then that's probably them in the 3 streets that way. Hinata said, her Byakugan active, and Jiraiya whistled. Okay, that is a very handy skill to have. Please lead the way and we'll be right behind you. Hinata caught Naruto's hand and pulled him forwards to lead the group with her, causing Kakashi to chuckle slightly. There he is, interesting. I recognize the old man with him and the girl has to be the Hyuga. But who is the other one? Hatake Kakashi, former sensei of Team 7 before it was dissolved. Interesting. Let us rejoin our partners and plan our attack. Hey, Sunade! Jiraiya shouted as he barged into the inn. Good to see you again, Jiraiya. The blonde woman growled as she lowered her sake dish. What are you doing here? Is that how you treat your only remaining teammate? Jiraiya mock-mourned, earning a shocked glance. Yep, Sensei killed Orochi a week ago. Nothing left but some spatters which he burned. The Sannin are down to 2. Sunade stared at him, unmoving, and Jiraiya waved his hand in front of her face. Is something wrong with her? Naruto asked, and the dark-haired woman sat next to Sunade stirred. It's just. How? I helped. Naruto said, earning a disbelieving look. I did. It's how I earned this vest. Naruto-kun used a special hijutsu to duplicate Hokage-sama, allowing them to deal with the snake Sannin. Hinata supplied softly. The technique created a dozen sandames at full power. The hell? Sunade finally asked, seeming to drop out of her shocked state. What sort of hijutsu can do that? The closest I can think of is the Kage Bunshin, and that requires the user to split off a portion of their chakra for each clone. It's related to the Kage Bunshin, but you need huge chakra reserves to use it. Hey! Sunade grabbed his wrist and frowned as green medical chakra briefly flickered around her hand, then she released him. That's a lot of chakra, she said, sounding shaken. More than even you, Jiraiya? Yeah, I know. Jiraiya agreed. I've read his file and talked to the toads about how they helped to boost him further. Plus, there's his heritage. Sunade raised a quizzical eyebrow and Jiraiya face-palmed. Damn it, I haven't introduced them to you, have I? Senju Sunade Shizen. Tenten. Allow me to introduce the student of my student, Jonin Hatake Kakashi, Chunin Uzumaki Naruto, and Genin Hyuga Hinata. A sage, a Jonin, a Chunin, and a Genin? Sunade scoffed. All you need now is a Kage, and you'll have all the ranks represented. You forgot a special Jonin and a student, Naruto said, earning a long glare from the female Sannin that stopped as soon as Sunade noticed that Hinata was glaring at her. What? Sunade asked as Jiraiya sniggered. Sorry. Jiraiya gasped as he brought himself back under control. Hinata's very possessive. Sorry, protective about Naruto. Not surprising, really. They'd found a way of swapping thoughts that isn't a Yamanaka technique. Sunade stared at Jiraiya and he gave a small shrug, then pulled out a small scroll. Rolling it across the table, he motioned for Sunade to open it. Senju Sunade, Jiraiya said formally as Sunade stared at the scroll as if it had turned into a rabid chipmunk that was threatening to attack her. By order of the Sandame Hokage, your self-imposed exile is ended. You are required to return to Konoha within a week. Or you will be declared to be a nuke nin and lose Konoha's protection. Of course, if that happens, I'd be happy to give you my protection. Half a second later, the wall exploded outwards as the Toad Sage was sent flying by a backhanded punch delivered by an enraged blonde Irionin. Fuck! Anoki growled, and by the door, Akatsuki looked at him in worry. Sir, you remember that group with a name similar to yours that I've been hiring for the more deniable operations? Anoki asked almost rhetorically. Well, my son-in-law's recovered enough to give a full debriefing about everything he could find out about them. Their leader has what can only be the Rinnegan. What? Akatsuki gasped in shock. Is he certain? It gets worse. Anoki growled. Confirmed members of the Akatsuki group include Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sasori, and my former pupil Deidara. Deidara? If I'd known, I'd never have hired them. Pervy Sage, you feeling better yet? Naruto asked as Hinata held a green glowing hand over one of Jiraiya's wounds, moving her hand slightly in response to Shizen's directions. He deserved it. Sunade sulked from her chair in the corner of the hotel room. Yep. Jiraiya agreed cheerfully. Sure did. But it worked, you're sober now. Nothing like a good fight to burn off the alcohol. Oh, sorry. Hinata apologized as Shizen moved to take a closer look. It's okay, just a bone fragment moving back into position, she declared after running her own analysis jutsu on Jiraiya's torso. Relax, Jiraiya-san. You'll be back to almost full strength very soon. Good. Jiraiya smiled, then he frowned. Anyone pick up the scroll, or is it still in the inn? I've got it, Naruto said, holding up the rolled-up document. Fine. Give me the damn scroll. Sunade grumped, and Naruto held it out. Sunade grabbed it from his hand, unrolled it, and frowned. The hell? What? Jiraiya asked curiously. I don't understand this. Sunade complained as she unrolled the short scroll, then turned it round to check the back in case anything had been written there. What does I need to talk to her personally? Come and get me mean? Naruto blinked, then he grinned and vanished in a flash of light. Sunade stared at the empty space. Then Naruto and two clones flashed into existence, surrounding a very familiar robed figure. Sensei! Sunade gasped as Hiruzen stepped forwards, holding his arms out. Sunade's eyes filled with tears and she almost threw herself into the Hokage's arms, letting him hug her as she burst into tears. How's Pervy Sage? Naruto whispered. I've done all I can. Why? I think we should leave them alone for a while. Naruto replied, glancing at Kakashi, Shizen and Jiraiya, who both nodded in agreement. Come on. The group left the Hokage and his crying student behind as they silently slipped out of the room and made their way downstairs to the small bar. As Jiraiya ordered a round of drinks, the other four moved to claim one of the few tables available. So, Naruto started, then he sagged. I have no idea how to start this conversation. Kakashi? Hinata? So, how's the princess been over the last few years? Jiraiya asked as he sat down, sliding beakers of watered fruit juice to Hinata and Naruto, then pouring out small saucers of sake for himself, Kakashi and Shizen. Shizen shrugged as she took the proffered saucer, doing some healing to raise funds, keeping just ahead of the debt collectors. But I'm sure that your spies have been reporting virtually everything we've done to you. True. Jiraiya confirmed with no trace of embarrassment. So, back to Konoha? Shizen asked with a wistful smile. It's been years since I was last there. Why does Hiruzen-sama want Tsunade back? Is he getting sick? He looked okay. Sensei wants to retire, Jiraiya said, and Shizen stared at him in shock. I'm too busy trying to keep Konoha safe from outside threats. Even if my sources did drop the kunai regarding the finals. Of the other candidates, Kakashi has the skills, but not the drive. Asuma hates politicking due to his time in the daimyo's court as one of the 12 guardian shinobi, Mado Guy. Jiraiya and Kakashi both shuddered. Danzo is too much of a warhawk to be considered and he hid away during the finals. Although we can't prove anything, we think he knew it was going to happen. Jiraiya continued. Hyuga Hayashi is a possibility due to his experience as a clan head, but since you can't be Hokage and clan head, he need to find a replacement, and there aren't that many potential leaders in that clan. Hinata stared in shock at Jiraiya. Tusan is one of the Godame candidates? Jiraiya nodded. The last candidate is one very few suspected, Yumino Irika. No way! Naruto gasped. Irika-sensei? He's one of the best teachers at the academy. Jiraiya noted. He's also ex-ANBU, and when he was younger, he helped with several missions vital to the security of Konoha, missions he's never talked about. He knows how Konoha works and where quite a few political bodies are buried. On the downside, he hates being in a position where he has to choose who to sacrifice for the mission, which is why he became a teacher. The more I hear about Irika-sensei, the more badass he becomes. Naruto marveled and Hinata nodded in agreement. I think that sensei will convince Tsunade to take the hat, Jiraiya said between sips of his sake. I don't think I could call Irika old man if he took the hat. Naruto mused, causing Hinata to giggle and Kakashi to eye-smile. By the way, just how are you drinking that through your mask? Naruto asked Kakashi curiously. It's an ANBU trick. Kakashi evaded. I did teach it to Sasuke though. How's he settling in? Naruto asked and Kakashi cocked an eyebrow at him. He's still going through the integration protocols, Kakashi stated. It'll be another couple of weeks at least before he goes back into the field. Then there's finding a partner for him since ANBU always deploy in pairs. Or multiples thereof. He did seem rather quiet during the meal. Had he been told about the possibility of him joining ANBU? Hinata asked, earning a respectful nod. He had. Kakashi confirmed. He was considering the pros and cons. He was listening though. Okay, Naruto replied. So what do we do now? So, Lord Pain, what do we do now? Orochimaru asked as he twitched his newly bestowed black with red clouds cloak into a more comfortable position. Beside him, a teenager stood, his right eye a red Sharingan, something that was earning the occasional glare from Itachi, who was standing beside the hulking form of Kisame. Before the four shinobi stood 6 men, all of whom boasted facial piercings and eyes with the characteristic ripple pattern of the Rinnegan. We shall move in at dusk, the foremost man decided. Itachi, you and Kisame will enter through the back, keep a low profile and be ready to block them should they try to retreat. Orochimaru, you and Shin enter through the front. Get their attention and pull them onto the street. Since they believe you deceased, it should not be difficult. I shall be waiting. The 4 shinobi vanished, leaving the 6 paths of pain standing on the rooftop, looking in different directions. Soon, the emaciated man in the crab-like life support chair croaked in a clearing several miles from where the 6 who had the same eyes as him stood. Soon we shall start to collect the biju. And we will bring peace to the world, as you say. The woman standing just behind him agreed, her expression calm, but with an undertone of long-suppressed sorrow. As you say, Chapter 48, a Chunin endangered. They've certainly been talking for a while, Naruto said as he accepted another card. Haim and Sensei have a lot of catching up to do. Jiraiya shrugged as he gazed at his own hand. Call. Full house, 9s and 3s, 3 of a kind 7s. Hinata sighed as she put her cards down. Do I get a bonus for having a totally random hand? Kakashi half-joked as he put down his cards, none of which were anything resembling useful. 2 pairs, 5s and 8s. Shizen said, showing her hand. 2 pairs as well. Aces. Naruto said, putting down 2 of the cards and aces. Jiraiya groaned. How? You haven't lost a single hand. I know you aren't cheating, I've been watching, so. How? At least we're not playing for money. Shizen pointed out. Naruto shrugged, hiding a smile. Maybe we should order some food, Kakashi suggested, glancing at the window. It looks like it's about to get dark. Some rooms as well, or are we going back to Konoha? Interesting thought. Jiraiya mused, glancing at Naruto. That skill of yours really changes things. I think I should hire the rooms though. Sunade may not want to head back at once, and if the rest of us go back without her, she may change her mind and try to sneak away. Shizen gave Jiraiya a look, and he shrugged helplessly. What? She's been running for over a decade. Sensei's good at persuading people to see things his way, but people don't change their habits that quickly without some sort of physical reason. Jiraiya turned to Kakashi for support, only to blink at the sight of the empty chair where Kakashi had been sitting. A quick glance round showed the Cyclopean shinobi to be at the bar, handing a small roll of money over to the grinning barkeep. Huh. Kid pulled a ninja vanish on me, Jiraiya said, his voice a curious mix of pride, awe and embarrassment. Haven't had that happen for a long time. I must be getting old. How old are you? Naruto asked before he could stop himself, and Jiraiya chuckled. Old enough to be a legend, kid. He's 50. A new voice said, and Jiraiya pouted at Sunade as she walked across to join them at the table while Hiruzen moved to join Kakashi at the bar. You know we were in the same class, right, Haim? Jiraiya pointed out, and Sunade shrugged as Kakashi and Hiruzen rejoined them. As much as I'd love to stay, the amount of damned paperwork still on my desk means that I need to get back, Hiruzen said. Naruto, if you would. 3 clones popped into existence behind Naruto, as Hiruzen patted Sunade on her shoulder. I'll see you again soon, Sunade-chan. Okay. Sensei. Sunade agreed with a smile. Just look after yourself until I get back. You've strained yourself enough already, but I'll soon have the best medic nin in the elemental nations helping me. Hiruzen countered as the trio of clones took position around him. See you soon, my student. Soon, Sensei. Sunade whispered as Hiruzen vanished in a flash of light. So, who's for sake? Kakashi asked, breaking the mood and earning a glare from Sunade. Sounds good to me, a voice said from the door, and Naruto, Kakashi, Sunade and Jiraiya all stared in shock at the cloaked man who had just entered the room and lifted the woven hat enough to expose his face. Orochimaru. Jiraiya choked. But Sensei killed you. It was rather painful. Orochimaru agreed with a smirk as he stepped forwards to allow a second cloaked figure to enter. But I had a few backup plans in place. After all, you should both know how well I plan, when you can actually be bothered to put your mind to it. Jiraiya riposted even as Naruto used the distraction to look round. The back door was already occupied by 2 more figures in the black cloaks with red clouds that Orochimaru was wearing. We're surrounded, Naruto whispered, and Kakashi gave a tiny nod. We're outnumbered, Hinata added, her Byakugan active. There are 6 more of them lining the roof. Their chakra is. They share the same chakra. What are they? What do you see? Naruto asked as he shifted position slightly, allowing his Haori to dangle freely, thus giving him easy access to his shuriken. Their chakra, it's radiating out from bits of metal in their bodies and it also leads away north. I think that's enough, Orochimaru stated, his smile vanishing. Lord Pain will be annoyed at you. Although I do thank you for the information. I wasn't aware until now that he was using a technique like Sasori's. A cough from the back interrupted his ruminations and Orochimaru nodded. I quite agree, Itachi, it's time to get things moving. Lord Pain only wants the Jinchuriki, so Naruto, if you surrender, you have my word that we'll let the others leave unhurt. How about it? You wouldn't want your fiancé to get injured, or even killed, would you? Hinata's eyebrows lowered into a frown. You aren't taking my snuggly away. Orochimaru looked somewhat taken aback by the sheer determination infusing Hinata's voice, but Naruto smirked. I think that I'll be able to escape, Hinata. No, you won't, Jiraiya stated, pointing to Orochimaru's companion, who had produced a syringe filled with an odd-colored liquid. They'll keep you unconscious until it's time to do whatever they want to do. Something's wrong, Naruto stated, his voice filled with sudden worry. I can't get a lock on the tags. Something's blocking me. One of the ones on the roof is doing it, Hinata ground out. I can see the effect it's having. Then we have our primary target, Jiraiya stated. Which one is it? Currently the middle one, Hinata supplied, and Jiraiya grinned, pulling out a large roll of Ryo and throwing it behind the bar. That should cover the damage, he said. Sunade, skylight please. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shocked recognition and he opened his mouth to shout a warning, but Sunade was already in motion, grabbing the table and hurling it straight up through the ceiling, Jiraiya leaping up after it so quickly that he was almost within touching range, leaving behind a shout of Kuchio's no jutsu. Even as Itachi and his companion pushed their way in through the back door, Naruto grabbed Kakashi's hand. An instant later, the room was filled with clones of both Naruto and Kakashi, the latter of whom blinked in shock before, in unison, raising their hatayatesh to expose their three Tomo Sharingans. Why am I suddenly having flashbacks? Orochimaru grumbled as he dived out of the way of a trio of attacks. Then another blast of smoke marked the appearance of a dozen more clones, this time clones of Naruto and Hinata. Hey, this is fun! Itachi's companion laughed as he pulled out a huge, bandage-wrapped sword and used it to flatten and dispel a couple of the Naruto clones. Orochimaru's companion flung open his cloak and shed his hat to reveal that he had several more Sharingan embedded in his skull and one on each arm. That is just wrong, one of Naruto's clones stated before a fist wreathed in electricity dispelled it. You should see the arm of my secret ally. Orochimaru grinned before a snake emerged from his mouth and extruded a sword that fell into his hand. You know, I can't use my skills to their fullest extent since I need to take you alive, but they never mentioned how many limbs you were supposed to have. Jiraiya landed on the rooftop even as two clouds of smoke marked the successful summoning of his chosen allies. Both of us, Jiraiya-kun? Fukasaku asked. Habit? One of these can absorb chakra, Jiraiya stated as the red markings under his eyes began to expand. Let's see how it does with Sage Cha. Yahiko? Yahiko is dead, there is only pain. The figure thus addressed responded. Wait. Hinata said the bodies were being controlled. And those eyes? Nagato? Hello? Sensei, Nagato. Jiraiya repeated, this time in shock. I heard that Hanzo had killed you all. I was on my way back with reinforcements when I got the message. Is Konan still alive? She is. Nagato, it isn't too late. Jiraiya pleaded. You don't have to do this. No, I do. Nagato stated through Yahiko's body. Farewell, Sensei. Shinra Tensei, the hell? The blue-skinned man gasped as his strike was blocked by a pair of crossed kunai held by Sunade. An instant later, she stamped as hard on the floor as she could, causing a plank to sharply rise. Ayara Weiawarg, Kisame! Itachi shouted as he disengaged from the quartet of Kakashis he was fighting and moved to counter Sunade's follow-up strike. What happened? Ow! Kisame whimpered as he lay on the floor, curled up in a tight ball of pain. That really fucking hurts. Shit! Orochimaru's companion yelped as he barely avoided a trio of strikes delivered by three Hinatas who were working together in perfect harmony. Boss, little busy here, Shin. Orochimaru called back as he frantically dodged a quartet of Raisengans before diving to avoid a Chidori. These clones are quite aggravating. I know! Shin yelled back as he rolled to avoid a shuriken barrage, only to come face to face with another Kakashi. Shit, I thought that you'd slacked off. Orochimaru growled as he countered another Kakashi clone. You're almost back up to how you'd been at your peak. How? I took a long look at myself. Kakashi replied as he dodged Orochimaru's blade. Naruto inspired me. Why, Nagato? Jiraiya yelled as he delivered an axe kick at the figure that had shed its cloak to reveal 6 arms with odd metallic lines on them. Why are you doing this? What do you hope to achieve? I am no longer Nagato. 3 of the pads chorused in one voice. I am pain, and only through pain can peace be finally achieved. If you will not stand with me, then you are my enemy. Jiraiya ducked underneath a blast of energy that issued from the mechanized pass hand, then did a backwards somersault kick that seemed to miss, but nevertheless sent the augmented enemy flying, crashing into the same hole that had been made by the path that Jiraiya had substituted with after he had been sent flying by Pain's first attack. Nagato, you have no idea how much this hurts me. He grumbled as he delivered another senjutsu-enhanced strike that sent the animated corpse of his former student flying. Now, which of you was the one blocking Naruto? It's that one! A clone of Hinata shouted as she was launched out of the gap in the roof an instant before a chakra beam from the multi-armed path forcibly dispelled her. Thanks. Jiraiya shouted down the hole, then he ducked a missile barrage. Pa, I need as much sage chakra as you can. Do you know what you're doing? Shima asked worriedly, and Jiraiya nodded. Trust me. Arg. Shin stumbled backwards, clutching at the stump of his left arm. Hinata backed away, throwing the severed limb into the corner of the room, then ducked the backswing of Orochimaru's blade, a backswing that was in turn blocked by one of the 5 remaining Kakashi. These two haven't trained together. One of the other Kakashis noted. Not like those two. Less talking, more fighting. Sunade snapped as she jerked Shizen out of the way of a kunai thrust from Itachi, then dived to one side as a wind-enhanced kunai hurled back at the Akatsuki member, missing him by a fraction of an inch. They're dispelling my clones too fast. Naruto shouted as he wrapped wind chakra around a second kunai. We can't hold. We're going to need a miracle. Ask and you shall receive. Jiraiya shouted from above, and a statue looking like a humanoid frog crashed into the floor. Yes. Naruto shouted in glee. All non-Naruto clones, attack! Originals to me. Tsunade and Shizen disengaged from their battle against Itachi, allowing a trio of Hinata clones to take their place. Orochimaru tried to press his attack, only to be sent flying as Jiraiya plummeted through the ceiling and delivered a snap kick, using the recoil to land next to Naruto. Here! Jiraiya shouted, and one of the clones grabbed him. Pervy Sage ready, Medic ready, Apprentice ready, Cyclops ready. Naruto caught Hinata in a hug. I'm ready! Jump! The 2 remaining paths still upright on the roof stared at the hole where multiple flashes of light had briefly illuminated the shattered wreckage within. What happened? They got away. Itachi stated as he blurred into visibility next to one of the paths. It would seem that Naruto has managed to learn his father's version of the Hiraishin rather than simply the guard variant. Gonna kill that bitch. Kisame grumbled from below as he finally managed to stand up, using his sword as a crutch while his other hand remained cupped around the abused portion of his anatomy. For a long moment, the shinobi simply stared at each other, then Itachi's form wavered before he collapsed, as did Kisame's. The bodies that hit the ground, however, weren't the ones that had started to fall. Even through that technique it hurt. Kisame grumbled as he stood up over a dozen miles away and started to stretch. At least I'm still intact. Had it really been me there, I'd be singing soprano permanently. Itachi simply nodded and pulled out a packet of Pocky. That Shindude though, those eyes he had are freaky. Kisame continued, not noticing how Itachi had briefly frozen mid-motion, his normally neutral face creasing slightly into a frown. I wonder what his story is. Chapter 49. A Chunin alerted. That was too close. Naruto gasped as he dropped onto one of the settees in his living area, Hinata snuggling up to him. I agree. Jiraiya said as he sat opposite Naruto, his facial markings receding back to their normal lines as the 2 toads dropped off his shoulders and started to look round curiously. Where did that statue come from? Sunade asked curiously as she and Shizen laid claim to the 3rd settee, leaving Kakashi to sit next to the toad sage. That was the one preventing Naruto from using the Hiraishin. He could absorb chakra, but couldn't cope with senjutsu. Jiraiya said, then he nodded to Hinata. Thanks for pointing him out to me. I wasn't certain which one it was. I thought it was probably Yahiko. Everyone looked at Jiraiya and he sighed. I'll be telling Sensei about this, but the 6 on the roof? All were shinobi I've encountered in the past, all were dead and all were being used and controlled by one of my old students, Nagato of AIM, using his dojutsu. The Rinnegan, Kakashi, Tsunade and Hinata all jolted in shock. I'm missing something. Naruto admitted, probably better if I provide some background. Jiraiya admitted. It was before your birth, Naruto. I was in AIM, helping those allied against Hanzo the Salamander. During my travels, I encountered a trio of orphans with great potential. Konan Yahiko and Uzumaki Nagato. Tsunade may remember them, She and Oro were with me when we met them. After we finished our mission, I stayed behind to teach them, make them more effective against Hanzo. Although I was never able to find out which clans, if any, Yahiko and Konin were originally from, I knew that Nagato was an Uzumaki, but that paled compared to his Kekei Genkei, the Rinnegan. His eyes let him use every element with equal ease and he could understand jutsu with a single glance. I trained them until they were able to defeat one of my Kage Bunshin in battle, then I left them to gather more intel and some reinforcements. I had recruited a dozen shinobi, including then Chunin Minato, who had managed to learn the Senju version of the Hiraishin and was in the process of adjusting it to make it his own. We were most of the way there when one of my spies reported that the three of them and their allies, the group known as the Red Dawn, had met Hanzo in combat. And had been killed. Obviously your spies were wrong. Sunade stated in a voice that lacked any condemnation at all. They were partially right. Jiraiya admitted. Konin and Nagato still live, but Yahiko did indeed die that day. The Akatsuki seemed to die with him, and so me and my team returned to Konoha, believing that we had failed by not reaching them in time. Jiraiya trailed off for a long moment before continuing. Nagato and Konin are still alive, but Nagato is using Yahiko's body like Sasori uses his puppets. More than that, he can see, hear, feel and use jutsu through his. He calls them his paths. He himself has taken a new name, one that several of us will recognize. Pain, the one who toppled Hanzo. Kakashi noted, one and the same. Jiraiya confirmed grimly. And now he wants to seize all the Jinchuriki. Naruto, my spies haven't reported anything regarding the Biju, but I need you to send a clone with a message to as many of the hidden villages as you can. They need to know that they have to guard their Jinchuriki. Taki'll be a problem. Kakashi mused. They keep their Jinchuriki outside the village. They don't like her at all, they only keep her around because she's a Jinchuriki and therefore a powerful weapon. Jiraiya smirked. I think that soon, they'll regret not taking more care of her. Sunade looked at her teammate, then started to laugh. I'm missing something. Naruto said again. I'll make it your first mission after I have the hat. Sunade promised, confusing Naruto even more. For now though, I think I need to get to the tower and talk to Sensei again. Coming, Shizen? Of course, Lady Sunade. Naruto watched the duo leave. I've definitely missed something. He admitted. Yes, you have. Jiraiya laughingly agreed, then he winced. Don't tease the poor boy. Shima scolded, lowering her hand from where she had dope-slapped the sage. Hinata, you have a lovely home here. Thank you, but it's Naruto-kun's home, not mine. Hinata managed. That reminds me. Fukasaku said from just in front of Naruto. Hold out your left arm. Naruto did as the elderly toad asked, then cringed as Fukasaku wrapped his tongue around his wrist. For an instant, the skin covered by the sage toad's tongue seemed to feel like it was burning, then Fukasaku released him, his tongue shrinking as it returned to its proper place. There you go, one unblockable reverse summoning tattoo. Fukasaku declared. Just smear some blood on it and channel chakra and you'll be at Mount Mayaboku, no matter what anyone tries. Thanks. Naruto managed, staring at the mark on the inside of his arm, the blocky kanji abura surrounded by fuinjutsu marks. That will help you, but it only summons you. Fukasaku said. You cannot bring anyone or anything with you should you use it. Jiraiya grinned. That did not go as planned. Pain stated as three of the paths collected the path which had been transformed into a statue. I was unaware that the Toad Sage could petrify my Preta path. I may need to try and develop a counter for that. The easiest solution is not to let Jiraiya near the Preta path. Itachi suggested as he glanced round at the inn where he had been fighting via his avatar. We need to leave, the local authorities are arriving. Toby can help. A new voice chirped and Itachi barely managed to avoid rolling his eyes. Wow, this place looks all beat up. What did Toby miss? Lord Hokage. Kakashi said as he led the way into the office, holding the door long enough to allow Naruto and Hinata, who were holding hands, to follow him through. Team Hiraishin reporting for debriefing. Sunade has been telling me about the mission from her viewpoint, as has Jiraiya. Hiruzen said with a slight smile, then his face shifted into a frown. You can confirm that it was Orochimaru that you encountered? It was. Kakashi responded, one hand stroking the Hittite covering his eye, and Hiruzen nodded in understanding. I have no clue as to how he survived, but it was him. No doubt about it. Damn. Hiruzen cursed and Naruto's eyebrows shot up at the shock of his grandfather figure cursing. How many times must I steel myself to kill him? Now we're here, we'll be able to make it stick, the next time. Jiraiya noted from where he was sprawled along the windowsill. I agree. Sunade said from behind the second, newer desk in the office, one placed near the side of the room. If Orochimaru returns, we'll make sure that he never leaves. Except that now he's back with the Akatsuki. Jiraiya noted. I've managed to get the full list of members and Orochimaru's nowhere near the strongest. He's not the weakest, but he's not the strongest either. I find myself wondering what he offered them to let him return. Knowledge of my skills, Naruto said. The one you turned into a statue? He was the one blocking my ability to simply teleport out of there. If they can find another to learn that skill, they'll be using it to come after me again, and the next time, they'll be ready for whatever you did. They still have one knowing that skill. Jiraiya sighed. They have Nagato. You are certain it was the AIM orphans? Hiruzen asked, and Jiraiya nodded. But they were all reported dead. Or so I recall. I'm checking my reports, but I think that my spies weren't the only Konoha spies in AIM at the time. Jiraiya grumbled. Someone managed to drop a false report into my network, and I really need to find out who. Shimura Danzo stifled a sneeze. Looking round at his subterranean office, he sighed. Dust got everywhere, no matter how many times he ordered his subordinates to clean. So, changing the subject, when are you receiving the hat? Jiraiya asked. Well, by the end of the week, I should have caught up with the basics, so I'll be receiving it then. Sunade replied, glancing at Hiruzen, and I'll be able to retire. Again. Hiruzen chuckled. I don't think any Kage has ever managed to retire twice before. GG, what do you plan to do? Naruto asked, and Hiruzen chuckled again. Well, for a while, I think I'll enjoy retirement by catching up with my family, then teaching you both a couple of things. After that, maybe I'll take another genin team of my own. See if I can train them up without having them fall apart this time. You know, I learned the guard version of the Hiraishin 2 after I retired for the first time, just in case one of the three fell ill and your father needed a replacement guardsman. I may be a bit rusty, but I'll be happy to join you on a mission or two to blow the rust off ready for when I get my own team. I'll see what I can find for you, sensei. Tsunade laughed. Hey, Shika, Ino, Choji. Naruto called out as he jogged onto the training ground. Where's Asuma? Over here. Asuma called as he walked into the field from the other side. You got the course set up? Yep. Naruto grinned as the trio of genin all groaned with realization. Just as you wanted. Good. Team 10, head to training ground 14 where one of Naruto's clones will direct you to the starting point for the course. Naruto, you will make your way from marked area to marked area, avoiding or countering the traps that have been set. Naruto recited. Squares marked out in yellow rope are safe points, and each has inside it an arrow pointing to the next square. Oh hell. Ino groaned. Tenten's told me about those type of courses. Apparently Lee still triggers every single ankle noose. He's taken to carrying a kunai on his belt so he can cut the rope. Naruto shrugged. It's quite impressive, he can start cutting before his other foot is pulled off the ground. It usually ends up with him doing a somersault these days. Let's go. Shikamaru sighed as he walked towards the edge of the clearing in the same manner that a prisoner would walk towards the headsman's block. The sooner we do this, the sooner we get to replace our ruined clothes and get some food, and the sooner you can help me set up Team 9's course, Ino. Naruto called after the departing genin. So, Dad's retiring soon. Asuma said, leaning against a tree as he pulled out a cigarette. I hear he's very interested in teaching you. He's already helping to teach Sasuke, you know. Naruto raised a querying eyebrow at the older jonin. I thought Sasuke was in ANBU. He is, but he found out the truth about his clan's destruction and how his brother saved his life. Should I know this? Hey, you're a Jinchuriki and the son of the fourth. Even if Pops hadn't cleared you to know this, you'd probably have found out soon enough. Sasuke's going through serious therapy between missions. What his brother did to him left some damage that still hasn't healed. On the other hand, he's already completed several missions and, with his Sharingan, is catching up to Kakashi in number of usable jutsu. I heard that he's been learning all the elemental types so that he can actually use his newly copied moves. Naruto nodded slowly. I hope he does well. Back in the academy, I thought of him as a rival, that if I could beat him, people would start to treat me better. Looking back, I can only wonder just what the hell I thought I was thinking back then. Camus above, I was an idiot. Hinata blinked in confusion. Why do I feel the need to give Naruto-kun a really big kiss? Dunno. Enko shrugged, stealing one of the dango sticks from Hinata's plate. They're your feelings. Stop teasing her, Enko. Kurenai sighed, waving to the waiter for another platter of dango. Chapter 50. Training of a Sharingan user. Sasuke looked at the mask that he had been given. Welcome to ANBU, trainee. Okami said, and Sasuke stiffened to attention as the white-coated ANBU commander stepped back, hands vanishing into his sleeves. For the next 2 months, you will undergo training in the ways of ANBU. You will learn to fight like the ninja of old, with blade and poison, stealth and silence. You hold your new face in your hands, your new name. Uchiha Sasuke is now no longer within Konoha. He has vanished. You will prove yourself worthy of your new name. Okojo. Sasuke slowly lifted his mask up to his face, feeling the seals around the edge react to his chakra, fixing the mask in place. Although the eye holes in the mask should have restricted his vision, the mask was oddly transparent, not impeding his field of view apart from a slight dulling of colors. Experimentally, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and realized that the transparent mask blocked his dojutsu, but he could still use it through the eye holes. Okami waited for Sasuke to deactivate his blood limit before speaking again. For the next 2 months, there is no Uchiha Sasuke, only Okojo. I understand, Okami-sama. Sasuke said stiffly, and Okami nodded once. Then I shall leave you. Wait here for the one who will train you in the ways of the Ambiyu. Okami vanished without even the swirl of chakra leaves that marked a normal shunshin, and Sasuke gaped at the casual display of skill before collecting himself. His new teacher would be here soon, and he would devote himself to learning everything that he could. His brother had been in Anbu, now he would learn the same lessons that had made him so strong. Less than 5 minutes had passed before a new figure appeared, this time with the characteristic swirling leaves of a Konoha shunshin. Trainee Okojo? Hi! Sasuke responded, stiffening to attention even as he looked at the new person. The man stood taller than him, and was wearing a cat-based mask with red lines surrounding the eye holes and green lines above and below them. A sword rose from behind his right shoulder, and Sasuke mentally nodded at the implication that he would learn kenjutsu as well. My name for now is Tenzo, the man stated. You have been assigned to learn from me. I will do my best to hone you into one of Konoha's blades. You will suffer, you will learn that the true face of Konoha is different from how you think. You may even curse my name as you fall into your bunk. Just be aware that while I like being nice and friendly, I have no problems with ruling with fear if that is what is needed to make you into what Konoha needs. Do you understand? Hi, sensei. Sasuke replied, only for Tenzo to give a sharp shake of his head. I am Tenzo. You are Okojo. Understand? Hi, Tenzo. Good. Tenzo said. Now follow me. Sasuke followed Tenzo into the darkness. Sasuke blinked in surprise. I do not understand, he admitted. Surely, since I have my Sharingan, it would be more efficient to use it? Yes and no, Tenzo replied. The Sharingan is a powerful tool, but even a simple chakra flash can disable it for several seconds. In addition, the moves that you learn that way can be perfectly repeated only while your Sharingan is active. You would need to practice them without your blood limit active if you were to have a chance of performing them should someone be able to counter your eyes. How many ways do you know to counter my eyes? Sasuke asked. 8 that I can think of immediately, Tenzo stated. Now, try to follow my lead. Without using your Sharingan, Sasuke drew his tanto and dropped into the first stance, copying Tenzo's moves. His blade seemed to dance through the air, and he felt a rightness about the moves. Excellent, Tenzo said as he sheathed his blade, and Sasuke stared at him. A few more repetitions and you will have mastered the first kata. You seem to be naturally gifted with the sword. Sasuke felt his chest swell with pride at the compliment, a compliment that was delivered based purely on his own actions and not because of his lineage or fame. Sasuke collapsed onto his bunk. Although it had seemed to be less comfortable than the bed in his flat, right now it was the most comfortable surface ever, as his exhausted body seemed to mold itself against the firmness of the mattress. A slow-moving hand removed the mask from Sasuke's face, and he carefully placed it on the shelf beside the bed before allowing his eyes to close. Even at his most driven, he had never been this tired, but he would succeed, for he was Uchiha Sasuke, the avenger of his clan, and he would prove his worth to the world. Again, Tenzo barked, and Sasuke turned to face the course once more. The Anbu course was deceptively simple, but every inch of it was trapped or set up to cause whoever was trying to use it to fail. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke leapt to the first platform, landing on the edge rather than the middle since the last time he had done so, the apparently solid surface had split and dumped him into a pit filled with icy water. Report, Okami said as he materialized beside Tenzo. He's learning fast, Tenzo said. He isn't as naturally skilled as his brother, but he makes up for it with determination and study. Good, Okami noted. And his loyalty rating? Middle to high, Tenzo stated. It will have to do, Okami finally said as, on the far side of the course, Sasuke managed to do a spinning leap that let him deflect the incoming shuriken. Before he can take the final oath, he needs to learn the truth about that night. He will react badly, Tenzo stated. He used Tsukiyomi on Okojo. Yamanaka is still working on undoing it, but it will take as long as it takes, Okami said philosophically. Do what you can to aid him. I feel that Okojo will be a great asset to Konoha once he finishes his training. Tenzo nodded as Okami vanished once more. Sasuke opened his eyes and Yamanaka and Noichi gasped at the sight. The past few weeks of dawn to dusk training in Anbu had caused Sasuke's eyes to evolve to the full trio of Tomo each, But now, they were different. The formerly red eyes now looked like red flowers unfolding against a black background. Itachi, Sasuke whispered. You were crying, your eyes. Inoichi managed, but Sasuke ignored his comment, still caught up in the memory that had been blocked by the genjutsu that Itachi had used to override it. Who was that masked man? Sasuke mused. And why did Itachi? Why? I think you need to see the Hokage. Inoichi decided. Hiruzen looked up as three figures entered his office. Inoichi led the way, followed by Okojo with Okami bringing up the rear. The ANBU commander peeled off and moved to one corner where he seemed to fade into the background. Okojo, you may unmask. Hiruzen said, and Sasuke removed the stoat mask. Lord Hokage. He began. I have activated my Mangekyo, Hiruzen hailed sharply. How, may I answer that? Inoichi asked. We finally broke the genjutsu that Itachi had used on Sasuke during the event. The memory it had been blocking indicated the situation back then was rather different from what we had been told. Hiruzen nodded and motioned for the duo to sit, allowing Okami to remain inconspicuous. Sasuke. Hiruzen began. I was unaware of this genjutsu, but I knew that the events of that night were not as clear as you believed. How much do you know of the events leading up to it? I knew that my father was rather tense about something, as were some of the others, but I didn't know what. Sasuke admitted, and Hiruzen sighed. There is no easy way to say this, Sasuke, but your father and the Uchiha elders were planning a coup. They were unsatisfied with the clan's position in Konoha and sought to take control. Sasuke glanced at Okami, who nodded in confirmation of Hiruzen's statement. When he turned back, his face was pale with shock. But the other villages, had the coup gone ahead, Konoha would undoubtedly have followed Yuzushiogakure. Hiruzen stated. Kumo and IWA had heard that the tensions in Konoha were rising and had prepared their forces, massing them ready to invade as soon as we turned upon ourselves. Kiri would have followed them, as would the smaller villages of Amigakure, Tanigakure, Takigakure, and Kusagakure. Suna. We had no way of knowing which way Suna would go with the odds stacked against us like that. At best, they would have remained neutral. What was father thinking? Sasuke hissed. I had decided to defuse the situation by declaring that I was going to train your brother as my apprentice and the future Godane when the massacre happened. Hiruzen continued. I have very strong suspicions as to who forged the orders that set your brother against his clan, but even now, I have not been able to find a single shred of hard evidence to support those suspicions. If I had, that person would now be dead by my hand. Or by yours. As it is, he is currently politically untouchable and is skilled enough that you would stand no chance at all against him. Sasuke gave a jerky nod, his eyes almost glowing with suppressed rage. When Itachi discovered the orders hadn't been from my hand, he suggested that he should take the blame. He left that night carrying the stigma of being the killer of the Uchiha clan, but his loyalty to Konoha never wavered. He still reports regularly via Jiraiya's network, using his Pocky addiction as a cover to hand his reports to the shopkeepers who work as agents of the Toad Sage. Even though he knows that most of the shinobi of Konoha would kill him because of his actions, he remains loyal. Itachi has successfully infiltrated a group known as the Akatsuki, an organization based in Amigakure. He has sent us descriptions of all the members and their skill sets. While he is one of the stronger members, he is not the strongest. That would be their leader, a man known only as Lord Pain, a man with 6 bodies that act as one. He still serves Konoha? Sasuke managed, and Hiruzen nodded gently. He does. All he has ever asked was that you be kept as safe as possible without endangering your growth as a shinobi of Konoha. It is my belief that he plans to have you kill him in battle so that you will emerge as the last Uchiha, and, in the eyes of the public, a true hero who will re-establish the Uchiha clan and raise it to prominence, this time as a true and integral part of Konoha. Sasuke looked down at his clenched fists for a long moment, every line of his body showing the tense anger he was keeping restrained by only his pure willpower. Then he looked up. Can he return? Hiruzen blinked at the unexpected question. What? He was trying to protect me from the man in the spiral mask. Sasuke explained. He called him Madara. Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen gasped. But how? He died at the Valley of the End. His body was never recovered. Okami stated from his corner. He could have faked his death. Things like that have been known to happen. This changes things. Hiruzen mused. Why did Itachi not report that to me? Perhaps he thought you knew. Sasuke offered, and Hiruzen slumped in his chair. I have more to atone for than I thought. He sighed, then his gaze sharpened as he rose from behind the desk. Sasuke, I heard that your primary element is lightning. I don't think Kakashi will have taught you much beyond ensuring you have a good grounding in the basics, but there are several techniques that I can give you. I believe that you have enough chakra at least to learn the right unbunshin. Chapter 51. Taking the hat. Sunade sagged onto the surprisingly comfortable settee and glanced out of the window. Only her experience let her hide her shock as she recognized the valley, and her gaze quickly took in the rest of the room with its distinctive fireplace and half-floor above. It was Minato's old house, one where she had visited to check over Kushina after Minato had rescued her. The house where she and her then-fiancé Dan had eaten their final meal together before the mission that had taken Dan away from her. A meal personally cooked by then Jonin Namikaze Minato. Where shinobi I've encountered in the past, all were dead and all were being used and controlled by one of my old students, Nagato of AIM, using his dojutsu. The Rinnegan. Jiraiya stated, causing Tsunade to focus on her teammate as he explained how he had met them, and how his spies had relayed word of their deaths. Obviously your spies were wrong. Tsunade mused, mentally trying to figure out who would have profited from Hanzo remaining in power. For a long moment she allowed herself to lose the thread of the conversation, trusting her well-trained memory to record it in case she needed to quote from it later. Then a familiar word brought her back. Jinchuriki. Naruto, my spies haven't reported anything regarding the Biju, but I need you to send a clone with a message to as many of the hidden villages as you can. They need to know that they have to guard their Jinchuriki. Jiraiya said. Taki'll be a problem. Kakashi mused. They keep their Jinchuriki outside the village. They don't like her at all, they only keep her around because she's a Jinchuriki and therefore a powerful weapon. Jiraiya smirked. I think that soon, they'll regret not taking more care of her. Jiraiya smirked. Tsunade looked at her teammate, then started to laugh as she followed his logic and deduced the plan that he had probably developed. I'm missing something, Naruto said, causing Tsunade's amusement to deepen. I'll make it your first mission after I have the hat. Tsunade promised Jiraiya for now though. I think I need to get to the tower and talk to Sensei again. Coming, Shizen? Of course, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade nodded to the others before stepping out through the door and walking towards the path that would take them to the bottom of the Hokage monument, Shizen half scurrying along behind her. Shizen, she said as she slowed slightly to allow her apprentice, and most trusted friend, to catch up to her, do you think I've made the right choice? I think you'll do a great job, my lady. Shizen replied. Not what I asked? Tsunade deadpanned. Please tell me. Do you think I've chosen correctly? Shizen blinked a couple of times as she ordered her thoughts, and Tsunade remained silent, refusing to try and hurry her apprentice's response. I think that you have made the right choice, my lady. Shizen finally admitted. We've been moving from place to place for many years. Running away, you mean? Tsunade snorted. Sensei was very nice to avoid pointing that out to me. Which actually made it more obvious. Shizen's diplomatic silence caused Tsunade to chuckle mirthlessly. Shizen, do you want to know how he persuaded me to come back? If you don't mind, my lady. Shizen managed. He asked me if I could recommend either Danzo or Jiraiya as his replacements. Tsunade barked with laughter before sobering. Then he asked me if I was willing to give myself a chance to heal, or if I preferred bleeding to death from my emotional wounds. Hiruzen-sama does have a way with words. Shizen admitted. The old bastard does indeed. Tsunade grumbled in unwilling admiration. It'll be interesting to get an in-depth look at how he thinks. My lady, he's going to have to fully explain his plans and policies to me so that I can adjust or continue them as I see fit. Tsunade explained as they briefly emerged into a clearing and followed the path out of it again. I'll finally have a chance to see just what did we see back there? Shizen blinked as Tsunade reversed course and half-jogged back to the clearing. What's going on? She asked the paint-spattered genin on the other side of the clearing. It is a most youthful training session. The one clad in green shouted back as he helped to untie the pink-haired kunoichi from the ropes that had bound her to a tree. We are halfway around the course and are still going strong, and I'm going to kill Naruto for doing this to me. The kunoichi snarled as she dropped to the ground and started retying the rags of her former clothing in an attempt to retain her modesty. You look like you fell victim to one of the traps from the book written by Uchiha Madara, Shizen stated, trying not to burst out laughing. The one that uses 3 lemons and a paperclip. Yash, that was 2 traps ago. The green-clad teenager replied with a wide grin. Truly, Naruto-kun shows extreme youthfulness in the art of traps. Now let us move on. Yoink! Tsunade watched in disbelief as the energetic teen triggered an ankle noose trap and managed to slice through it with a kunai even before his other foot had fully left the ground. What the hell's been going on in the years I've been away? She muttered as the trio of genin vanished into the forest. Ah, the trap courses. Hiruzen smiled after Tsunade had finished describing what she had seen. It sounds like Team 9 is being given a run for their money by young Naruto, although he did mention that he was going to be teaching Ino how to set up the courses after she finished the one he had set up for her. That's normal? Sunade asked in disbelief, and Hiruzen nodded. It's a fairly regular thing these days. We have several aspiring trap masters in amongst our genin. You've already met Naruto, and you've still to see Ino's work, while Hyuga Neji is becoming something of an expert in detecting and disassembling traps in his own right. In fact, the Hyuga clan have recently instituted their own trap-making and trap-breaking courses. I see I'm going to have to do a lot of studying. Sunade sighed, and Hiruzen motioned towards the second desk in the office, one which had been set at right angles to his own. For the next few days, that'll be your desk as I bring you up to speed, he said. Once you take the hat, we'll switch so that this desk will be yours. Remind me to show you how to open the secret drawers. Thanks, sensei. Sunade smiled as she moved to take the seat behind her desk, then she looked at her assistant. Shizen, I want you to head to the hospital. Find out what's going on there and report back. Yes, my lady, Shizen said with a bow before seeming to vanish. So, Hiruzen said, pulling out a sheet of paper. Here we are, Form 451979, confirmation of field promotion in peacetime. I think that before you become Hokage, you should at least be promoted from Chunin. Sunade blinked several times. I'd forgotten that I was still technically a Chunin. You did depart just before you could take the Jonin exam, Hiruzen reminded her. We both know that skill and rank aren't always the same thing. Speaking of which, what rank do you think young Shizen would be if I had her tested? I trained her as well as I could. Sunade half sighed, glancing at her apprentice. I did my best to bring her up to my level as much as possible, so. Tokubetsu Jonin at the very least. I'll have her undergo the testing tomorrow. Hiruzen smiled at his surprised former student. I'm sure that she'll pass with flying colors. Now one more thing. Yes, sensei? Hiruzen made a small hand signal and the door opened, revealing a tall blonde man. I think you may remember as Yamanaka Inoichi, Hiruzen said. I think you need to get over that phobia of yours if you are to let an old man like me retire. Yes, sensei. Sunade sighed as she turned to face the obviously amused clan head. Don't worry, Inoichi said reassuringly. You're not the first non-Yamanaka clan member I've helped. He's helping the young Uchiha as well, Hiruzen added. You're in safe hands, and don't worry about the cost. Inoichi continued. Konoha's got this one, and most of your wage as Hokage can go towards paying off all the debts you've run up. Hiruzen finished with an overly innocent expression, earning a glare from Sunade. We'll do a full debrief after your preliminary session with Inoichi, but for now, did anything happen after I came back? Hiruzen stared in shock at Sunade. You're certain? It was Orochimaru, Sunade confirmed. I remember him saying something about looking into cloning just before he fled Konoha. Maybe it was a clone of him. Or he sent a clone of him to attack Konoha. That makes a disturbing amount of sense. Hiruzen sighed, then he looked up as the office door opened. Lord Hokage, Kakashi said as he led the way into the office, holding the door long enough to allow Naruto and Hinata, who were holding hands, to follow him through. Team Hiration reporting for debriefing. My lady? Shizen queried as Sunade looked round the newly emptied Hokage mansion. We're going to need some furniture. Indeed we are, Shizen. Sunade agreed as she looked through one of the doors to see a large library, its shelves stacked high with scrolls and books. Looks like they only took the Sarutobi stuff. Shizen, make a note to organize a team to go to the Senju mansion and grab all the furniture that's still usable. Yes, Lady Sunade. Sunade carefully closed the door and leaned against the frame. I still can't believe that I'm doing this, she sighed. Am I caught in genjutsu or something? With your chakra control, that would be difficult. Shizen pointed out and Sunade nodded. It'll be odd, not running from the debt collectors. You know, there is one bright point to this, my lady? Sunade grinned almost ferally. You can finally find a good man and have some kids for their Aunt Sunade to spoil rotten. Shizen blushed and Sunade raised an eyebrow. Already got someone in mind, have you? Lady Sunade. Sunade stepped forwards, feeling the official robes weighing heavily on her shoulders as Hiruzen spoke, using the Fuinjutsu inscribed into the balcony and shade pillars to amplify and project his voice, making it audible to everyone who was watching from below. And as I retire. Once more, Hiruzen said, causing a ripple of laughter from the crowd, I do so in the knowledge that once again, I do so in favor of someone who will perform the task placed upon them with the greatness and determination that Konohagakure deserves. People of Konoha, may I present the Godame Hokage. Senju Sunade. As her sensei finished his speech, Sunade stepped forwards into the almost solid cheering from the assembled citizens and shinobi. Glancing sideways, she saw Shizen smiling with pride at her, then she turned her attention back to her sensei, who had removed the hat of Kages and was holding it out for her to take. I, Senju Sunade, student of the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, do hereby accept the position of Godame Hokage of Konohagakure. Sunade declaimed, the words coming easily to her after the several hours of tutelage under Hiruzen's gaze. May the will of fire burn brightly in the leaf. As she finished, she donned the hat, then raised one clenched fist in the old symbol of victorious triumph. Let the will of fire burn in us all, she shouted. For Konoha! For Konoha! The mass response came, and Sunade smiled as she looked out over the village hidden in the leaves, the village that was now hers to lead, hers to guide, and hers to protect. Dan, she whispered, I'll fulfill your dream for you. I promise that I'll make you proud. The cheering grew louder as Hiruzen stepped back, leaving her at the front of the balcony, a symbol of the new dawn for the leaf. Chapter 52. A Chunin and a Lucky One. And as I retire. Once more, Hiruzen said from the balcony, causing Hinata to giggle as she leaned into Naruto's hug. I do so in the knowledge that once again, I do so in favor of someone who will perform the task placed upon them with the greatness and determination that Konohagakure deserves. People of Konoha, may I present the Godame Hokage, Senju Sunade. I'm glad she's going through with it. Naruto whispered as Sunade accepted the hat. Hopefully, I'll be the next to wear it. I'm sure you will. Hinata replied quietly. I, Senju Sunade, student of the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, do hereby accept the position of Godame Hokage of Konohagakure. Sunade said, the words echoing across the village. May the will of fire burn brightly in the leaf. Sunade donned the hat, then raised one fist. Let the will of fire burn in us all, she shouted. For Konoha! For Konoha! The crowd shouted, Naruto and Hinata joining in as the feeling of triumph and victory seemed to almost solidify around them. Team Hiration, reporting for mission, Kakashi stated as he stepped into the office where, in a reversal of the previous time they had been there, Sunade was sat behind the Hokage's desk while Hiruzen was seated behind the secondary desk. Kakashi, Naruto, Hinata, Sunade said with a nod of greeting. Are you ready for your mission? Naruto nodded eagerly and Tsunade's smile turned slightly feral. As you know, Akatsuki are starting to move to secure the Jinchuriki, she began. Naruto, thanks for using your clones to send the messages to Kiri, Kumo and Suna. Jiraiya has arranged for IWA to be warned, since your clones would be attacked on sight if they went there, which leaves Takigakure, the ones who don't like their Jinchuriki. Naruto recalled. Correct. Tsunade agreed with a wicked smirk. As such, we are going to give them what they want. We are going to take their Jinchuriki away from them. Or more properly, we are reclaiming their bijou since they don't appreciate it. The fact that we'll gain one of their kunoichi as well is just a bonus. So the mission is to sneak into the land of cliffs, make our way to the edge of the village hidden in the waterfall, locate their Jinchuriki and return with it. Kakashi stated, then he frowned. Which one is it? The Nanabi, the seven-tailed beetle. Hiruzen supplied, causing both Kakashi and Hinata to turn to look at Naruto. Naruto, can we confer with? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, then made a hand seal that Tsunade didn't recognize. Biju Bunshin. A cloud of smoke dissipated to reveal a waist-high reddish fox with multiple tails. For a long moment, both Tsunade and Hiruzen stared at the creature before slowly sinking back into their chairs. Kurama, may I introduce you to the Godame Hokage Senju Tsunade and the retired Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Naruto said formally. Tsunade-sama, Jiji, may I introduce Otsutsuki Kurama, one of the 9 living children of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, also known as the Sage of the Six Paths. Huh. Tsunade finally managed as she stared at Kurama, who responded by puffing out his chest and raising his snout. I think they're overwhelmed with my magnifice. Oh yeah, right there. Naruto hid a smile as Hinata used the comb she had pulled out of a pocket to start combing Kurama's fur, taking advantage of the action to gently massage the top of his head with the fingers of her free hand. Within seconds, Kurama was lying on the ground in a furry pile of pleasure with Hinata kneeling beside him, brushing his fur so it lay neatly, using gentle motions to tease out the few knots. You have about 100 years to stop doing that, Kurama manged. But you can take longer if you think that you need to. Kakashi shook his head in disbelief. Naruto. That is perhaps one of the most disturbing sights I have ever seen. You think that's bad? Naruto laughed. When Hanabi saw him for the first time, it took an hour to persuade her to stop hugging him and rubbing his belly. So, the Nanabi? Hiruzen prompted. Chome? Kurama sat up. She's my favorite sibling. Why are you discussing her? She isn't being appreciated by the village that holds her, and Akatsuki is trying to collect the biju for bad reasons of their own. Tsunade supplied, causing Kurama to growl. If she comes here, you'll treat her right? I'll teach her Jinchuriki the biju bunshin so that she can manifest independently, assuming her seal lets her. If it doesn't, I'll take her to see your uncle. Naruto offered and Kurama nodded. I'll help. Whatever you need as long as we get her here. Perhaps we can persuade that bug clan of yours to watch over her. The Aburame? Hiruzen mused. Sunade, once they've left, I'll go and talk to Shibi about this. Plausible deniability and all that. Sunade nodded, her eyes still transfixed by the sight of Kurama once again flopping onto the floor under Hinata's gentle ministrations. You know, Dad left one of his tags near Taki. Naruto mused. I can sense it. That should cut down on travel time. Kakashi mused approvingly, and I was wondering how many other tags he left in storage. Naruto continued, earning a contemplative look from Jiraiya. If we can double tag the locations that are important, we could hide one, say, under an etched stone so it looks like the pattern on the stone is the target used for the technique. Maybe include a couple of seals that glow when chakra is applied, but do nothing else. And thus people will try to decode the etchings, not realizing that they have no meaning at all, thus causing them to waste time and energy that they could have spent doing something we didn't like. Jiraiya smirked. And a second tag nearby means that if they set up a trap, we can simply pop up nearby and take it apart before they figure out what just happened. I'd recommend doing that only at key points. Kakashi cautioned. We do need to keep a reserve of tags after all. At least until you learn how to duplicate them. We'll discuss this after the mission. Jiraiya decided. No point getting distracted now. Already? Kakashi asked as Hinata and Naruto stepped out of Naruto's house, packed for a full week. Naruto stated. I know it's meant to be a quick in and out, but you never know. I took the liberty of sending a clone ahead to secure the area. Since it hasn't dispelled, I know it's safe. Okay. Kakashi said slowly. Next time, though, check with me first. I am the team leader for a reason, sorry. Naruto apologized and Kakashi shrugged. I admit that I was planning for you to do something similar, so no foul this time. Next time, though, wait for permission before doing scouting. If someone spotted your clone and your clone didn't notice, or was disrupted in a way that prevented the memory transfer, we could end up going into an ambush that wouldn't have been there otherwise. Naruto nodded, his face pale as he thought about how things could have gone wrong. So if you can send some clones to secure our entry point, we can go. Kakashi added and Naruto created a dozen clones, 6 of whom grabbed the others before they all vanished. Kakashi commented. Have the deployment chakra cost, I see. Hadn't really noticed that during the last mission. Not bad, thanks. Naruto said, then he cocked his head. One clone dispelled to send the all clear, the others are on lookout duty, then let's go. Kakashi said, moving so that he could press his fingers against Naruto's and Hinata's in preparation for the Hiraishin jump. As soon as the world blinked, the trio spun outwards, standing back to back as they waited. All clear. Hinata said as she deactivated her Byakugan. No one within range. I don't suppose that you've learned how to sense chakra yet, have you? Kakashi asked, causing Naruto to shake his head. Okay. Kuchio's no jutsu. A small cloud of smoke announced the arrival of a dog wearing a blue sleeveless coat. Pakin, we need to find a Jinchuriki. Kakashi stated. There's one just behind you. Pakin responded, and Kakashi sighed. Naruto, I know. I mean a different one. Female, holds the Nanabai, forget it. Kurama stated as he emerged from a cloud of smoke. That dog'll just slow us down. I can sense her, she's over that way. That's not nice. Pakin grumbled. Do you make a habit of stopping others from working? Well, I can see you two are getting along wonderfully, but we really need to get moving. Kakashi sighed. Pakin, do you want to stay or return? I'll stay. Pakin grumped. You don't summon us enough, you know. Pick me up. Kakashi plucked Pakin from the ground and placed him on his shoulder, then looked round. What? You have a summoning contract as well? Naruto asked in shock. Meh, why so surprised? Kakashi drawled as he turned to lead the way. You have toads, I have a pack of dogs. Besides, quite a few of the Jonin have contracts, like Guy and his turtles. Naruto nodded, earning a considering glance from Kakashi. He doesn't use them much, he uses them more now. Naruto shot back. At least, when I relayed the message from Ningen to him. Kakashi opened his mouth, paused, and then closed it again, obviously deciding not to continue that line of questioning. Still clear. Hinata reported, the veins around her eyes shrinking back to their normal sizes. She's staying still. Kurama reported. Where's this village that hates her? Over that way. Kakashi said, pointing slightly to the left. About 3 miles in a straight line. We'll need to bear right soon to avoid their normal patrols. Okay. Kurama growled. But the sooner we get her back to Konoha, the better. I cannot believe I just said that. Even think you deserve being treated like a human? A male voice sneered as the group carefully crept to the top of the rise, using the bushes that grew there as cover. You're nothing more than a weapon for the village, and if you try to act up again, I'll do worse than use the pain seal on you. Now pick yourself up and get back to that hole of yours. We're done for today. The man with dark, spiky hair held back by a pale green/brown bandana kicked the green-haired girl who was lying on the ground, then turned and stalked off. That bastard! Kurama growled. Now you know why I hate most humans. That was Saiyan. Kakashi mused. He's a Suiton user, a very powerful one. The girl, she must be the Jinchuriki. Naruto mused as the girl in question slowly pulled herself onto her hands and knees, then she managed to stand up, wincing as she clutched at her ribs where she had been kicked. Kurama nodded as the girl started to move towards the treeling. Suions vanished into a waterfall, a big one. Hinata reported quietly from her position behind them. He mentioned a pain seal. Naruto growled. If they've put that on her, there's probably also a tracking seal at least. We may need Jiraiya here. I'm getting pretty good, but he's the expert, agreed Kakashi said, his uncovered eye gazing almost sightlessly at the now empty clearing. Hinata, anyone else around? Clear, sensei. Hinata replied almost at once. Kurama, if you'd be so kind as to lead us to your sister and her host, my pleasure. Kurama half growled. While Zetsu and Tobio tried to locate the Sanbai, I have a mission for you. Pain stated. Of course, Lord Pain. Orochimaru bowed. How may we serve? Pain's eyes narrowed slightly. We have confirmed the location of the Nanabai. It is being held outside Takigakure. You and Shin will travel there and secure it. The host must be kept alive, but beyond that, I leave the mission entirely to your discretion. Be aware, though, that the Takigakure elders insisted on placing both a pain seal and a tracking seal on the host. The pain seal is a standard Uzumaki prisoner control seal, which I know how to activate. Orochimaru smirked. This mission should be fairly easy. Do not let your overconfidence lead you into another loss. Pain warned, and Orochimaru's eye twitched at the reminder of his failed attack on Konoha. Lord Pain, when the time comes to secure the Ichibi, may I assist? It will be a strong blow to Suna. I shall consider it. Pain stated. You may leave. As you command, Lord Pain. Chapter 53. A Chunin observed. How do we do this? Naruto asked almost half an hour later as the quartet sat in the small den that Kakashi had created via judicious use of Doton Jutsu. Hinata shrugged to indicate that she didn't know while Kakashi stroked his chin and thought. Suion has a tendency to linger to gloat over his enemies after defeating them, so there's every chance he'll return briefly before dusk. Kakashi finally said. Somehow, we need to contact the Jinchuriki, check that she wants to leave Taki. She does, Kurama stated. I've been talking to Chome. Everyone looked at the large fox curiously and he glanced round. What? Chome? But how? Kakashi asked. We biju shere. I think you call it a kekei genkai. Kurama finally answered after a long pause. Any of us can talk with the others, we just need to concentrate to do so. It's easier when we're in a host. It's one of the reasons I could cope with being inside those Uzumakis even though they never bothered to try and talk to me. Sorry. Naruto muttered. Yeah, you're my first host who actually bothered to speak to me. Kurama half growled, then he shook himself. Sorry. I think I need to have another talk with Uncle Gamma. Once this is over, I'll take you to him. Naruto promised, and Kurama smiled briefly at him. Thanks. Anyway, we can talk to each other regardless of the distance between us, although since we're siblings, we usually don't want to. Family arguments and all that, makes sense. Kakashi agreed as Hinata began stroking Kurama's fur to help him calm down. So, what did you and Chome decide to do? Simple, Chome sent Fu here to meet you. A new voice said from the entrance. I have her in sight, master. Shin declared, causing Orochimaru to give him a quizzical look. Shin, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still in the southern bastion, correct? Shin nodded, not bothering to look around at the giant cavern they were standing in, its sides dotted with doorways and shafts, some of which were barred. We are, and aside from all of my followers, the Sound Four and those odd young clones you've finally started to grow in the lab, it is just us two here, correct? As always, my master. Shin agreed while the newest member of the Sound Four, a woman named Guren, glowered at him. Then, how exactly do you have our target in sight? Shin motioned with one hand and a nearby rock seemed to ripple, turning into a small creature with a solitary outsized Sharingan. Moving on four stumpy legs, the dome-like entity waddled towards them. You actually managed to create them. Orochimaru gasped, bending down to scoop up the creature. Amazing, thank you, master. Shin replied as Orochimaru examined the creature with all the joy of a young child given a new toy. I only have a dozen of them at the moment, and given our mission, I chose to have most of them placed near where the Jinchuriki are known to live. They seem to use an integrated genjutsu to hide. Orochimaru mused, turning the creature back upright and placing it gently on the ground, allowing it to waddle back to its former location. Magnificent. Kabuto's aid was quite useful in overcoming several problems I had encountered in trying to create them. Shin demurred. He is rather gifted, isn't he? Orochimaru agreed. So, any other tricks you have with these? Yes. Shin smirked. I can use them as a means of transportation. Orochimaru cocked an eyebrow at him. So, you stand on them as they move? Shin's smirk widened. No, master. You remember how a Beto can teleport? Orochimaru stared at him for a long moment, then his expression turned into a grin as predatory as Shin's. Shin, don't tell anyone about that. He commanded, then he looked round at his 4 guards. The same goes for you as well. Yeah, like we want to end up like Tayuya. The 6-armed one grumbled almost inaudibly. Exactly. Orochimaru purred. Fu finished chattering to Kurama and looked around at her audience. Sorry, Fu didn't mean to ignore you. Fu was just happy to meet Komiai's big brother. I think we got that. Naruto managed, pulling his shattered concentration back together. So, since Kurama's told you why we're here, what's your decision? Fu's face fell. Fu would love to come with you, but Fu can't. She sighed. But... Naruto started before his eyes widened. The seal that Suyin mentioned. It's more than a control seal, isn't it? Fu nodded slowly and Kakashi leaned forwards. Fu, I've studied under the 4th Hokage and his sensei. I'm more than adequate with Fuinjutsu. Naruto isn't as advanced, but he understands it almost intuitively. If you let us see the seal that Suyin uses to control you, we may be able to find a way to negate it. Negate it? Orochimaru asked curiously and Shin nodded, ignoring the Sound Four who had taken position in the trees around them with the exception of Guren, who had created a crystal dome for them to talk in, a dome that shielded them from any censoring. They think there's a tracking seal on the Jinchuriki, possibly linked to a suicide one, so if she gets beyond a certain distance from the one controlling her, the seal activates and kills her, meaning that the Nanabi would take several years to reform, placing the plan on hold until it does. Orochimaru nodded in understanding. Well, far be it for little old me to interrupt them while they're removing that seal. Shin stared at him in confusion. We're not striking while they're distracted, master? And have the Takigekyo shinobi track us down in order to reclaim their weapon? Orochimaru countered. There is a reason that Takigekyo has official treaties with all of the Great Five, Shin. They may not have many shinobi, but should they choose to use the substance known as Hero's Water, a Taki Genin can defeat even a Tokubetsu Jonin. Imagine what a Taki Jonin could do. Shin blinked then shivered slightly. No, we're waiting for them to remove the seal, then we'll swoop in and leave with her, using one of your remote viewing creatures. What do you call them anyway? I hadn't really considered it. Shin admitted after several moments of thought. Watchers? As good a name as any, I suppose? Orochimaru sighed. Anyway, we use your watchers to escape, leaving the Konoha shinobi unable to follow us and in position to take the wrath of the Taki shinobi. An excellent plan, master. Shin said and Orochimaru smirked. I know, Shin. I know. Hinata looked on the verge of tears as she stared at the seal that had been literally carved into Fu's upper back. This isn't good. Naruto finally stated. If it was applied normally, I could counter it, but by actually cutting it like that. Damn it, Fu was unconscious when they did it. Fu offered, glancing at Hinata. Fu doesn't remember more than waking up with a very sore back. Yeah. Naruto grumbled, glancing at Kakashi. Okay, I see 2 choices here. Jiraiya, or Uncle Gamma. Kurama finished. It'll take a lot of chakra to summon him, and if we try to take Fu there, the seal will activate since it's out of range. Naruto sighed. Erosenin, Erosenin. Kakashi agreed, his voice lacking any humor. Can you fetch him? He'll need time to prepare. Naruto replied. Fu. I hate to do this, but it's getting dark and the person who can help you will need light to work in. Fu understands. Fu said as she accepted her top from Hinata and shrugged it on, then pulled her red backpack over. Fu will come back tomorrow, yes? We'll have a full meal waiting for you. Naruto said as he pulled out a small scroll and unrolled it. Fu's eyes widened as several small loaves of bread appeared. Here, these rolls contain sausage baked into them. Thank you? Fu smiled, grabbing the rolls. Fu and Chome will see you tomorrow. Well, looks like we're camping out. Orochimaru sighed. Guren, shatter this dome. We're moving further from Taki so that their patrols won't stumble on us. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Shin, after this mission, we'll need more watchers. 1 for every one of my covert outposts at the very least. Yes, master. A flash of light illuminated the subterranean hideout and announced the arrival of Konoha's premier Fuinjutsu practitioner. Not a bad setup. He mused, looking around critically. However, I think I can improve it, especially if I'm to perform another of my sealing miracles. We need to remain covert. Kakashi noted and Jiraiya gave him a gimlet stare. Sorry, while we're waiting, Jiraiya said as he unsealed his supplies. Sensei asked you to be ready in case he needs you. He shouldn't, but just in case. Naruto cocked an inquisitive eyebrow and Jiraiya gave a small chuckle. He and his son are finally getting their family relationship sorted out, by going on a mission along with the rest of Asuma's team. They're escorting the famous actress Fujike's Yuki to the Land of Snow to film her latest Princess Gale movie. Where is the Land of Snow? Naruto wondered and Jiraiya slapped a map down. Just there. He pointed. Once we're done here and Sensei sends word that they've finished filming, I'm hiring you to send me to Sensei's side. I really have to talk to Yuki about making an Ika movie and it'll let him teach you a few new tricks. I liked her films. Hinata spoke up from the corner where she was preparing breakfast, the smoke from the small fire vanishing into a chimney that Kakashi had created using a Doton jutsu. Can I come? I volunteered to help. Kakashi interjected with one of his eye smiles. This means we can use the guard version, which takes less chakra. Jiraiya blinked then frowned at Kakashi. Takes less chakra per person using it. The Jonin corrected himself. What does? Fu asked from the entrance, then she stared at the toad sage. Fu wants to know who the old man is? Old man? Jiraiya mourned, tears seeming to flow down his cheeks. I'm in the prime of my life. Face it, Ero-sennin, you're old. Naruto said and Jiraiya dismissed the Teirjin jutsu in favor of glaring at his godson. Not old. Vote. Hinata raised her hand, as did Kakashi. Traitors. Jiraiya grumped as Fu giggled. Alright, once you've had breakfast, let me look at the seal and I'll see what I can do. Something's happening, Shin said quietly, causing the other 5 to look at him curiously. Kakashi's moved out of their hideout and is on guard. I'll have to have my watcher back away from him. If he uses his Sharingan, he'll be able to see through the watcher's genjutsu. Interesting that they have Kakashi on lookout duty. Orochimaru mused. Obviously, Naruto is far more skilled in Fuinjutsu than I thought. Fortunately, I seriously doubt that he'll be anywhere near Jiraiya's level. The lines of ink that covered Fu's back, limbs and 3/4 of the cavern started to glow and writhe as Jiraiya, Shima and Fukasaku knelt around Fu, concentrating hard. The now glowing runes flowed inwards, briefly covering Fu's back and the small blank scroll that lay unrolled from her shoulders to her knees. Then Fu gasped in pain as the scroll darkened with a complex pattern of reddish ink forming on it. Done! Fukasaku gasped and Jiraiya reached out to snag the scroll, tossing it into the air with a flick of the wrist that caused it to roll up. As the scroll arced through the air, all eyes were on Fu's back, which was bereft of any trace of the seal that had once been carved into her flesh. Naruto, take this scroll and have a clone place it in Fu's den. Jiraiya ordered, only to see the scroll snapped out of the air by Kurama. I'll do it. The 9-tailed kitsune said around the scroll clamped in his jaws. I can find the den easily, then I'll simply dispel and Naruto can resummon me. Kurama didn't wait for a reply, but he simply vanished out of the cave. Fu is free? Apparently so, Kakashi said from the entrance. So, a little while to recover, then will you join us in Konoha? Fu will. Looks like they're done, master, Shin reported. A clone of the Kyuubi just exited the cave holding an oddly glowing scroll. Really? How odd. Well, since they've sorted out the problem, let's go and say hello, Orochimaru said, motioning for Gurin to shatter the barrier and the Sound 4 to form up. After all, it is the neighborly thing to do. This is not good, Toby agrees. Chapter 54. A Chunin and a Snake. Fu is so happy. The green-haired girl caroled as she sprang out of the concealed entrance and into the small clearing. Chome says she is happy too. Fu and Chome are so lucky to have met you. I'm glad to hear that. Naruto laughed as he and Hinata emerged from the den and leaned against each other while Fu danced around the clearing. Someone's enjoying freedom. Kakashi snarked as he remained leaning against the root that partially concealed the entrance to the den, and Naruto blinked. Kurama's just placed the scroll. Fu, the choice is yours. Fu blinked as she halted mid-dance. Still balanced on one foot, she turned to face Naruto. Fu doesn't understand. Surely you want Fu to go with you? We do, Hinata explained, but only if you want to come with us. You're free now. If you want to go elsewhere, we won't stop you. Fu frowned. But Fu has never been anywhere else before. Fu doesn't think she could make it anywhere else. Suyin has a lot to answer for. Kakashi ground out. He didn't even give you basic training? Suyin say that as long as Fu can tap Komiai's power, that enough. Fu sighed. Chome has taught Fu a bit, but Fu not know how to do many things other people do. We'll be happy to teach you, Kakashi offered. If you want to. Actually, I think she's going elsewhere. A familiar voice purred and Naruto gave the new arrival a shocked look even as Hinata activated her Byakugan. The one with the extra eyes is behind the tree next to him, and there are 3. No, 4 others. 3 males and a female. One of the males is odd, He's almost like two people in one. I think that's enough, Orochimaru said as he stepped forwards, raising his sword. Now, the Nanabai's host is coming with us. Don't worry, Naruto, I'll return with the others and collect you later. I can't allow you to do that, Naruto stated, then his eyes widened as a crystalline sound echoed around them. Thank you, Gyurin. Orochimaru smirked as the sky above was occluded by a climbing dome, turning the dawn sky into an interlocking barrier of triangles and hexagons. We've been working on this trick for a while now, using an old sword to test it. As long as the dome's up, your Hiraishin is blocked and the dome's reinforced so it can't be broken. Fuck. Naruto whispered as his senses once again reported the absence of the hundreds of Hiraishin beacons that he had adjusted to detecting. Not good. Orochimaru's smirk widened as four others joined him, one of whom was the Sharingan user that Naruto recognized from their previous encounter. The other three were a giant of a man with 6 arms and one who looked like he had a second head protruding from the back of his neck. Well, this isn't good, Kakashi agreed, pulling his Hitaite up to reveal his own Sharingan. The chakra flowing through that thing looks odd. I know I've seen something like. He's blocked the use of summons. Very good. Orochimaru congratulated him. I do so enjoy having intelligent enemies. It means you've lost most of your snake techniques as well, Kakashi countered, and Orochimaru shrugged as strange markings began to snake across the skin of the three unknowns. With my Sound 4 helping me, that won't be a problem, he replied. Now, host of the Nanabai, you may as well come quietly or things will get violent. Fu stared at him and began edging towards the Konoha shinobi. Well, let's do this, Orochimaru said. Hell yeah. The 6-armed man gloated as he stepped forwards, the markings growing across his face like unfurling fronds. This'll be fun, beating down the trash. The large one grunted, lines of triangles appearing on him. The red eye looks interesting, the two-headed one mused, his thin lips spreading in a grin. Kidamaru, take the Hyuga. Jirobo, bash the blonde. Sakan, you have Hataki. Shin grabbed the girl. The four moved forwards, then leapt aside as a barrage of rocks erupted from the den, followed by a white-haired figure. Jiraiya? Hello, Oro. Jiraiya growled at the gobsmacked Sannin. Let's see if I can repeat what Sensei did, but permanently. What? Toby shifted slightly and glanced at the plant man next to him. The Sanbai has dispersed. It'll be a while before it reforms. About 3 years, maybe 4. Damn. Pain muttered. We cannot hope to hold a single Jinchuriki for that long, let alone all of the other 8, and the statue will not hold the essence without damage for that period either. We have to delay the plan until it reforms. Pass the word to the others. Until I recall them, they can pursue their own plans. Toby will do that. Toby is a good boy. From beside Pain, Conan watched the masked man warp away. I don't trust him, Nagato, she stated quietly. He is necessary. Leave it at that. Hinata spun and deflected the spray of oddly golden kunai that Kidamura threw at her, deflecting them so that 2 of them hit Jirobo. Naruto took advantage of the larger man's brief distraction to summon a dozen clones, half of whom promptly attacked using Raisengans while the others moved to distract the other Sannin. One of the clones was dispelled almost instantly by Orochimaru, who barely avoided the hair-senbon attack launched at him by Jiraiya. The Senbon flew past him and Sakan had to leap away from Kakashi in order to avoid being impaled on them, his move causing him to collide with Shin and preventing him from grabbing Fu. Naruto! Kakashi called, and the real Naruto somersaulted to him, grabbed him, and then suddenly there were another half-dozen Sharingan users. A second later, the number of Byakugan users also increased and 3 of them darted out of the clearing. Where are they off to? Jirabi shouted before pulling a stone slab up to block the incoming Rasengan barrage. Who cares? Orochimaru shouted back as his sword bounced off Jiraiya's defensive hair shield. Probably trying to find a way to break the... Oh shit. Gyurin, why do they get to have all of the damn fun? Grumbled the woman with the spiky blue hair as she concentrated on maintaining the dome. I want to help kill Lord Orochimaru's enemies. Instead, I get guard duty. Why? Gyurin! Orochimaru's warning echoed through the trees and Gyurin looked round, then yelped and threw herself sideways to avoid the strike aimed at her chest. A second blow from behind deadened her left arm and she stumbled away from the wall of crystal as a third attacker emerged from behind one of the trees. The hell? She gasped, looking at the trio of identical girls, Byakugan blazing with determination. Surrender now, one of them demanded, and Gyurin laughed as she flexed the fingers of her right hand. Surrender? Why should I when I can Shoten, Shuriken Ranbu? The sudden attack managed to dispel one of the attackers, but the other 2 dodged it, one by spinning behind a tree, which took the brunt of the wave of crystal projectiles, while the other kawarimi'd with a log, letting the wooden replacement take the piercing attack. Gyurin shifted, the light refracting along her skin for an instant. "It's just a matter of time before I kill the original you," she stated, looking round for any sign as to where the two remaining attackers had vanished. "Make it easy on yourself." A brief flicker of motion caught her attention, and an instant later, a long lance of crystal lanced out from her outthrust fist, ripping the tree that the movement had come from in half and sending the upper part crashing to the ground. As the lance shattered, Gyurin took a couple of steps forwards and looked round, the light refracting off her once again. "Where are you?" In front of her, one of the girls stepped out, standing in a stance she had never seen before, and Gyurin raised her fist, then gasped in shock as a series of strikes shattered the crystal armor that she had layered over her skin, removing her ability to move in the same attack. As she fell, she spotted the girl who had defeated her standing exactly where the pierced log had been. "Kawarimi," she croaked in understanding. "Damn," Kidameru growled as he activated the second stage of his curse mark, covering himself with golden armor in an attempt to block the near-constant barrage of Juken strikes that had cost him the use of 4 of his arms. As he prepared to attack, something hit his armor, making it ring like a bell. "Yes!" one of Naruto's shouted in glee. "Good to go! Originals to me!" Kidameru looked up, then threw himself sideways as a giant blade of crystal sliced into the ground where he had just been standing. A rumbling announced that Jirobo had created a shelter against the sharp rain, even as flashes of light refracted from the falling shards. "Damn!" Orochimaru grumbled as he watched the nearly transparent blade shred the vegetation outside the shelter. "So close." "Sakan, remind me to leave someone to protect Gyurin the next time we use this strategy." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." The rain of shards petered out and Orochimaru nodded. "Someone collect Gyurin," he ordered as Kidameru rose from the pile of crystal that had covered him. "Well, this could have gone worse. Who are you and what have you done to our weapon?" A new voice barked, and Orochimaru looked at the newcomer. "I don't have time for this," he grumbled as the blade of his sword lanced out, spearing the belligerent shinobi through the heart. "Anyone know who that was?" "Dunno, but that's a cool bandana," Jirobu grunted, pulling the greenish cloth from the corpse's head. "Sir, I have her," Kidameru called as he reappeared, Gyurin slung over his shoulder, and then he paused, his gaze fixed on something just behind Orochimaru. "Toby wonders if this is a bad time." A young genin watched from behind a tree as the group that had killed his tutor vanished, then he headed back to Taki Geikir. The elders needed to know that the rogue Nin Orochimaru had stolen Taki's living weapon. "Erg," Naruto managed as he collapsed onto the settee. "Good work, Naruto." Jiraiya congratulated him. "Fu, welcome to Konoha. Once Naruto's recovered, I'm sure he'll try to teach you how to manifest Chome like he can manifest Kurama." As if the sentence had summoned him, Kurama appeared in a cloud of chakra smoke. "Thanks," he said to Naruto, who murmured something indecipherable before closing his eyes. Hinata, could you?" "I got this," Kakashi said, carefully picking Naruto up and carrying him up the stairs, Hinata following him worriedly. "He looks okay, but he made a lot of clones and jumped us all back. I think he just needs some rest. In the meantime, how about I introduce you to Sunade?" Jiraiya offered, and Fu turned to look at him questioningly. "She has been waiting to meet you and welcome you to Konoha." Fu wonders who this Sunade is. "She's my old teammate and now the Godame Hokage." Jiraiya smiled. "And I think you'll enjoy meeting her." Sunade stood in the operating theater, the green chakra dissipating from around her hands as she finished her exam. "You done?" the kunoichi on the table asked, and Sunade nodded. "You have quite a bit of chakra scarring on your first 2 gates, something I've never actually seen before, but it shouldn't interfere with anything you do, so long as you don't try to open them. Other than that, nothing that some rest and good nutrition can't fix." The kunoichi gave a tired smile, then glanced to the side where the scroll that had held her during transit via one of Konoha's messenger hawks lay crumpled in the corner. "Of course, we will need you to undergo a full debriefing, especially on how you managed to escape from Sound," Sunade continued. "After that, if you want to join Konoha's forces, then we'll accept you." "Not sure how strong I am," the kunoichi admitted. "Use that damned seal whenever things started getting dangerous." "Without it," Sunade nodded in understanding as an ANBU materialized. After a brief, near-silent conversation, she turned back to the bedridden ninja. "I need to go and meet another newcomer," she explained. "Rest up, you'll need it. Don't worry, Ibiki's been told not to use the hostile interrogation techniques on you." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." "You are welcome." Taiyuya, Chapter 55. A Chunin in the Snow. Interesting news, Jiraiya called as he almost danced through the door of Naruto's house, surprising the duo who were having breakfast while their various clones performed chores. "Naruto, you're safe for several years." Naruto swallowed his mouth full of food even as he lifted an inquisitive eyebrow. "You remember that the Mizukage couldn't attend the finals because she was recruiting a Jinchuriki back into their ranks?" Jiraiya asked, and Naruto nodded. Well, the other one, the former Mizuki Jigura, fled when his forces were destroyed. The mist shinobi found him and engaged him in combat, but he blew himself up. Probably accidentally, he tried to use a tidal wave while surrounded by lava. Both teens winced at the mental image. Anyway, the Sanbai dispersed and is going to take several years to reform, and so according to my source, the Akatsuki have temporarily ceased their attempts to claim the Biju. Jiraiya finished. In the meantime, we can train you up to Jonin standards and, if there's enough time, maybe even turn you into a sage in a couple of years. A sage? Does that mean he'll become as perverted as you, Jiraiya-sama? Hinata asked innocently, causing Jiraiya's jaw to drop while Naruto fought down near hysterical laughter. For a long moment, Jiraiya stared speechlessly at Hinata, then he shook his head. You. Wah, I think you broke him, Haim-chan. Naruto commented as soon as he could trust himself not to burst out laughing. Hinata simply smiled demurely, then returned her attention to the cinnamon bun in her hands. Boo, wah. Wow. Jiraiya managed to pull himself back together. Wow, that was one heck of a wow. Just wow. I never knew you had such a wicked sense of humor. Hinata gave him an innocent smile, causing him to roll his eyes. Hokage-sama. Danzo said with a slight bow as he limped into the office. You summoned me? I did. Sunade said, leaning back in her chair as she looked at her sensei's old friend and rival. Before he and Team 10 left on their escort mission, Sensei informed me about your covert group, Root. Danzo paused. He allowed it as long as it did not act against Konoha. Sunade continued, her voice icy. However, I'm not as trusting as Sensei, so I had Jiraiya do some spying for me. Danzo froze and Sunade motioned for him to sit. Your training methods are designed to remove all emotion and turn your shinobi into tools. Sunade stated, her voice colder than any Hayatan jutsu. However, this leaves your troops incapable of compensating should a mission go outside the parameters that they have prepared for. Kohara and Hamura actually fought during Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. Where were you? Danzo opened his mouth, then closed it as Sunade fixed him with a harsh stare. The friendship you and Sensei had was the primary reason that he did not reign in your little foundation. Sunade ground out. In addition, possessing a shinobi department that doesn't officially exist is a very powerful weapon if used correctly. The problem is, you have not been using it correctly, as the Amigekure situation has amply demonstrated. Danzo blinked. Why the hell did you try to support the salamander? Especially after all the work Jiraiya put into his 3 students. Sunade snarled, leaning forwards to transfix the suddenly nervous elder with a gimlet stare. For a long moment, the office was silent, then Sunade slowly leaned back into the embrace of her chair. Since it is you who are responsible for the formation of the criminal group known as the Akatsuki thanks to your providing aid to Hanzo against their original leadership, I have decided that you will be stripped of your leadership of Root and reassigned to the archives. Before you protest, I have arranged for new leaders to take over and bring your puppets up to the standards of true shinobi of Konoha. Enter. Danzo couldn't form any words as the door behind him opened and 2 people who had once been his allies walked up to stand by his side. You summoned us, Hokage-sama? Kohara said calmly, ignoring the suddenly fuming Danzo. Kakashi paused in the middle of his exercises as Naruto flashed into existence. Gigi's tag just pulsed. He half-shouted. Hinata's almost ready. My clones are rounding up reinforcements to follow. Kakashi blinked then nodded. I'm ready now, one of my clones dispelled. Naruto said, grabbing Kakashi's shoulder. Hinata meet us there and... Now, the duo vanished in a flash of light. Bugger, Naruto blinked in surprise. The heartfelt exclamation was not what he had expected upon making a Horatian jump into a high-risk environment. Neither was the lack of shouting, the absence of the clash of weapons, or the oddly missing explosions denoting high-powered jutsus. Naruto. Hiruzen smiled as he emerged onto the deck of the ship where Naruto, Kakashi and Hinata were looking round in confusion. It would seem that while checking his team's weapons, someone fumbled the kunai. Literally, yeah. Sorry. Asuma sighed as he pulled the tri-blade kunai out of the deck, looking ruefully at the gouge it had made. I was testing its balance and... Yeah, hey, Hinata! Ino called as she raced across to give Hinata a hug. This is amazing. But watch out for Fujike's Yuki. She's a great actress, but she's... Yeah. Think Ami. Hinata stared at Ino. She's that bad? Ino nodded then grinned. Hey, you gotta see the view from the crow's nest. Come on. Ino turned and ran to, then up the mast. A moment later, her voice echoed down, iceberg to the right. I mean starboard. Aha! A new voice exclaimed. We can shoot one of the scenes there. Make for the iceberg. I've never seen a film being shot before. Hinata mused, then she looked at Naruto. What was with those clones, just sending back an all clear? Naruto grinned. So, Fujike's Yuki. I really enjoyed all 3 of her Princess Gale films. Hinata! Come on! Hinata looked up to where Ino was waving to her. Let's go. Naruto laughed. I wonder how far we'll be able to see and… Oh. Gaisen just sent me a message via my clone, Guy. Hinata asked curiously. What does he want? So nice to meet more shinobi from Konoha. The elderly man who had been introduced as Asama Sandae smiled as around them, the film crew were moving snow around, setting up cameras and positioning reflective sheets of metal to enhance the illumination. I must say, though, I wasn't expecting to host so many. Yash! Guy grinned as he put down a giant reflector that 3 people had been struggling to move earlier. A chance to watch the creation of one of Fujike-sama's most youthful films? How could we say no? Plus, it is good training. Lee agreed, the 3 smaller figures standing beside Lee, clad in thick, albeit green, jumpsuits, hats and gloves for warmth all nodded in agreement, while behind them, Neji rolled his eyes and Sakura tried hard not to giggle. All right. Sandae called as he looked approvingly at the setup. All not involved, behind that line, please. Cruise to your stations and someone smooth the snow, I've got that. Kakashi said, his hands flashing through a set of seals, then he thrust his hands forwards, unleashing a gentle breeze that caused the snow to rise slightly before falling down again, all footprints and traces of movement erased. Okay, silence on the set, shooting in 5, 4, 3. As the countdown went silent, Yuki seemed to change without moving a single muscle. One instant, she was a bitter, angry woman, then she was a forlorn but optimistic princess wading through the snow to meet a warrior who could help her regain her birthright. The actor who was playing the heroic Ronin sat cross-legged on a stone, which was actually fake. Naruto had helped to place it, meditating as Princess Gale approached. When she drew close, he opened his eyes and looked at her. Hinata leaned into Naruto's side as the scene played out with Princess Gale appealing to Hiruken's sense of honor and duty. After a while, Hiruken bowed to her and the duo started to walk back the way that Princess Gale had come. And cut! Sandae shouted, looking ecstatic. Yes. Nailed it. Perfect on the first take. All right everyone, back to the boat. That's the former Hokage. The armored shinobi peering through a telescope at the distant group hissed. Even with our chakra armor, we'd be hard pushed to go up against him on his own, let alone with all those other ninja. Dodo-sama won't like this. The lone kunoichi of the tiaro murmured and the purple-haired man glanced at her before turning his attention back to the telescope. He'd like it even less if we went up against them and lost. He retorted. We're falling back. That seal you placed on top of their mast last night means that we won't lose them, but with any luck, Dodo will be able to get a few more shinobi to help us. There's no way I'm going up against the god of shinobi, not without a lot of backup. You know that we were being watched, right? Shikamaru yawned after Guy and his students had been hiroshined back to Konoha though the ship had set sail once more. 3 shinobi, 2 males and a female. Hiruzen said from where he was carefully placing tobacco into his pipe. Their chakra signatures were unusual, they were using something to augment themselves. One of them placed a tracking seal on top of the main mast last night. I believe it was the kunoichi. Dad, why didn't you tell us this earlier? Asuma half complained as Hiruzen used a fire jutsu to light his pipe. I had one of Naruto's clones look at it while they were filming. Hiruzen continued, pulling a small tag out of his kunai pouch. He transferred it to this tag, meaning that we can make it seem like we're somewhere completely different whenever we want. It's a design I don't recognize, I'll have Jiraiya look at it later. And eyes. Shikamaru drawled. So, who do you think they were after? Fujike's. Kakashi said firmly from where he was leaning against the mast, his uncovered eye scanning the horizon. Snow shinobi. What the hell was Sandia thinking? He's a former samurai, you know. Asuma mused, earning a surprised look from Kakashi. What? The way that he stands, that's the 3rd stance of the Sword of Protection. Only samurai who spend most of their career as bodyguards know that stance on a reflex level, and he does. Kakashi cursed under his breath, causing everyone to look at him. I've just placed his accent, he's from Snow as well. What's the bet that he's trying to smuggle her in to spark a popular uprising? I think we need to have a talk with Sandia. Hiruzen grumbled as he stood up. Asuma, I'm taking control as Konoha's plenipotentiary. Understood, Jonin Sarutobi. Asuma replied. Choji aft rail. Ino bow. Shikamaru, crow's nest. I need you watching out for anything odd. Naruto, leave a couple of clones here, then take this note back to Sunade-sama and return with her reply. Kakashi said, scribbling a small note and rolling it up. Hinata, base of the mast, Use your Byakugan to check we're not being shadowed. The 4 genin scrambled to take their designated posts as Naruto generated 2 clones before vanishing. Now I think I need to talk to Yuki, Kakashi said. She owes me for saving her before. The mission to Snow you never talked about, Asuma asked, and Kakashi nodded as they followed Hiruzen below decks. I see, Dodo said in a surprisingly calm voice. This is irritating. The 3 shinobi shifted slightly under his gaze, but remained silent as they waited for their leader to continue. Although the return of my niece means that at last, I can find the treasure that my damned brother concealed before I killed him, having an army of shinobi with her means that she is obviously intending to sneak in under cover of being an actress, and then striking at me. Perhaps, I need to launch the first strike. Doto rose from his throne and moved to the window that provided a good view of the valley beyond Kazuhana Castle's outer wall. Prepare the train to transport my forces from Yukigekure to the closest point to their expected landing point, he commanded. And tell my technicians to expedite the second airship. I want it completed and ready to launch by the time my niece makes landfall. As you command, daimyo, the purple-haired shinobi said. Yes, as I command. Doto smirked, looking out of the window. As I command. Chapter 56. A Chunin and a Princess. Land ho! Land off the port bow. The lookout's call echoed down to the deck and Ino looked round with a frown. I don't see any land, she half complained. The higher up you go, the further you can see, Kakashi said from where he was lying on the side of the mast, reading one of his Ika books while simultaneously practicing his chakra control. You see, the whole world is a giant ball that pulls us onto its surface, so while it seems to be flat, it actually curves down in every direction. Didn't you cover that at the academy? Ino scowled at the Cyclopean Jonin, but refused to rise to his bait. So, what's the plan? Kakashi asked as Hiruzen walked past on his way to the prow for a better look. Naruto and myself will take Fujikase back to Konoha, Hiruzen said, glancing back at his successor's student. Anko is good at disguise. We can hire her to act as Yuki's body double for a while. She'll pretend to be her until you get to the place where the filming is taking place, whereupon you can use the kunai to tell us it's safe, or that you've been clumsy. And we'll return with her. It'll also allow me to talk to Sunade about reforming Team 7. She has some files she wants me to look at. Kakashi nodded slightly and returned his attention to the book. I have no idea how you can read that crap, Ino grumbled as Yuki emerged onto the deck and paused, her eyes fixed on Kakashi's novel. Is that Ika Traveler? She gasped, and Kakashi stared at his empty hands while Asuma and his team gaped. She just. But. How? Asuma gasped as Yuki started to read the interior of the book. It's signed by Jiraiya himself. She gushed as Kakashi dropped to the deck, looking somewhat gobsmacked. Wow, Kakashi sighed as he tapped her on the shoulder. If I arrange for you to get a full set signed by Jiraiya and a meeting with him, can I have my book back? Yuki blushed slightly as she relinquished the book back to its owner, and Asuma shook his head. Just when you think you're starting to understand someone, he mourned. So, Yuki said as Naruto escorted her out of the Hokage Tower and into Konoha proper. This is Konoha. I'd expected. Well, I don't really know what I expected, but it doesn't really look ninja-ish. That's exactly how a ninja village should look, Naruto snarked, earning an eye roll from the older woman. According to Kosuke-senpai, Konoha's the most civilian-like village because we make use of the support structure that civilians can provide, thus freeing up a higher percentage of our military forces for missions and security. Places like Kumo have virtually no civilian support, so they need to devote quite a bit of their effort to things like construction, retail, food supply, weapons creation and maintenance. That sort of thing. Sounds a bit like filmmaking, Yuki said after a thoughtful pause. Most people never realize how much goes on behind the camera. Finding places to shoot, assembling the sets, costume creation, script writing. Speaking of scripts, I hear you may be interested in one of mine. A new voice purred and Naruto half-turned to see Jiraiya dropping into place by Yuki's side, the clone that had located him dispelling now that it was no longer needed. And you are? Yuki asked, causing Jiraiya to skip ahead and drop into a kabuki stance. I am the one that other men can only dream of being a pale reflection of, the man that all women want to be with. I am the writer of art and the purveyor of romance and excitement. I am the sage of the toads, the gallant Jiraiya, pervy sage. Meet Fujikaze Yuki, professional actress. Naruto sighed. Fujikaze-sama, this is Jiraiya of the Sannin, one of Hiruzen-sama's students and writer of the Ika series of books. Yuki blinked then smiled. Ah, so you're the one Kakashi-san was talking about when he said he could arrange for me to meet the author. Naruto sighed as Jiraiya puffed himself up. Of course. But surely someone as beautiful as yourself deserves a more mature guide to Konoha, someone who knows the best restaurants. As he spoke, His hands flashed through a series of A and BU signs and Naruto nodded. Fujike-san, Jiraiya is one of the best shinobi in Konoha. You'll be safe with him, thank you? Yuki said, placing her hand around Jiraiya's elbow. So, if we visit a bookstore first, can I get some autographed books? For a true fan, I keep first edition hardbacks and I'll happily dedicate them to you as I sign them. Jiraiya smiled as he started to lead Yuki away. Naruto, you go catch up with your fiancé. I'll use that kunai to call you if we need you. Naruto nodded, then reached out for a familiar tag and vanished. Back already? Asuma asked as Naruto appeared on the deck of the boat, just behind Hinata, who half-turned to smile at him before returning to the game of shogi that she was playing with Shikamaru. And where's Anko? She has to meet Fujike's in order to be able to look like her, so I left several dozen clones behind to help her and transport her here when she's ready. Naruto said, watching as Hinata slid a tile forwards, causing Shikamaru to frown for a moment. Makes sense. Ino said from where she was polishing her kunai and shuriken. We're going to make landfall in about 4 hours, according to the helmsman, so she needs to be ready by then. Naruto made and popped a clone. Message sent. Asuma shook his head. You still have no clue how much you've changed things, have you? He marveled. Instant communication over any distance, reinforcements available in minutes rather than days. Do you have any idea how much that changes the entire strategic map of the elemental nations? Dad and I were discussing it just prior to this mission. Shikamaru commented as he slid a tile diagonally to block Hinata's impending assault. He pointed out that should Naruto be able to teach Hinata how to do the one-person version, that means that he'll be able to teach their children, or anyone else they choose to take into their family, as well, and before long, we'll have an entire clan of shinobi able to be virtually anywhere. The tactical and strategic advantages would put the combined capabilities of the Hyuga and the former Uchiha clans in the shade. On the negative side, it does mean that until he figures out a way to teach the one-person version, Naruto is going to be a priority target for those who don't want Konoha to be the strongest of the villages. Incidentally, was it my imagination, or was the flash of light dimmer when you appeared? Naruto blinked a couple of times at the unexpected question. I don't know. It could be that the flash is caused by leftover chakra. Shikamaru mused. Most times that too much chakra is used in a technique, it tends to manifest as chakra smoke or a flash of light. My chakra control's pretty good. Naruto half protested. The Hyuga clan allowed me to learn some of their techniques for chakra control. Asuma's cigarette landed on the deck as he gaped at Naruto, and Hinata nodded in confirmation. Damn. Naruto sighed as he created half a dozen clones. I'm needed. Call me if you need me. An interesting team you have lined up for me. Sunade-chan. Hiruzen said as he looked up from the trio of files. Might Okada Hamura himself chose the boy for your team. Tsunade pointed out, leaning back in her chair and steepling her fingers. I'm certain that you still trust your former teammate when it comes to recognizing talent. I do still trust them, now that they have changed the path that they were following. Hiruzen replied calmly. That is, after all, why I suggested assigning them to Runna instead of Danzo. How did he take it anyway? Not very well. Tsunade chuckled. When I pointed out that Hamura and Kohara had actually fought the Odo shinobi while he hid, thus making them far more trustworthy in my eyes, I thought he was about to have an embolism. They've given me a preliminary report, and Camus above, some of the shit that the old Warhawk tried to pull, and less than half of it actually worked. The rest left Konoha in a worse position. Hiruzen nodded in agreement as he glanced at the files again. The second, I have no problems at all with, especially with the technique that she learned recently, but the third could be a problem. Her personality can be changed, but her current skill set, she is rather overspecialized. Tsunade agreed. Nevertheless, I think that you'll do just fine. All three are ready. When can you take them? Once the mission to Snow has concluded. Hiruzen replied. After all, you might need a plenipotentiary there to get some good deals on their technology. I have heard quite a few tales of what they have come up with, as have I. Tsunade agreed. As have I. This isn't going to work. Anko grumbled as she looked up at the taller woman. Oh, I can put some small platforms under my sandals to get the 3 inches needed, but that'll throw off the way I walk and the bodily proportions won't match either. Naruto coughed slightly and Anko looked at him. What? I may be able to help. If you trust me. Naruto offered. I'll need you to push some chakra into one of my techniques, however. Anko's face suddenly lit up in understanding. Sure thing. After Nai-chan told me about this skill of yours, I wondered what it would be like. Orochimaru fell off his throne, spasming in agony as his entire chakra system seemed to burn. Fortunately, no one else was in the room to see him slowly pull himself back onto his chair, his body twitching and shuddering with the after effects of whatever had struck at his very soul. A faint flicker of light was all that announced the appearance of Naruto and the person he was transporting as they appeared amidships on the top deck. Asuma lifted an inquisitive brow. "I thought that you were bringing Anko, not Yuki-sama." The woman with Naruto sniffed and stalked towards the stern of the ship, every movement screaming affronted dignity, and Asuma watched her go, then caught Naruto's wide grin. That was Anko, wasn't it? Had to teach her my version of the henge." Naruto confirmed. "Odd thing though, when I cloned her, something odd happened. She didn't tell me what, but after learning the henge, she ran off to the Hokage tower for some reason, clutching her shoulder." Asuma blinked. "Her shoulder? I didn't get it either." Naruto shrugged as he walked over to where Shikamaru was resetting the shogi board. "You win again, Shika?" Shikamaru nodded and a puff of smoke heralded Kurama's appearance. "Okay, let's do this," Kurama said as he flopped down opposite Shikamaru. "I'll beat you this time." "Port in sight," Ino called down from the top of the mast. "Looks like we'll be landing in less than an hour." Asuma noted as he put his weapons away with quick, economical movements. "You ready?" "Sir, the second ship is ready and the train reports that it's moving to the port now." "Excellent." Doto gloated as he looked out of the window at the bustling building below. "It is time for me to greet my errant niece and reclaim the treasure that she had kept from me all these years." Turning, Doto stalked through the door, the trio of armored shinobi trailing him. Guards and functionaries stepped aside, bowing deeply, as he descended the main staircase. Then he walked across the great hall even as the doors were opened for him. Pausing in the entrance, he smirked at the sight before him: 2 giant airships, their underslung cabins fully manned and with kunai launchers fixed into gimbals that let them swivel to unleash a rain of metallic death or be swung in for easy reloading. "Prepare for departure," one of the officers called as Doto approached the larger of the 2 airships. "Daimyo Kazuhana is about to board." The smaller airship rose into an escort position as Doto walked up the gangplank. At the top, the captain bowed deeply. "Welcome aboard, Daimyo-sama. We are ready to depart on your command." Chapter 57. A Chunin attacked. The fenders squeaked slightly as sailors jumped onto the stone quay to wrap the hawsers around the posts provided for just that reason. Standing near the gap in the railings where the gangplank would be placed, Naruto glanced round curiously. "You know," he said slowly, "given the size of the harbor, I was expecting a larger town. It does look rather small." Kakashi agreed as he stepped up to stand beside Naruto with Anko, still disguised as Yuki, beside him. "Barely 50 houses, and one of those is. Does it even qualify as a hotel? It looks like an inn with a couple of extra rooms slapped on." A couple of sailors bustled past and dropped the gangplank into the socket that held the upper end, the lower end bouncing onto the stone walkway below. Naruto glanced round, then vaulted the railing, landing by the bottom of the plank. A brief cloud of smoke later and a dozen Narutos were running towards the small town. "I don't currently see anything suspicious," Hinata said, the veins around her eyes bulging. "Odd. There's some metal. I'm not sure what they are. Lines of metal with chakra flowing through them, melting the snow covering them. It's like the poles of a ladder with really thick wooden rungs." "Odd," Kakashi mused. "Naruto, can one of your clones take a closer look?" "Naruto? Kakashi. What sort of birds are those?" Naruto asked, pointing to 2 small but growing dots. Kakashi raised his hitai briefly, shook his head and took another look. "They're not birds," he said in disbelief. "They look like... I don't know what they look like." "Floating lanterns with a boat underneath? Cool," Naruto said, still squinting at the incoming dots. "You know, this gives them the high ground, and if they drop exploding kunai from up there..." "Oh. Shit!" Kakashi cursed. "Abandoned ship. Now, I can always take them to Konoha," Naruto pointed out, only to go silent as Kakashi gave him a look. Behind them, the startled sailors and film crew moved with surprising discipline, hurling bags onto the quay and chivying Anko Azuki down the gangplank. As she reached the bottom of the plank, Sandeo appeared. "Naruto!" he shouted. "Get Yuki-sama to Konoha. It's Doto and he's after her." "What's that?" Hinata called, and everyone looked at the ridge above the town where a line of elongated carriages was slowing to a stop. For a moment, the carriages remained still, then the sides opened up to reveal shinobi stood behind odd contraptions. "Kunai launchers," Kakashi mused. "But larger than any I've seen before, and the handles on the side." A metallic sound behind them caused them to look at the sailors and film crew who were opening the bags and donning samurai armor that they were taking out from them. "Oh hell," Naruto groaned. "Please tell me they aren't going to try and attack the shinobi with the kunai launchers and high ground advantage." "Send them back, Naruto," Kakashi sighed as he pulled out a tri-blade kunai. "I'll plant this, then you and Hinata join me." See if Hiruzen wants to join in too, will you? Naruto nodded and 50 clones formed in a cloud of smoke. Doto looked out from the wheelhouse of his aerial flagship as the boat erupted with activity even as the train pulled into position to wipe out the intruders with a single barrage. Contact the train and remind them that I need the princess alive, he instructed. As for the others, kill them and feed their bodies to the sharks. As you command, Daimyo-sama. The radionin responded as he hunched over his equipment. A moment later he looked up. They're ready to open fire, my lord, and they report that the villagers have got out of their firing lines. And why should I care if a few stupid peasants get killed? The breed's so fast that within a year or so, it'll be like none ever died. Dodo scowled. Prepare our weapons, we will open fire as soon as we are within range. Tell the train to do the same. The actress has been located, my lord. The lookout called, peering through the telescope. She's being rushed to the town hall. No, they've stopped. Prepare the grappling claws and deployment ropes. Doto commanded. All will bear witness to whom the rightful ruler of the land of snow is. Within range, turning to clear port broadside. The helmsman said as the cabin tilted. Firing! The weapons officer shouted. That is a lot of kunai. Naruto mused as the film crew who had been forming up to charge the train froze in shock, staring at the multiple waves of sharp metal arcing through the air at them. Interesting, they use boxes of kunai in those launchers and can switch them within 3 seconds. Kakashi said, his Sharingan eye spinning slightly as he used it to focus on the larger of the 2 airships. Evac them now. The clones that had been running behind the would-be liberators grabbed their targets and vanished. Then Naruto placed his hands in a seal that Kakashi vaguely recognized. The portion of the kunai barrage headed for them suddenly changed course and clattered harmlessly almost 20 meters away. You've got better with those futon techniques. Kakashi congratulated the Chunin as a second wave of kunai curved away from them. It takes a bit of concentration, but Asuma-senpai was insistent it would help in large-scale combat. Naruto explained as a third wave of kunai wandered off target. He pointed out that with my skill set, I'm far more likely to be part of large-scale operations rather than small one-on-one missions where most of my skills wouldn't be all that usable. You are able to fill a startling number of support functions, Kakashi admitted, keeping an eye on the approaching airships. Any chance you could force those things to crash land? Sorry, Kakashi. Naruto apologized as once again the air around them shielded them. I've got the shielding technique down, but something like that? Sorry, I don't see how I could do that. It'd require me to learn how to use the air like it was part of me. I don't think I could do that. Although given the presence of natural chakra, perhaps a sage could. Naruto broke off as a trio of shapes leapt out of the lead airship, gliding down towards them. That looks chakra armor, but if it is, it's far more advanced than the last time I was here, Kakashi stated. It does mean that most ninjutsu will be useless against them, as the armor absorbs external chakra. How much can it absorb? Naruto asked curiously. I mean, it has to have some sort of upper limit, right? There's a 4th armor user still on the lead airship, Kakashi said, his uncovered Sharingan spinning as he focused. I recognize him. Doto. The one who killed his brother in order to seize control of the land of snow. Well, that makes him a target, Naruto stated. Everyone got their tagged kunai? A round of nods was his answer as the rain of kunai stopped, giving the 3 airborne shinobi a chance to land in front of them. Naruto, put a clone beside Yuki and get her to the end of the quay. It'll mean there'll be only one way to get to her, and we'll be in it, Kakashi said calmly. If any of these 3 manage to get past us, then use your technique to teleport her to Konoha. Until then, keep her protected so that the watching villagers can see how brave she is. It'll be useful for when she takes over. Naruto nodded as he created a clone and pretended to ignore Doto launching himself from the airship, diving and circling round to try and approach from behind. He had obviously been listening in on the radio and spotted the opening left in the plan, just as Kakashi had predicted. So if we get past, the clone removes the lost princess, The leading armored shinobi mused. How about a nice little competition then? We win, and she never even thinks about returning. You can't win. Kakashi smirked as Hinata dropped into her Juken stance, and Naruto formed a Rasengan. Kakashi, their armor is creating a chakra shield over their entire bodies. Hinata called out, and Kakashi's eyebrows rose. Interesting, that armor really is advanced. But how long can the shield last? And how much damage can it block? Why don't we find out? The leader smirked as he lunged forwards. Doto leveled off barely 6 feet above the ground as the arc of his journey placed the shacks that his subjects used as homes blocked him from his target's sight. A moment later, he was skimming over the waves, using the ship to cover his approach as he arced round, the chakra-infused wings of his armor giving him speed and agility that rivaled almost any bird. A last turn let him see his target, and her protector from behind, and he fired the kunai launcher on his left wrist. The one-shot launcher discharged, firing the kunai through the clone at almost the speed of sound. Then he grabbed his errant niece and hurled himself into the air, her ineffectual struggles bouncing off his superior armor. This is Doto. He barked into the microphone on his collar. Open the landing bay and set course for the crystal lock. I have my niece and the key. My clone just popped. Naruto shouted as he ducked the attack launched at him, then he riposted with a wind blast that sent her spiraling into a nearby wall. As she picked herself up out of the rubble, Naruto hurled a kunai sideways, deflecting the flying gauntlet launched at Hinata by the largest of the trio. The gauntlet bounced off the ground before the cables attached to it reeled it back onto the giant's arm, just in time for him to use it to protect his face against a trio of Raiden-charged shuriken launched by Kakashi. Take them down so we can move against Doto, Kakashi commanded as he grabbed the fist that had been aimed at his head, using the movement to hurl his adversary into a nearby snowdrift. Naruto started to nod, then launched a spinning kick that intercepted the armored Kunoichi's tackle, sending her to one side. Their armor's chakra shield flickers. Hinata called as she threw a sanban that pierced her adversary's ear, much to his horrified shock. It's only for a fraction of a second, but a fast enough one too could get through. Naruto delivered another chakra-enhanced spinning kick, mentally thanking Lee for all their sparring sessions that had allowed him to pick up quite a few high-powered taijutsu moves. Then he ducked the angered Kunoichi's return punch, rolling to one side. Do you really think you can YGLRK? The clone that she'd failed to notice appearing behind her spun, placing his shoulders against her back as he pulled tight the ninja wire he had managed to loop around her neck, just above the line of the armor's collar. The woman clawed frantically at it, her fingers slowed by the effects of the chakra shield protecting her, and Naruto watched her eyes roll up as she went limp. She's down. The clone released her, letting her drop onto the ground, and Naruto knelt to examine the armor. Looks like latches here and here, so if... Yes. The armor opened up and Naruto's clone grabbed the kunoichi and vanished in a hurrition to deposit her in one of the ANBU cells set aside for just that purpose. Looking round, he sighed as Kakashi pulled his hand out of the torso of his own adversary. You ruined his armor. We could have used that. Oops. Kakashi offered, totally unrepentant. Then he glanced at Hinata, who was standing above the screaming form of her own opponent. What did you do to him, Hinata? Naruto gasped, and Hinata blushed slightly. He wasn't wearing a cup. Both Naruto and Kakashi flinched as they put her statement together with the single sanban still in her hand. So, Kakashi said in an attempt to change the subject. How long before Anko loses patience with Doto and summons us to put him out of her misery? About now. Naruto chuckled. I'll leave some clones to seal the prisoners and the intact armor for delivery to Konoha. Chapter 58. A Chunin triumphant. Both captives and corpse sent back to Konoha, Naruto said. Predictably, Kakashi didn't even bother to look embarrassed over the fact that he was the only one who had killed his adversary rather than capturing them for Ibiki to question. Team 10 ready for action. Asuma stated from where he and his trio of genin had been waiting after Naruto had brought them back from Konoha. What's the plan? We don't know much beyond the fact that Anko's in a room on that airship thing, Kakashi said, pointing at the distant speck just above the horizon. I'd suggest 2 waves. Team Hiration first, then your team brought in by Naruto's clones in order to help secure the airship. Yeah, makes sense. Asuma agreed. We're primarily a capture team with a secondary of defense, great for backup, not so great for taking down large numbers of enemies. By the way, how's Yuki-san? Naruto asked. I think she's about to marry that Jiraiya or something. Ino grumbled. She's always on his arm and laughing at his stories. Hinata and Naruto exchanged horrified looks. I thought that pervy sage's boasts were just boasts. Naruto breathed. It's not like that. Asuma sighed. Jiraiya's been assigned as her protector while in Konoha, and several of our other shinobi are helping. Heck, Ino's dad's giving her some covert therapy. With luck, we'll be able to persuade her to accept a couple of advisors when she claims the throne of snow, giving us another ally. Given what lies ahead of us, the more allies we get, the better. Naruto nodded in agreement, as did Hinata and Kakashi. Then Naruto twitched. That was another pulse. Hinata mused. Naruto-kun, Kakashi-senpai, I think we should go, or Anko-san will become annoyed with us. On it. Naruto declared, creating half a dozen clones who promptly took position beside the other shinobi. Kakashi, do you want to give the command? Actually, I think I'll follow your lead, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Think of it as another test. Naruto gave him a flat look, then waved for the first 2 clones to get ready. Aim to surround Anko in 5, 4, 3. Ha 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 ha. Doto laughed as he held the crystal necklace up so that it sparkled in the light. At last, the key to the treasure that my damned brother hid away, the treasure that will let me build an army to conquer the lesser nations, then the greater ones. Soon, I shall rule over an empire. I wasn't aware that this was a film. Yuki sneered from where she had been tied to a chair mounted in the center of the bridge. I mean, you have the whole villainous monologue down pat. Did you write it yourself, or did you get someone who actually had a brain to do it for you? Doto froze, his hand slowly descending as he turned to stare disbelievingly at his niece. You do realize that the only reason I'm keeping you alive is in case your father encoded the lock to your chakra, right? He asked, and Yuki tossed her head defiantly. Ha! You really think that you'll be able to get whatever you're after? She scoffed. By now, those 3 idiots you sent down have been defeated, and you are about to join them. Doto blinked several times, trying to work out why she wasn't reacting like he had expected her to. Your plan is ill thought out, and makes no allowance for things going wrong. Yuki continued. Things like unexpected shinobi, for instance. A trio of people suddenly materialized around Yuki, dropping into defensive stances. About time, Yuki said as she was suddenly engulfed in smoke. What kept you? Doto's eyes widened as Yuki was replaced by a female shinobi wearing little more than a skirt and coat with fishnet mail, a shinobi who shed the ropes binding her as easily as if they hadn't been tied in the first place. Guards! Doto screamed and the hatch at the back of the bridge opened, revealing a dozen of his soldiers. Kill the intruders! Another 4 shinobi appeared and the oldest of the newcomers pointed at Doto. You 3 capture him, we'll take the others down. Hinata, bridge crew! Doto raised his hands to begin making the signs that would unleash a smaller version of his main attack, only for his arms to freeze. Hey, looks like chakra armor doesn't block my shadow bind. The teenage boy with the pineapple hairstyle smirked as the other shinobi tore into his guardsmen. I was worried that this would be troublesome. Choji thunderclap him. Doto strained to escape as the second boy stood before him, his arms spread out. Then Choji swung his arms forwards and Doto found himself turning so that the suddenly large hands slammed into him from the front and rear at once, leaving him feeling as if a pair of barn doors had hit him. A sparking from his chest plate indicated that the impact had shorted out his chakra shield. Then the girl spoke, her hands forming a hand seal he'd never seen before. Shintenshin no jutsu. Naruto lunged forwards, his hands flickering as he used everything Tenten had taught him to send a barrage of shuriken screaming into the room filled with Doto's thugs. Although the shuriken were too small to deliver any fatal injuries to the armored warriors, the ricochets and resulting cuts caused almost half of them to flinch, stumble and even fall, hampering the attacks of the other guards. One guard managed to lunge forwards and Naruto delivered a chakra-infused tree-felling punch that sent him hurtling to the rear to the guardroom. Kakashi and Asuma accelerated past Naruto and plowed through the first rank without even slowing, Asuma's blade seeming to ripple due to the futon chakra layered over them, while Kakashi's kunai sparked with right-un chakra, glowing trails briefly showing the arcs and slashes that he used against his targets. Within seconds, all of the guards were down, crippled or unconscious. Wow! Hinata said quietly as the last member of the bridge crew collapsed by her feet. I've never seen someone attack like that before. Wow, Doto captured! Choji announced and everyone turned to see Doto, his armor removed, writhing and skirming as he tried to escape the ropes that held him captive, his threats and shouts muffled by the gag in his mouth. Nice work, Asuma said as he sent a pulse of futon chakra down his knives to clean the blood off them before returning them to their concealed holsters. Now, what do we do about the other airship? They won't know that anything's happened, Naruto stated. If they find out, I can throw a kunai across and use that to jump. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed as he examined the controls, ignoring the groaning pilots slumped to one side. So, where are we headed? Naruto, send the survivors to Ibiki, Kakashi commanded. And bring back Yuki and Jiraiya. Hi! Over there, that valley. Yuki, or as she now agreed to be called, Princess Koyuki, said, pointing to an otherwise unremarkable dip between 2 of the lower mountains that surrounded Kajiyacho, the capital city, and primary locus of manufacturing, of the land of snow. It'll be interesting to see what this treasure is, Jiraiya said from where he was sat at a portable desk, his pen darting over several pages as he worked on turning one of his books into script form, Sandia standing just behind him and occasionally offering advice on word choice and how things would appear through a camera. Princess? I don't know, Kyuki said with a helpless shrug. Father said that it would end the eternal grip of winter, but he never went into details. Not even the teams he commanded knew what he was up to. I only managed to rescue Koyuki from her uncle's forces because of their sacrifice, Kakashi said from his perch by the window. The engineers covered our escape quite explosively. I remember the explosions, Koyuki confirmed in a whisper. Once I've taken my throne, I'll have a monument built for them. A long silence settled over the shinobi on the bridge, only for it to be broken by an unexpected source. You know, I don't think I've ever been here before, Kurama mused as he looked out of the floor-to-ceiling glass wall at the slowly scrolling landscape below. Huh. Over 4 centuries of running around avoiding people, and it never once occurred to me that simply by snuggling down in a snowy valley, I could stay hidden. I have no clue what to say about that, Kakashi admitted, altering course, starting our descent. Shikamaru said from his position behind the control wheel. Sensei, can we get one of these? It beats walking, hands down. Sorry, but it's a bit too obvious. Asuma sighed. We need stealth for capturing our enemies, and this thing can be seen coming from miles away. Shikamaru sighed and turned his attention back to the control levers. The airship came to rest with only one bump, and Shikamaru nodded in satisfaction as he slowly shut down the engines. The other ship is landing behind us, Hinata said, the veins around her eyes bulging as she observed the other craft. Only 20 people on board, most of them still putting the final bits in place. Uncle deployed an airship while it was still under construction? Koyuki gasped in horrified shock. What was he thinking? I'll head over and deploy clones to take them down, Naruto said as he transformed to look like the now in captivity Dodo. I'll leave a couple of clones to bring reinforcements over. Sorry, Shika, but I think Hinata and Kakashi are best for this. Recon and assassination. Asuma nodded. Once they've landed, I'll escort Koyuki-sama to the place her father told her to put her necklace before. Asuma trailed off rather than talk about the assassination of the previous daimyo of Snow, earning a grateful look from Koyuki. I'll go with you, Kurama said as he trotted across from the windows. I'm sensing odd chakra around here and I want to see what it is. Then we have a plan, Naruto said as he strode out of the hatch and stepped down to the ground. Be careful, Hinata called after him, and Naruto waved at her before concentrating on projecting the air of arrogant entitlement that Doto had displayed right up to the point where he had been overpowered. As he walked towards the airship that was touching down, he put a slight scowl on his face. The expression worked, and the outer hatch was snatched open even before he had arrived at the bottom of the 3 steps leading up to it. Lord Doto. The captain saluted. What are your orders? Naruto raised his hands, and suddenly the cabin was filled with duplicates who moved almost instantly, taking down the crew before they could do more than start gawking. An instant later, Kakashi and Hinata were beside him, looking round. You could have left some for us, Kakashi half-joked as the last crew member was tied up. Well, let's scroll them up and send them to Konoha? Actually, I have a better idea, Naruto interrupted. Remember where Gato's men were put back in Wave, the quarry? Kakashi agreed. Do you think that they'll let us use it for that again? I'm already asking, Naruto countered. Aeon. Yep. Tazuna says to go for it. Ha! Cheeky bastards threatening to charge it as a C rank since these guys will need guards to keep them from running off. Tell him we'll knock a high D rank off the reparations owed and then send a message to the outpost to get them to provide the guards until someone can sort out those merely following orders from those who actively supported Dano, Kakashi decided. Oh, and send a clone to Sunade to let her know my decision. Already on it. Naruto laughed, then he blinked. Wasn't it all snowy out there a moment ago? What the hell? Kakashi asked in shock. Climate generators, Asuma said as the trio jogged towards him, glancing round at the giant slabs of faintly glowing mirror rock arranged around the central crystal pillar. Sanduya was kind enough to explain it to us. Thanks for letting us use 2 of your clones to retrieve him. By the way, it turns out that he was assigned to protect the project manager in addition to his other duties. The generator creates a bubble which warms things up inside it, allowing for more crops to be planted, and so on. Apparently it's based on an old Uzumaki design, like the one that Kono. Kakashi started before cutting himself off. Oh, right. While you're probably cleared for that info, Naruto, I'm afraid that you aren't, Hinata. Sorry. Hey guys. Shikamaru called from where he and his teammates were standing guard over Koyuki and Sandei. The report for this mission is going to be very troublesome. Chapter 59. A new Team 7. Tayuya looked up as 3 people entered the clearing where she was sat. Rising to her feet, her eyes widened as she recognized the leader. Dressed in a black Jonin uniform with an undersuit of mesh armor and a metal gauntlet was Sarutobi Hiruzen, with 2 genin following him, a green-haired white-clad girl being orbited by an odd bug of a sort that she'd never encountered before, and a pale-skinned dark-haired boy who wore a trousers and a shirt that left his stomach exposed. Ah, Tayuya. Hiruzen smiled. How did your induction go? Okay. Tayuya muttered, remembering the odd feeling of the loyalty genjutsu that Ibiki and the red-eyed Jonin had implanted in her mind. Excellent. Hiruzen smiled as he motioned for her to sit back down on the log. As the other 2 sat down next to her, Hiruzen produced a camp stool and unfolded it before sitting down. So, good morning, team. He smiled. Just so you know, you are the new Team 7 and the second Team 7 that I have been the sensei of. Now let us introduce ourselves. I'll demonstrate. I am Jonin Sarutobi Hiruzen, formerly the Sandaime Hokage. I have a wide range of skills including the monkey contract, and I taught the Sannin, although Orochimaru was my greatest failure. My likes are learning new things, teaching and calligraphy. I dislike those who try to harm the innocent or those I protect, and my dream is to ensure the will of fire is spread to all shinobi. Tayuya stared in shock at the old man, his benevolent smile totally at odds with her memory of how he looked destroying Orochimaru in combat. Fu next. Fu is Genin Aburaim Fu of Konoha. Fu knows strong moves, but is weak in basics, but Fu is ready to learn. Fu likes Chome, Naruto, Hinata, Fu's new family and all of Konoha. Fu not really like Takigakure. Fu's dream already true, Fu has friends and can make more. Tayuya blinked several times at the younger girl's enthusiasm, then stared as the giant bug spoke in a buzzing voice. Chome is friend of Fu and lucky to know her. Chome helps make Fu strong. Chome likes Fu, older brother Kurama and Fu's new family and friends. Thank you, Chome. Hiruzen said as Chome settled on Fu's back, claws digging slightly into her padded jacket for purchase. I am Sai. The boy said almost tonelessly. I have been trained to be a strong shinobi and follow orders. I have no real likes or dislikes, either do I have any dreams. I'll see what I can do to help you with that. Hiruzen said with a slight frown. I'm Tayuya. Tayuya said after she realized that everyone was watching her. I specialize in long-range genjutsu and attacks by summoned entities I control with my flute. I don't know what I like anymore, but I hate Orochimaru for what he and his pet rat Kabuto did to me. My dream is to see him dead. Again, we'll have to expand your repertoire of moves and find you a hobby. Hiruzen mused. Alright. All of you are, please don't misunderstand me, broken to a degree. Fu, you're the least broken, but how Taki treated you has left scars which I hope will fade in time, especially now that you can manifest Chome thanks to Naruto's help. Sai, your root training has left you woefully incapable of understanding emotion. You will undergo therapy to undo some of the damage. Other than that, only time will heal you. Tayuya, I know. Tayuya sighed. I'm bloodthirsty, don't really trust anyone, rely too much on my flute and without my curse seal, I'm far weaker than I used to be, but you understand yourself. Hiruzen said approvingly. After our training and testing is over, I've asked another former Soundnin, Tsuchi-kin, to show you around Konoha. Wait, Kin's the one that Scary-san was talking about? Tayuya gasped and Hiruzen chuckled. Scary-san. I wonder if Ibiki knows you call him that? Wow. Tayuya mused. Kin's still alive? How? You look like you were training with Gai-san. Tayuya cracked open an eyelid to see Tsuchi-kin smirking at her with amusement. Gai, Taijutsu master. Kin supplied as she dropped down to sit beside the prone kunoichi. Wears a green spandex unitard, has an apprentice named Lee who looks like a smaller version of him. If you hear them starting to shout each other's names, look away as quickly as you can, otherwise it'll scar you even more than anything the Hibi team did. Tayuya opened her other eye so that she could give Kin a disbelieving look. I'm serious. Kin stated. The others call it the sunset genjutsu, although I once heard a Suma-san call it the excessively youthful manhug. Tayuya's disbelieving look intensified. So, Kin said as she knelt down by Tayuya's side. I heard they rebuilt Team 7 in order to take you in. You should be honored. Too tired. Tayuya moaned. Chakra exercises. New taijutsu style. So much to learn. I felt the same way. Kin nodded. I adapted. The training here's different. No scrambling for your life as people who want to take your position try to kill you, no constantly sucking up to those stronger than you in the hope they'll slip up and show you something you can use to try and get stronger yourself. Nope, here, we learn from those who want to teach us and help us grow stronger. Of course, once again, you end up with a better teacher. I didn't hear you complaining earlier. A new voice laughed, and Tayuya managed to lever herself into a sitting position despite her aching muscles. Hello, I'm Jonin Yuhi Kurinai, Kin's sensei. She's cool. Kin grinned, then she scowled. Although she seems to be affecting me. I've laughed more since joining than I have in my entire life up to that point. That just means you're getting used to actually living. Kurinai countered as she pulled Tayuya to her feet and slung one of Tayuya's arms over her shoulder. Speaking of, I sent my friend Enko to round up the girls and… Oh, come on, Kin. She isn't that bad. Kin looked up from her shivering crouch. She is, Kin. Kin sighed and slowly walked towards Kurinai and Tayuya. Fine. So, what did you have planned? Not sure I can do it. Tayuya groaned. So tired. Need to relax. This is so relaxing. Tayuya moaned as she floated in the warm water. I had to be pulled out the first time I came here. Kin reminisced, causing Ino to giggle in memory. So, taught by the professor himself. Anko said from across the pool. Lucky girl. All I got was the snake bastard. Kurenai placed a hand on Anko's shoulder as Taiyuya shrugged. Yeah, I get the one who's killed Rochi once. Damn bastard, had Kabuto used me to bring him back, though. How did you escape, though? Anko asked curiously. I mean, it must have been quite a journey for you, and Nai-chan mentioned that your chakra control was still iffy. I recovered in time to avoid being thrown into the gladiator pits by the regular patrol. Taiyuya said, her voice dark with memory. I made my way to the medical halls, but when I got there, I overheard Kabuto talking about dissecting me to see what effects the cursed seal had caused on me. I managed to sneak out and almost literally stumbled across a Konoha border patrol. I had them shove me in a prisoner scroll and send me here by messenger hawk. Why the hell didn't we ever think of doing that? Anko groaned, slapping her forehead. What a way to get the wounded off the field and to the hospital. I wondered where that idea came from. Kurenai admitted, causing Anko to look at her curiously. You haven't checked the Jonin board yet? The techniques mentioned in the new tactics section. I've been busy, Anko protested. Jonin board? Kin queried. Is there a Genin board? Yes, but generally your Jonin sensei makes sure you know everything you need to know, Kurenai said. The board. Well, room/archive actually, is mainly for independent genin, like Naruto-kun before he was promoted. Hinata supplied. I wonder if I qualify as an independent genin now. With all the training you've done and the mission you just completed, I think you'll be in line for a promotion to Chunin before long. Kurenai replied. Taiyuya glanced at the Hyuga girl, then looked up to where Chomei was perched on the fence surrounding the pool. I never got to ask. She began. Chomei. Summons? It's complicated, Hinata said after a long look at the half-asleep giant bug. But yes, I think that the term summon can be applied. Chomei helped by Gamamaru. Fu chirped from where she was floating just by the small waterfall that fed the hot pool. Chomei is Fu's first friend and… Glub glub, Fu broke off as she drifted under the cascading water, emerging spluttering and coughing as Ino swam across to check on her. Fu is alright, Fu stated as Ino helped her rewrap the towel covering her hair. Summons. Explains a lot, Taiyuya mused as she looked once again at Chomei. A snake made of ink slithered into the bushes, and an instant later, the bushes ahead of them rippled as a barrage of blunted shuriken were fired out of them. And I thought that Kidamaru was good at traps, Taiyuya said in awe as the three genin began slowly advancing towards the next safe square, which was barely visible along the path. This is only Ino's course. Fu grinned as above them, Chomei fluttered between the branches, scanning for the other traps that they knew were almost certainly there. Fu has heard terrifying stories about courses that Naruto built. Sai leapt into the air, his tanto flashing, and Fu tumbled back down to the ground, a severed noose trap around her right foot. Fu not like snares. The Jinchuriki grumbled and Taiyuya nodded in agreement, having had the annoying experience of being dangled upside down near the start of the course. Sai, she said, how come you haven't been caught in a single trap yet? My training included instruction in the setting, detection, and disarming of traps. Sai replied emotionlessly. Great, Fu chirped. Sai can warn us where traps are and we can learn from him how to spot them. Sai blinked a couple of times, then gave a fractional nod. 3 paces ahead of us is a tripwire, he stated, and both Kunoichi froze, their eyes scanning the ground. I don't see it, Taiyuya finally admitted, and Sai dropped to one knee, carefully moving a solitary leaf to show the gleam of metal underneath. How? The leaves on the path did not match the trees that were on the side of the path. Sai droned. So someone moved them simply to cover the wire, Taiyuya realized. Wow, Ino's sneaky. Good morning, team. Good morning, sensei. /morning, /Hokage-sama. Sigh. Hiruzen began, then he sighed. Never mind. Anyway, I know it's been only a fortnight, but you have made enough progress to begin performing missions. Now, the missions themselves may seem pointless, but they double as training in the skills you will need in your careers. For instance, the infamous Tora mission provides training in tracking, interception, non-lethal capture, and keeping a prisoner from escaping. Cleaning one of the parks can provide excellent training in stealth, as you don't want the civilians to see you, as well as observation skills, meaning you will learn to spot things, no matter how well concealed. Gardening helps you to learn different types of herbs, which can be a lifesaver on missions outside Konoha. Fu thinks she gets it, Fu said with a firm nod. All missions are training? No, but you can include training in all your missions, Hiruzen gently corrected. Now, as we head for the mission room, what other missions can you think of and how would they count as training? Babysitting, bodyguard duties, Taiyuya said after a thoughtful silence. Shopping, identifying targets and making sure that the costs aren't too high, Fu said excitedly. Dog walking, Chakra control to prevent yourself being pulled off your feet as well as physical workout. Sai supplied, earning surprised looks from his teammates at the fact that he had actually volunteered information without direct orders. Excellent, you get the idea. Hiruzen smiled at them. Well, let's see what mission awaits us. Fu grinned happily as they approached the tower, and Tayuya found herself smiling as well. Being part of a proper team was the best thing she had ever experienced. Chapter 60, a Chunin promotion. I'm what? Naruto gaped, and on the other side of the desk, Sunade smirked at him. You heard me, you're now a Tokubetsu Jonin, primarily because of your Hiraishin ability. Same reason for Hinata becoming a Chunin. Of course, this is where things get harsh. I'm a Chunin? Hinata whispered. I actually beat Neji in something? Naruto blinked, then half-turned as the door behind them opened to reveal a familiar figure. Pervy sage, brat. Jiraiya mock scowled as he walked into the room, followed by several others. You told him yet, Haim? Just getting to it. Pervy sage. Tsunade shot back. Naruto, you are a priority target for the Akatsuki. So is Fu, but her assignment means that she is as safe as she can be while still remaining on active duty. You, however, need to up your game. You have Hiraishin, but there's at least 2 counters that we know of. You have the Rasengan, but it's apparently still incomplete. Your other skills are good, but need to get better. Jiraiya, for the next 2 or 3 years, we'll be training you until you surpass us all. Jiraiya said, motioning to the other Jonin who had accompanied him. Guy will work with you on your taijutsu skills. Kakashi your ninjutsu. Kurenai has volunteered to help you with your weakness to genjutsu while Yuga will be aiding with your kenjutsu. I'll help with your general fighting but not your fuinjutsu. Naruto blinked. What? Why? The great Toad Sage has decided that he's teaching you the way of seals. Jiraiya admitted. Said something about keeping an eye on something he discovered when he helped you. I know Hinata's been helping you with reading and writing, but you probably need to make sure your calligraphy is up to scratch before taking the first lesson. Naruto nodded in shock. Cheer up. Jiraiya laughed, slapping the shocked special Jonin on his shoulder. You should be honored. We'll all be using your little trick to make damn sure that you learn it right. Although the real you will be needed for actual sparring, there is no trouble at all utilizing Kage Bunshin for learning the katas. Guy explained, a wide grin spread across his face. I have been talking to your most youthful fiancé about how learning from both perspectives allowed you to rectify your literacy problems with astounding speed, and I believe that the same concept will be truly advantageous for the most youthful study ahead of you. Kurenai gave Guy a long, considering look. I know. Kakashi sighed. He does that. One moment, he's goofy Guy, then there's a sudden flash of insight that you're never quite sure about. That was not a very youthful thing to say, my eternal rival. Guy frowned. Sorry, did you say something? Why must you always be so hip and cool? Tsunade dropped her head into her hands. Who is Fusan being taught by? Hinata asked, then she frowned. Hiruzen-sama, correct? He mentioned something about getting a new team. It took a while to get the third, but yes. Tsunade nodded. Sensei doesn't idle very well, he has to be doing something. Giving him a genin team means he has a reason to keep going, the tough old coot. By the way, I'll be heading out soon, doing the rounds of my informants and sources. Jiraiya interjected. I'll take one of the kunai with me and I'll be summoning you every so often, either for training or because I want you to meet someone. Naruto nodded, then a familiar voice spoke. Since the others are aiding you, so shall I. Hinata, Ko shall help you to teach Naruto-san the etiquette and protocol needed to avoid causing a war should he meet a high-ranking official. Thank you, father. Hinata said with a slight bow while Naruto was sputtering denials and protests before an elbow to the ribs shut him up. What are you doing here, Hayashi? Jiraiya asked, turning to look at the Hyuga head curiously. I know that I didn't grab you. Hayashi managed to smirk without changing his expression in the slightest. I am the chief of the Hyuga clan and Hinata's father. Why would I not be here? Good point. Tsunade allowed as Jiraiya was still trying to come up with an answer. Hinata, although my duties as Hokage take up quite a bit of my time, I do have enough time to train you up as a medic. You won't be the only one. Guy has started Sakura on the path to becoming a combat Irionin and has asked for my input, so you can expect her to be attending the same classes. Understood, Hokage-sama? Hinata managed. Thank you. Don't thank me just yet, Tsunade said with a predatorial grin. I'll make you the best medic I can. Or break you trying. I won't break, Hokage-sama. Hinata declared before blushing and moving slightly behind Naruto. Tsunade's grin widened. Excellent, that's the spirit. So, Jiraiya, what's the story about the Akatsuki? Tsunade asked after everyone else had left. Itachi sent me a note via one of my contacts, the owner of a sweet shop near Konoha's northern border. All that time he spent learning to fake his Pocky addiction had really paid off. Akatsuki has gone silent because the former Mizukage died in combat, dispersing the Sanbai. Until it reforms, they are simply going to keep tags on the locations of the Jinchuriki in Biju. Itachi'll send me a message when the Akatsuki decide to go active again. Sunade nodded slowly. Speaking of Itachi, has he awakened his Mangekyo, like Sasuke, the night he slew the clan? Jiraiya confirmed. Old Senju records said something about the Uchiha getting stronger by switching eyes. Tsunade explained. I want to talk to Stote. He'll need a boost if he's going to back up Naruto once the Akatsuki resume their plan. As the sky darkened, Naruto and Hinata lay on a rug at the top of the Hokage monument, Kurama acting as their backrest as they watched the stars slowly appear. Chunin. Hinata repeated, her voice filled with wonder. I made Chunin before Neji, you deserved it. Naruto agreed. You realize that this opens up all the solo messenger missions for you. Well, the ones the guard, Kakashi and myself haven't claimed, anyway. The Hiration does change things. Hinata agreed. I wonder. Could it be used in doorways? Say, one door at home, the other in the Hyuga compound so I could go see Hanabi whenever I wanted, or she could come and visit us. I don't know. Naruto mused. Something like that. A form of stable Hiration. Connecting places? When I visit Mount Mayaboka for my lessons, I'll ask Gamadano. He's better at Fuinjutsu than anyone I've ever encountered, so if there is a way, he'll know it. He taught father. Kurama supplied. Father wouldn't have been able to seal his mother away in the moon if not for Gamamaru's lessons. Kurama, Hinata said after a long silence, is there any chance that you could tell us that tale? Sure. Kurama said with a slight twitch of his shoulders. But not just you. Tomorrow I'll tell you both, your Hokage, anyone she deems important enough to listen to the story and, if she wants, Hanabi. Hanabi? Hinata asked curiously and Kurama dropped his head so his jaw was barely above the ground. She's the only one who grooms me better than you can. He muttered, causing Hinata to giggle. Changing the subject, Naruto declared, what do you want as your first proper Chunin mission? Mesuke relay to a beach. Hinata promptly declared, blushing slightly. Message relay. To a beach? Naruto repeated curiously and Hinata nodded. Why? You could join me and we could watch the waves together. Hinata explained as she wriggled slightly to snuggle against Naruto's side. Maybe go swimming. That would be nice. Naruto admitted. We could even build a sand castle. Hinata added. Or simply enjoy our flames of youth. Both young teens jolted at the cry that echoed across the village. Then Naruto started chuckling. Damn it, guy. He laughed. Way to kill the moment. I wonder if it counts as an assassination mission. Hinata wondered, causing Naruto to laugh harder. Danzo sat in the living room of his home, having been forced out of his normal office. Root, the organization that he built from the leavings of ANBU and shaped to be Konoha's blade, was no longer his to control. Oh, he could trust Hamura and Kohara to use his weapon to aid Konoha's growth, but they wouldn't follow his plan, his scheme to topple the other villages and place Konoha at the apex, ruling over the entirety of the elemental nations. Danzo rubbed at the bandages over his transplanted eye, the one he had stolen from Shursui before his death. The technique he had used to persuade Itachi that killing the Uchiha had been the only way had still not recharged, or he would have used it on Sunade to ensure that he retained control of his private army. Danzo leaned back, his brow furrowed. He was not yet out of the great game, and so long as he still had his contacts, he could still attain his goal. He only needed to consider the possibilities. The condemned prisoner screamed in agony as the ash cloud condensed onto him, engulfing him and reshaping until the prisoner's form was replaced with a new one, a black-haired man clad in red armor. Behind the man, a translucent demonic head opened its mouth and exhaled a stream of gas that flowed into the standing figure. A moment passed, then the man opened his eyes to reveal purple ripples. Magnificent. Orochimaru purred. A perfect fusion of the samsara of heavenly life and the Edo Tensei impure world resurrection, bringing one of the greatest shinobi ever back to life. And it was your work that made it possible. Pain confirmed as he stepped past the snake Sannin before bowing to the new arrival. Greetings, Madara. Welcome back. Madara looked round, then down at himself, his eyes shifting between the rippled Rinnegan and the tribarred red of his eternal Mangekyo. Incredible. He breathed. I am as strong as I was in my prime. If not stronger. Beside him, a spiky plant emerged from the ground, then the top split open to reveal the bicolored form of Zetsu. Welcome back, Madara. The plan has hit a delay, but now you are here, things can be sorted out. Madara's gaze snapped to the inhuman figure. Tell me, the Sanbai has been dispersed. It will be 3 years or so before it reforms. I see. Madara mused. 3 years. What are our resources? All of Amegekure and Otogekure. Pain said, catching Madara's attention. Welcome to the Akatsuki, Madara. Together, we shall bring a new age of peace to the world. Well, that's another day over with. Naruto sighed as he appeared in the middle of his living room, then he paused at an odd noise outside. Moving quietly, he crept to the door, motioning for the clones who had paused in their chores to keep working in order to avoid alerting whoever, or whatever, was outside. Drawing a kunai, he flung the door open even as he used the Hiraishin to teleport to the tag he placed at the point where the path from his house entered the woods, dropping into a defensive stance as he checked the front of his house for whatever had made the noise. A moment later, his gaze settled on a piece of cord attached between the front door and the window, a cord which had a piece of wood suspended from it, as well as a paper fan that caught the breeze and caused the wood to bump against the wall. Odd. He mused. That's obviously meant as a distraction, but for what? Returning the kunai to his pouch, he stepped forwards and had just enough time to curse. Yes. Ino celebrated as she looked through the telescope. At last. I got him. It cost me 108 lemons and a box of paper clips, but I finally got him. Naruto sighed as he looked down at the tattered remains of his uniform, then he looked round at the line of trees. Although he couldn't see her, he just knew that Ino was watching, so he tossed off a quick salute before teleporting back to his living room. While he could admire Ino's ability to finally get him in that trap, he would have revenge. Sasuke sneezed and looked round to see if it was someone nearby who was talking about him. When he didn't see anyone, he returned to his previous task of watching for the one man who could truly explain the events of that night, and who could identify the true person he needed to exact vengeance upon, the man who Sunade had ordered brought before her once he arrived. Then a voice full of regret and sadness spoke from behind him. Hello, little brother. Hello? Big brother. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.